Hunter x Hunter, Achieving Immortality. Chapter 156. Bai was not entirely clear that this sacred tree was entirely the work of Lucci. That's not the case. You can take a look at this research report. Lucci handed Acorn's research report to Bai. Bai looked at it carefully. Is there any problem? Bai didn't see anything special about the report. Perhaps it was because he didn't know enough about ordinary things, so he couldn't tell the difference between them as well as Yangdi. This is the fruit of the sacred tree. When you talked about the Dark Continent, you mentioned several special plants, including the longevity rice. So can the ability of mind reach a similar level? In Lucci's opinion, the potential that can be tapped into Bainan is too high. No one has been able to dig it out completely, and very few people have done research and exploration in this area. In the anime, only Greedy Island has done research and exploration in this area. To put it bluntly, if the cards in Greed Island could become popular in the outside world, the whole world would undergo earth-shaking changes. Many of these cards are even very helpful in exploring the Dark Continent. What is the relationship between that sacred tree and the genie? Bai did not dwell on the topic mentioned by Lucci, but instead asked a question about the sacred tree. What Lucci showed now was enough for Bai to understand instantly. The first is the connection between the sacred tree and the oasis of God. The 5 great spirits came from Lucci, so why should they be handed over to the Pachi tribe? The Pachi people were once somewhat mysterious, but there was never any legend about a sacred tree. All these changes came from Lucci. Then some possibilities are not entirely speculations, but rather possibilities. Looking at Bai's smile, Lucci knew that he couldn't hide it from those people with ulterior motives. It's the product of my research. Lucci didn't say it was his ability, but rather the product of his research, making a distinction between the two. As for the so-called power of the mark, it is just incidental. Bai had guessed before that it might be related to God's oasis, and since Lucci wanted to cooperate with him, it was obvious that such a situation could not be replicated. I need the help of an user to develop related abilities. It could be the ability to cultivate special seeds, or it could be the ability to directly cultivate seeds, or it could be the manifestation of plants with special abilities. In terms of introduction, Lucci mainly focused on the medical value. Considering how much Lucci spent on medical expenses, Bai wasn't too surprised. Before, he wondered why the old man would accept Lucci, but now he finally understood. In a sense, it's the same pursuit as the old man. But the direction is different. Then what good does this do for me? You should know my goal very well. These are of no help to my purpose. The previous related research in the collaboration was the creation of divine instruments and medical research. The former could provide assistance in exploration, while the latter was various special medicines. After all, anything could happen in that place. But medical research is only a small part of Bai Ouyang's business. There is no need to expend so much effort. Bai said this with the intention of refusing. Indeed, if Lucci really figures this out, it will definitely bring about great changes to the world. But if it doesn't help him, what's the use? Is it really of no help? Lucci asked back. It's not like I didn't understand anything at all these years, ever since I learned the truth about this world. Humans were never born here. Our ancestors came from the Dark Continent. That's right, the humans in the world known to hunters come from the Dark Continent. It can be said that they migrated to this safe place many years ago. Although from your description, that place is full of unknown dangers and opportunities, the fact that our ancestors were able to migrate to this place already explains a lot. What does it mean? Bai asked. I don't know if anyone has considered whether the ancestors who migrated here were the only ones, or whether there were other humans living in that place. But I believe it exists. Lucci said firmly. Even though the comics were discontinued, Lucci still firmly believed in this before his rebirth. Lucci didn't believe that the original group of humans existed alone. Of course, the Dark Continent might be very dangerous and might lead to the extinction of the people living there. But whether it is the emergence of Dongfulasi or Lucci's experience of reading countless online articles, all of this is enough for Lucci to make guesses. The Dark Continent is dangerous, but it also has opportunities. After all, there are many things like natural treasures here. The Dark Continent in online literature is nothing more than a worse upgrade map. There must be other humans out there. Either they have developed enough strength to occupy a place, or the humans in this lake have a safe place. Or maybe some kind of strong person was born among them, capable of protecting the whole place. It is even possible that some kind of evolution may occur due to time and external environment. Even if it is a little bloody, it may become a vassal or food of some powerful species of creature. The uninhabited city in the information you mentioned represents the existence of intelligent creatures, and they are intelligent creatures of human size. Everything in the Dark Continent is huge, and humans there are like a subspecies of chimera ants, that is, the size of ants. But there is the existence of an uninhabited city, as well as plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, all of which are similar in size to them. Regardless of whether they are related to humans, there are definitely intelligent creatures of similar size. And according to the information collected by Lucci, many environments in the Dark Continent, including the actions of creatures, are also clearly distinguished. There are very few instances of crossing the line. But what do these conjectures have to do with what you said? Bai was not too surprised. Such assumptions were actually nothing. People involved in related research have naturally made guesses. Unfortunately, with the changing of times, they have no way of knowing the past history, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people who like to excavate ancient relics. At least they could be sure that there were no other humans in the East. Of course it is related. The reason why that place is dangerous is because there are too many unknowns, and another reason is that we humans are too weak. Not to mention compared with the creatures in the Dark Continent, just compared with the intelligent creatures in the known world, humans are definitely weak. In this fantasy world, there are more intelligent creatures than just humans. It's just that there are more humans, and they have developed and their high-end strength is stronger. In the anime, the development of the chimera ants is always restricted. If they are really given the opportunity to develop, then humanity will really be in danger of extinction. Although many people ridicule the malice of human beings. Rose. When Bai heard what Lucci said, he burst into laughter. That's it, that's it. Facing Bai, who suddenly burst into laughter, Lucci's expression remained unchanged. He must have been led astray by himself. In fact, he just wanted to try cultivating immortals. Chapter 157. I underestimated you. Only today, by Yang Decay, I realized that Lucci's goal was bigger than the old man's. Netero pursues powerful martial arts. Judging from Lucci's performance alone, it seems somewhat similar, but completely different. The old man's pursuit is to temper himself and make himself stronger. It can be said that he has achieved this through his own inner cultivation step by step. But Lucci is completely different. Of course, he has also practiced hard, but the degree is much lower. To be more precise, what Lucci pursues is strength. As long as it is strength, there is no need to stick to simple martial arts and abilities. Otherwise, there wouldn't be research on divine characters and some genetic research. If there is a being that Netero can consider as an opponent, it is a single individual. Because of this, Netero did not challenge the Dark Continent, because the environment there was even more harsh. What he needs is an opponent, but not a challenge to nature. Nature is of course also an opponent, but it is definitely not the martial arts opponent he wants. But Lucci is different. At this moment, in Bai's eyes, Lucci's opponent was probably everything in the world. Perhaps even the state can become his opponent. The Dark Continent is certainly there too, but it is definitely not his opponent at this stage. If it were in the ancient world, a powerful non-user might be able to rival an entire country on his own. But obviously this is totally impossible in today's world. Powerful modern weapons are enough to crush powerful psychic users. Of course, it was indeed a little thought of Lucci. Coming to such a world, it is natural to pursue the strongest. In Lucci's opinion, without the strength of the enemy, no country can be called strong. As for cultivating immortals, it was just the influence of the previous life and I wanted to give it a try. After all, the world is different and everything will be different. After figuring this out, Bai Yangda immediately saw it clearly. Lucci has brought great changes to Carry City and Sky Arena. But the same Sky Arena also provides Lucci with many training resources. As the saying goes, among wealth, law, partner and land, wealth comes first. Without enough money to support your practice, you will not be able to grow to your limit. Bai also understood why Lucci had been refusing. I'm afraid that when Lucci really sets out for the Dark Continent, he will have to be strong enough to conquer some areas. Regulator Bai felt that it was impossible to achieve this, but he was willing to believe in this possibility. It is even possible that if Lucci really wants to go to Hainan Road, he probably won't choose to go out in a formal way. To go to the Dark Continent, one must obtain qualifications, or more precisely, obtain approval from the Ferry Bureau or V5, so that one can go out through formal channels. But in fact, you can choose other ways to go to the Dark Continent, and you don't have to use the formal way. Of course, this method is much more dangerous. There is no guarantee of safe going out, nor is there any guarantee of safe coming back. The only slightly better thing is that you won't come into contact with the gatekeeper and won't be asked to bring back the same disaster. Your idea is good, but your behavior will not be recognized by many people. Bai understood Luqi's meaning a little bit. If this type of non-powered plant could really be developed, and its fruit products had very high nutritional value, then in the sky arena, it goes without saying that the first people to benefit would be the martial artists. The martial artist's strength will increase again. The previous upper limit was broken step by step. So many martial artists will produce more powerful people. Plus what Luqi said before, the weakness of human beings. There is no doubt that this is another way for people to achieve some kind of evolution. If it can be popularized, it would be equivalent to the evolution of the entire human race. Of course, this is the most optimistic scenario. Even if it can be popularized, according to Yangda's understanding, it is impossible to achieve this. It's impossible to succeed. Increasing the strength of human beings to conquer the Dark Continent is really too fantastic in some ways. Do you know what you are doing? Bai asked. If Luqi is really allowed to develop in this way, it is certain that the Sky Arena will surpass the Hunter Association. In some senses, it has even surpassed the Hunter Association. For major countries, the Hunter Association is also a white glove. If we continue to develop and show our reputation, we will definitely be sanctioned by major powers. We will never allow such a powerful organization to emerge. Of course I know. Luqi stood up and walked to the window. In Kerry City right now, there are spies from various countries, personnel from various forces, as well as some hidden mafia families and those world-famous large groups. The city of Kerry is filled with people from all walks of life. The reason why no problems have arisen is that there are too many martial arts schools in this city. No one dared to cause trouble here. There's no point in making a fuss, and the cost outweighs the gain. Might as well learn from here and get what they want. I guess only those spies who have fought before would think there is a certain degree of danger. After all, once a person with the ability of Nen does evil, he becomes a terrorist. As for some high-ranking nobles, they would not want to see people at the bottom having the possibility of gaining power. Especially when it comes to dangerous things like this. Sometimes we have to admit that people who died with strong resentment, when combined with their spirits after death, can be exact in taking revenge. Even if the probability of someone dying with deep hatred is low, there is a chance that their Nen ability will awaken after death. It's not yet popular to read cooking. If you have this ability to help, it should also reduce the pressure on the logistics you want, right? Luqi asked. In addition to the various dangers involved in exploring the Dark Continent, logistics is also a critical issue. Without food or water, even an user would not be able to hold on for long. I can help, but I want your research results on the Divine Word. Bai expressed his desire for the research results of the 5 great spirits. I can give you some of them, but not all of them. After all, many of them are from the sacred words of the Pachi people. Just don't refuse. As for the reward he offered, it was also considered unimportant by Luqi. It can be considered a simple cooperation. Since it was a rare meeting, Bai chatted with Luqi for a while. It was mainly about the word divine. Bai asked whether there was any research on the word divine in terms of spatial ability. If this problem can be solved, the logistical pressure will be greatly alleviated. Unfortunately, all of Luqi's research was related to space transfer and transmission, not independent space or storage. In fact, this direction can be replaced by the card magic of Greedy Island. Unfortunately, Luqi had no clue either. Chapter 158. The headquarters of the Conrad family. Russell brought King with him, and he also invited many people, both qualified candidates and those who were not qualified. Hold a banquet for the purpose of recruiting people. Only Jin was invited by Russell individually. It's so big! Jin exclaimed as he looked at the Conrad family's layout while sitting in the car. The Conrad family headquarters covers a large area in the city of Kerry, and it would take several hours just to drive around it. After entering the Conrad family, we have been in the car for more than 10 minutes, but we have not yet reached our destination. Men in suits can be seen everywhere, including some children playing. It hasn't reached the place yet, but it has stopped. What's wrong? Russell asked immediately. The driver parked the car aside. Then a long convoy drove out from the Conrad family's main residence area. Attracted Russell's attention. There were 7 cars in total. Russell looked through the window and could see some familiar figures among those cars. Inside the mansion, Julia put down the wine glass in her hand. It's a turbulent time. Julia had already expected it. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. This time, the people who came were from the Republic of Badokia. Although this country is named a republic, it is actually controlled by several parties, and behind the parties are several ancient families. This time, members of these families will be visiting. As for their coming, they all have a purpose. That is thought. The situation of Bassan's challenge was heating up in the Sky Arena, and was naturally reported to the various organizations behind him by various intelligence personnel in Cary City. Although the Conrad family and Sky Arena have developed a lot of industries. But for these capital families, the companies under their umbrella are growing bigger. At least at this stage, Lucci and his industry have not yet developed sufficient competitiveness. The only thing that could deserve their attention was thoughts. Many high-ranking figures know about the ability of Nin, but they may not necessarily learn it. And their arrival today also brought a warning. To be precise, it is a warning from the 5 major countries. There are quite a few secret societies organized by Nin users in this world, but none of them are as blatant as the Sky Arena. The 5 major countries are not fools either. Although the Sky Arena is a hybrid, it is formed by many martial arts schools. But there are some things they can see. As it continues to develop, the influence of Sky Arena will only grow. Instead of looking for Lucci first, he went to Lucci's subordinate Julia. There are some things about Julia and Lucci's relationship that are not so easy to hide. I hope the Sky Arena can be more restrained, at least to not allow telepathic abilities to become too rampant. As for the high-level ideas of the Republic of Badokia, if there were no warnings from the 5 major countries, they would not actually care. Some people may even want to use a very safe method to help them learn to chant so that they can also master it. Instead of hiring a bodyguard, it is a better idea to have a certain amount of power in your hands. As for convergence, how is it possible? When the Bassan challenge officially opens to the outside world, how can it be restrained? This is exactly the purpose of Lucci's order. Not only will it not be restrained, but it will spread even more widely. Let more people know. I just don't know what kind of sanctions will be imposed. War? Probably not likely. As for dealing with Lord Lucci, I'm afraid it will be difficult. But the city of Cary and the Conrad family will definitely be affected. Just now, senior officials have reminded her that her journey as mayor has come to an end. Of course, even if a new mayor was arranged to come to Cary City, it would probably not have any effect. After all, this is her territory. In short, for the time being we can only deal with the situation as it comes. Julia made a few phone calls and gathered the family's power first. I was busy until evening. Lady Julia, the banquet is ready. This banquet held by Russell received her support, which was of course an alternative statement. Lists Russell as one of the heirs. If there are other more outstanding talents in the family in the future, they will also be listed as heirs by her. In a banquet hall, candidates taking the hunter exam were eating heartily. There were many candidates attending this banquet, and only a small number of them did not accept the invitation. After these candidates came to Cary City and learned some of the situation, even though they were eliminated in the hunter exam, they did not choose to leave. They all chose to stay in Cary. In their view, this is simply a paradise for their group of people. People who want to become hunters are never simply law-abiding people. They can make money here by using their strength, and being a holy land for cultivation is too much to their liking. The most important thing is that there is no chaos in many places. A stable environment is also very important for many people. If you stay here, you will naturally understand a lot of things, including the Conrad family. When faced with the invitation, none of them refused. At this time in the banquet hall, many candidates were surrounding the qualified candidates and asking various questions. The most people surrounded Russell, because in order to show his courtesy, he did not refuse many questions. Especially those who are valued by him. Even if you don't let them become a part of the group, let them develop friendship. There were not only candidates present at the banquet, but also some other young people from the Conrad family. They all came with the attitude of making friends. In addition to them, there are also some members of gangster families. As the city of Cary develops, his status in the gang improves. There will also be other mafia families in Cary City. Of course, they are not strongholds, but they have placed their industries in Cary City. Most of the gangster family members who attended the banquet came to obtain a casino license. When Julia arrived at the banquet hall, Russell immediately went to meet him. "Auntie, you are here. Now that you've become a hunter, you have to work harder for the family," Julia encouraged. And many people's eyes were focused on Julia. "I just think this gangster boss looks so young." Although Julia is 50 years old, she still looks young and beautiful. Of course, it is not because she has cultivated her ability so well that she can maintain this state, but she relies on the ability of others to maintain it. The host of the banquet was Russell, and since everyone was there, he naturally had to say a few words. "First of all, thank you very much for coming to participate." First there were some polite words, and then he began to introduce the Conrad family. He was not stage frightened at all and was finally recruited. Of course, it was said in a more implicit way, and everyone was given ample right to choose, and everyone who attended the banquet would receive a thank you gift. It's a direct 20 yuan reward, which is a direct financial offensive. Chapter 159. Faced with such a clear solicitation, not all candidates will be willing to accept it. Among those who are able to take the hunter exam, there are also some arrogant ones. Among the candidates who wanted to become hunters, none of them accepted the recruitment, some needed to consider it, and of course some chose to join the Conrad family directly. The goal is still to become a hunter and to rely on the power of the Conrad family. After understanding the true power of the hunter, everyone will have some careful thoughts. And those who are recruited will become Russell's faction. "Why are you so proud? You became a hunter relying on the power of your family." In a corner of the banquet, several young members of the Conrad family gathered together. Russell, who was looking at the proud look on his face, said unhappily, "Don't tell me that our contribution is so unappreciated by Auntie." The people who were speaking were all women from the Conrad family. In the world of gangs, it is rare for women to become family heads, but since Julia has become the head of the Conrad family, there will naturally be no such discrimination, and the women in the family will also be trained. It also makes these young generations of women have the idea of competition. As for Julia's generation, no one could shake her position unless she died unexpectedly. Perhaps in my aunt's eyes, only great strength will be valued, but isn't that the case in our world? A blonde boy also spoke. He is the youngest in the Conrad family, only 13 years old this year, and his name is Yeti Conrad. "It's just luck. If I had known earlier, I would have taken the hunter exam as well." This time, it was the male members who spoke. Tai just narrowed his eyes and said a few words of compliment. Even though he is the youngest in the family, don't think he knows nothing just because he is young. There are no naive children in such a family environment. He also understood the complaints of his brothers and sisters. They didn't see the essence of it at all. Even the proud brother Russell didn't think he saw the essence of the family clearly. But his goal is not to become the head of the family. Now brother Russell has also awakened his mind, but I don't know whether his special perception ability will evolve into a special mind ability. I am too curious about this. Then he turned his attention to the candidates, with the focus on Jin. The fact that he was valued by his brother and was not deliberately recruited but treated as a friend indicated a big problem. In the banquet hall, Charles was also observing. He had no intention of joining the Conrad family. Now he is thinking about his next plan. He came to take the hunter exam in order to complete a certain commission. Now that I have obtained a hunter's license, I can continue. I just don't know if the situation has worsened and whether those guys have kept their promise. His original plan was to return immediately after getting his hunter's license. But the situation has changed a bit now. If I go back now, I'm afraid I won't be able to change too many things. My strength is still too weak to deal with the situation there. Maybe we can find a helping hand. In other words, he has no money, otherwise he could directly issue a commission with a hunter's license. Xiaolier's previous job was as the owner of a handyman shop. Basically, he was willing to do anything as long as he was paid. Until they met a girl who ran away from home, and they formed a duo called Yorozwia and had a great time. Then something bloody happened. The identity of this girl is actually not simple. She is from a big family. Since she was able to form a duo with Charlie, it also means that the girl is an user. The girl was hunted by her family because she took an important item from them. But the daughter didn't want to return the thing, and she did so, which led to an accident. Finally, Xiaolier was still commissioned by this family, but he needed a hunter's license to be recognized. Xiaolier thought, maybe only a person with powerful psychic ability could resolve that kind of situation? There is no shortage of powerful psychic users in the Sky Arena, but how can they help themselves? I can't give anything of sufficient value. Instead of thinking about my own affairs, I focused my attention on the surrounding environment. Speaking of which, there are unexpectedly many non-users in this family. However, it seems that most of them are not non-users. Xiaolier looked in the direction of Yetai Conrad and a group of people. After all, it is such a small group, and their arrogant expressions make it easy for people to guess their identities. Then he made eye contact with someone. It's Yetai Conrad. What a sensitive little kid. Is this an illusion? It feels like this kid is also a psychic user? Charles quickly shifted his gaze. No one noticed the momentary surprise and joy that appeared on Yetai Conrad's face. The banquet went smoothly and everyone achieved their goals. Charles declined the offer and left the Conrad family. After leaving the Conrad family area, Xiaolier stopped. Because a car blocked in front of him. Mr. Charles, my young master wants to see you. A butler-like figure was waiting next to the car. It seemed like it had been waiting for him for a long time. He opened the car door and invited Charlie to get in. And in the car, a familiar figure was smiling at Charlie. It was Yetai Conrad, whom Charles had paid some attention to at the banquet before. Did the other party have any special purpose in looking for him? Was it also to recruit him? Xiaolier guessed the other party's purpose. I can't help but think of the power struggles within these big families. Xiaolier got on the car and didn't feel any danger, so he decided to listen to what the other party wanted to do. After Xiaolier got in the car, the butler and driver outside the car closed the door and walked away, obviously not wanting to hear their conversation. Hello, Mr. Charles. I am Yetai Conrad. We met at the banquet. Yetai Conrad, please introduce yourself. The banquet is over and you blocked me on my way back. Just tell me what you want to say. Xiaolier went straight to the point. Mr. Charles is worried about something, right? Yetai Conrad said this with certainty. Troubles. Who doesn't have worries in life? What Xiaolier was thinking in his heart was, has the other party checked on him? But this shouldn't be the case, it's just the first time we meet. Even if they looked him up, it should have been Russell Conrad, right? Mr. Charles, is your trouble because of a book? Yetai had just finished speaking. Two thoughts rose in the car. Chapter 160. What do you know? A malicious thought emerged from Charles. That matter should not be known to outsiders, and the power of that family will also keep the matter secret. But the other party just spoke out the core of his troubles. In order to resist the malicious thoughts emanating from Hillier, a stream of spiritual energy also emerged from Yetai Conrad's body to resist. It turns out that Yetai Conrad is an unuser among the younger generation of the Conrad family. And from his performance, he has been hiding the fact that he is an unuser. Mr. Charles, please don't worry. I came here mainly to solve your troubles. Yetai acted very calmly. Mr. Charles, do you remember? You glanced at me during the banquet. Hearing this, Xiaolier had already materialized a weapon in his hand. It seems like he is planning to take action. Is your ability to read minds? That secret cannot be known by too many people, otherwise I will be in a lot of trouble. Charles suspected that he was recalling something at the banquet and was read by the boy in front of him. You misunderstood. My ability is not mind reading. To be precise, it should be predicting the future. Yetai said out loud about his ability. Predicting the future. Shock appeared on Xiaolier's face. This is a very terrifying ability, and one that many people desire. Come to think of it, this is only the third time I've demonstrated my abilities, Yetai continued. His ability is indeed to predict the future and see certain future scenes. But this ability is not under his control, but is very random and occurs very rarely. He is the youngest generation of the Conrad family. When he was born, the Conrad family had already become the king of Carey City. He is special, being a little different from other family members. Like Russell, he has special abilities. But he did not tell anyone about this ability. His ability was first demonstrated when he was 7 years old, and that was when the sperm hole in his body opened. Actively awakening the mind, it is so inexplicable that one can possess extraordinary talent. Because in the Conrad family, he was also familiar with what Nian was. He secretly masters Nen and wants to master the ability to predict the future, but unfortunately this ability is completely out of his control. If he had not been able to predict the future again at the age of 10 and avoided someone's death, he might have almost forgotten this ability. In the future he saw. Earlier at the banquet, he and Charles had exchanged glances. Then I saw the future picture. He didn't know where that place was and it was dark all around. He saw familiar figures, one of them was Xiaoliu, and he was fighting with something. Not far away, there was a book floating in the air that exuded an ominous aura. And there was a figure standing next to the books. It was because of this figure that he took the initiative to look for Charles. Are you sure? Charles asked repeatedly. The ability of telepathy is magical, and it is possible to predict the future, but this thing cannot be verified. Although I don't know the details, I learned about the Basin Challenge. Is that book some kind of an ability? Although the scenes he saw were very fantastic, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, there were many more fantastic things in Carrie City. Xiaoliu was silent for a moment. He couldn't be sure whether it was caused by telekinesis or not, because it was too terrifying. It's too magical. But after witnessing the Basin Challenge and the sacred tree of the Pachi people, he no longer felt that it was so scary and magical. It turns out that thing is not unique, there are similar things in the world. Since I can predict it, it means that Lord Lucci is definitely interested in that thing. You will definitely come to Lord Lucci in the future, and I don't know whether my appearance will facilitate or accelerate this result. That's such a lie. Although this was only his third time to have foresight, they were only two experiences that he had considered in detail. He guessed that his ability to predict the future might be to predict a certain possibility. The future is never unchangeable. Although he has only had two experiences, he firmly believes it. From the moment he approached Charlie, the future picture must have changed. The reason why he took the initiative to find Xiaoliu was just that he wanted to meet Lucci. It stands to reason that as a member of the Conrad family, if he really wanted to meet Lucci, it would be easy for him to succeed with a little effort. Even if he took the initiative to expose his abilities, he might be received by Lucci. But he chose not to do so. He wanted to get in touch with Lucci, but he didn't want too many people to know. I don't know if it's just his personality, but he likes to keep things secret. Even today, seeing Brother Russell so proud, he would feel a certain kind of evil taste. Compete with him secretly and snatch the position of leader he wants. When his aunt announces that he will be the next leader, will he be surprised to see his position taken away by a younger brother whom the family has never paid attention to? When he thought of this, a perverted smile appeared on Yetai's face. It made Xiaoliu feel a little chilly. This kind of smile on a child was really incongruous and scary. He knew too well that the reason why the family was so strong was because of Lucci. Even if he wants to become the next head of the Conrad family, Lucci is definitely the biggest factor. Of course, you must also have strong strength. And Tai, who has been an user for a long time, is not a weakling. Now he just needs to get the attention of Lord Lucci. Of course, he also wanted to understand what was wrong with his ability and whether he could master it. I don't know if the magical and powerful Lord Lucci can solve his problem. Do I need to give you some time to think about it? Yetai asked after regaining his composure. Xiaoliu's mind was indeed in a mess right now. He didn't fully believe in predicting the future yet, but when it came to solving his own problems, that Lord Lucci could certainly be the one. The other party must be a very powerful non-user. But this issue has never been simply a matter of thought, it is also a matter of family. He didn't know much about Lucci, but that book could definitely attract Lucci to take action. But the books are not his, and that family will definitely not give the books to outsiders. Once a conflict arises, it will be very troublesome. But he really needs to solve a real problem. If time goes on any longer, he is afraid that Rujin will not be able to hold on for much longer. Have you been able to meet Examiner Lucci? Compared to calling him Sir, Xiaoliu was still used to calling Lucci Examiner. He had made up his mind at this moment. Chapter 161. The top floor of the Sky Arena. Baiziji was lying on the ground with lifeless eyes, her clothes were torn to pieces, but fortunately she was still somewhat covered and not completely exposed. The only people around were Netero and the 15 judges who were maintaining the barrier. The one who fights Biscuit is naturally Lucci. This is an agreed agreement. The 15 referees around were also half kneeling on the ground at this time, because their mental energy was also consumed very greatly. At the same time, they also looked at Lucci in the field with admiration. This battle was not a challenge from the OP, but a secret battle, so there were no spectators. The only ones who could be considered as spectators were President Netero and his son Bai. Haha, with your strength, it seems that the strongest person in my world will be surpassed by someone else. Netero said this, but his eyes and the aura on his body did not mean that at all. He looked like he wanted to have a fight too. Old man, please spare me. I'm a little tired now. Lucci in the field waved his hand to refuse. This battle was no crush. The strength displayed by Baizaji still surprised Lucci a little, except for the boxing and palm techniques Tian Shan 6 Yang Palm that she had practiced herself. She actually cultivated the life and death talisman into a transformation ability. Directly transform into the messenger of ice. He has powerful physical strength and is very fast. He is very balanced in all aspects, and his mental energy is enormous due to the accumulation of the rejuvenation technique. The most important thing is, Miss Cookie actually helped her develop some different abilities. Originally it was just an ability to assist in cultivation, but now it has the added ability of healing. This is to supplement yourself in all aspects. Lucci feels that the current biscuit is definitely stronger than the biscuit in the anime. In order to not be affected by his own Sharingan, he used the Madoka very skillfully, and also practiced how to fight without even looking into the opponent's eyes. This fighting style is not rare for a true martial artist. Unfortunately, Lucci is no longer the same Lucci as he gained more and more control over the word God. Even without developing other abilities, he can use a variety of abilities just by using the power of the divine word. Sure enough, even the clothes on your body are not damaged. Baizaji mobilized the remaining mental energy and turned herself into a lowly state. In this state, she can recover faster. Lucci found it tricky, but in Biscuit's opinion, he was just crushed. He fought with all his might, but not even a piece of clothing on Lucci was damaged. There is no way. After all, this is a gap in mind power. Unless you have the ability to cultivate the rule system, it is basically impossible to defeat me. You have worked hard in cultivation, but I am not bad either. As for this, well, I made it specially. If you can tear it apart, then there is no need to spend so much hard work to make it. As he spoke, a piece of clothing appeared in Lucci's hand, and he threw it to Biscuit. The main reason why Bai was jealous was Lucci's spatial ability. Since we have clothes, we should also have similar weapons, right? Biscuit asked casually. Of course, it's a pity that I'm the only one who has the ability to produce it now, and my subordinates are not talented enough and not strong enough. Lucci said with a little regret. Using the power of divine words to make things is called refining by Lucci. It can also be said to be the creation of a tool for meditation. I spent a lot of time thinking about this dress. As he spoke, the clothes on Lucci began to change and turned into a black windbreaker. Even Netero couldn't help but admire Lucci's talent in this area. More importantly, Lucci does not intend to keep this ability to himself, but wants to teach it to others. Are you really planning to leave? Isn't it best to practice here? Lucci was going to persuade Biscuit. Lucci admired Baizaji very much because she practiced very hard and kept climbing, mainly because she had a clear goal. I need to see the outside world. Maybe I can encounter some interesting things. Biscuit still refused. Being in Carey City did help her practice. Not only are there resources for cultivation, but there are also various opponents with which to fight and grow. But Biscuit still made the decision. It's up to you. Seeing Biscuit so determined, Lucci didn't say anything more. Thank you for your hard work. He then expressed his gratitude to the 15 referees. The fight between him and Baizaji was so noisy that the barrier could hardly be maintained. Even the referees speculated that the battle ended because they ran out of energy and could no longer maintain the barrier. Otherwise, the battle may have to continue for some time. Lucci has rarely appeared this year, and today we saw a wonderful battle, and I also got to see the strength of Lucci and Biscuit again. As judges, they naturally have their own criteria for judging. Biscuit's strength is probably enough to compete for the master of the 240th floor. After this battle, Lucci thought that he might already be the strongest man in the world. Although he has not fought with Sensei Netero yet, Lucci believes that he will not lose now. He is still very young and his strength can continue to improve. Especially his signing ability. He can obtain power from other dimensions, and I'm afraid he will become even stronger the next time he signs in. Lucci didn't have much in mind for the title of the strongest person in the world, as his main focus now was on successfully cultivating immortals. Maybe we can directly reform the power system of this world. Before returning to his room, he received a call from the secretary's office. The secretary on the phone told Lucci that someone wanted to meet him. They were from the Conrad family and also included a candidate. At first, Lucci thought it was Jin and Russell who came. But I didn't expect it to be the other two. Lucci came to the office and still wanted to see them. Of course, more of it is interest. Even such an outrageous ability as predicting the future has appeared. So was this something that was foreseen? The stronger his strength is, the calmer Lucci can face any situation. Soon, Yetai Kent and Charles appeared in Lucci's room. After Yetai introduced himself, Lucci realized that the Conrad family actually had such a genius. Of course, only those who grow up are true geniuses. Now you can tell me directly why you want to see me. First, Yetai explained why they were here. He emphasized his own abilities and told all the information without hiding anything. Chapter 162. Wait until Yetai Conrad finishes speaking before it's Charles's turn. What he was talking about was naturally his commission. It's much more detailed than what I said before. The commission on him came from the kingdom of Kyokanyu, one of the 5 great nations. The female companion he befriended was called Bessie Copperfield Stacy. The Stacy family is from an ancient noble family of the Kyokanyu kingdom. Xiaolier didn't know much about this family, but he knew that it had a strong influence in the Kyokanyu kingdom. The problem he wanted to solve was a spellbinding tool called Book of Sacrifice. Xiaolier was not sure whether it was a mental tool or not, but it did have powerful abilities. The Book of Sacrifice was an heirloom of the Stacy family. It was stolen by Bessie, or to be more precise, it was brought out by her. Because this book belongs to Bessie temporarily. This Book of Sacrifice is an inheritance of the Stacy family. It can sacrifice the life of a family member to help other family members awaken their Nen and gain powerful Nen abilities. Upon hearing this introduction, the first thing that came to Lucci's mind was the mind pot of the Kajin Empire. Is it a similar existence? Sure enough, for those national nobles with ancient family backgrounds and deep roots, they must have or know about this kind of things. And Bessie, as Charles mentioned, naturally did not want to bear this kind of mission. She was still very young and didn't want to bear this kind of family mission at all. Of course, the most important thing is that she is not a direct member of this family, but a member of a branch family. And not everyone can offer sacrifice to that Book of Sacrifice. First of all, it has a time limit for use, and the sacrifice also has a certain purpose. However, neither Bessie nor other members of the Stacy family know what the screening agency is like. Without interrupting Charles's narration, Lucci continued to listen. He had become interested in this Book of Sacrifice. Naturally, Bessie couldn't escape the Stacy family's search and was found, and then the much-anticipated battle segment ensued. How could she and Cheryl possibly be a match for a powerful family like Stacy, not to mention that they could use the power of the country to a certain extent? In order to protect Charles, Bessie had to use the power of the Book of Sacrifice. Then, for some unknown reason, the Book of Sacrifice exploded, and a powerful telekinesis enveloped the town where they were. The whole town has turned into a magic world. The reason why Charles was able to come out alive was because Bessie was still conscious and sent him out of the town shrouded by the power of the Book of Sacrifice. Then he was caught by the Stacy family. Next, the Stacy family wants to solve the problems caused by the Book of Sacrifice and wants to take back the Book of Sacrifice. Then a lot of people died. No one who entered the Devil's Realm ever came back. Then the people of the Stacy family simply asked someone to take Charles into the magic place. It has completely changed and turned into a strange place with many strange monsters. The Stacy family suffered heavy losses. Only Xiaolier was not in trouble. In this situation, it is natural to realize that Bessie is still alive, or to be more precise, she has her own consciousness and can protect Charlie. Let him and some people from the Stacy family leave the magic realm alive. The Stacy family couldn't give up and began to mobilize other forces, the first of which was the Mind Remover. The power of the Book of Sacrifice also belongs to the mind, and can also be affected by the means of eliminating the mind. However, the thought-eliminating master we found was of no help in facing this magical realm formed by thoughts. If we wanted to solve the problem, we had to enter the magical realm. But entering it is simply an act of seeking death. And Xiaolier also wanted to solve the problem and entered the magic realm several times, but in the end the Stacy family would not let him in. He wasn't even allowed near the town. And showed that if he wanted to solve the problem, he should become a hunter. The story is over. Yet I was thinking why the Stacy family let Xiaolier go so easily and even let him become a hunter. Because I was confused, I just asked. I guess they reached some agreement with Bessie. We once said that we would take the hunter exam together. Although he didn't know Bessie's condition, it was definitely not good. Because the few times he entered the devil's realm later, the strange monsters inside began to attack him. This means that Bessie's control is weakening, and maybe even Bessie's will is weakening. This is what worries him most. Of course this was just his guess, but Charles believed it firmly, because under normal circumstances, the Stacy family would not let him go. He knew very well the nature of these great aristocratic families. Lord Lucci, if you are willing to help, I can sell my life to you. Xiaolier knelt directly in front of Lucci. And Lucci was thinking. First was the Book of Sacrifice, and then the Stacy family. He is very interested in this book and he will not give up if he has the chance to get it. It's just a little troublesome. The Stacy family seems to be very powerful and is a giant in the Kyokanyo kingdom. The other party will not give up easily if you try to steal their family's inheritance. Even if one is not careful, it may trigger an international conflict and one may become a terrorist. Lucci was not afraid, but he was afraid that his plan would be disrupted. Affects the development of Sky Arena. I'm very interested in this matter, but before that, I need to learn more about it. Lucci agreed to the matter. Then it's time to find out about Stacy's family. You can directly purchase relevant information through the Hunter Intelligence website. After some searching, it was discovered that this family was indeed a behemoth, with great influence in the business and political circles of the Kyokanyo kingdom. And they also have a marriage relationship with another big family in the Kyokanyo kingdom. Lucci tried to search for information about the Book of Sacrifice on the Hunter Intelligence website, but unfortunately there was no information displayed. However, some recent changes in the Stacy family are shown on the Hunter Intelligence website. A typical example is the mobilization of personnel and materials to a certain area of the Kyokanyo kingdom. Lucci guessed that was where the Book of Sacrifice erupted. Lucci also sought advice from President Netero. Then he learned some things, such as the Book of Sacrifice, which Netero had seen once or twice. One was in some underground ruins, but it was already buried deep underground, and the other was in another force, something that had a certain relationship with thoughts after death. Chapter 163. On the airship. Lucci is reading information about various types of mental tools in the Devil Realm and Secret Realm. These were obtained from teacher Netero. Of course, Lucci also had a thrilling battle with Netero, but in the end, neither of them won. Of course, if it came to a protracted battle, Lucci would be better. Lucci is stronger than Netero in both mental energy and physical strength. But Lucci can't reach the level of Netero, who listens to every punch with his heart. Through the Hunter Association, Lucci obtained a lot of relevant information. The intelligence was enough for Lucci to even consider taking control of the Hunter Association. The Hunter Association can be said to possess the most intelligent secrets in the world known to mankind. First of all, it is a tool for meditation, or it can no longer be simply described as a tool for meditation. According to the records of the Hunter Association, some extremely special people have very unusual abilities. The most common ones are sword-like weapons with some kind of rule-based abilities attached. Of course, this kind of momentum is okay. The reason why it is unusual is that when the person with the ability dies, the thought is formed, and the thought tool does not disappear. Instead, a special thought aura is formed on the thought tool, which is a bit like grudge. It makes the tool stronger, but also creates a kind of curse. Generally, other people who use these cursed tools pay a heavy price. These things reminded Lucci of a certain theater version, an unrecognized theater version, which contained grudges. Of course, according to the information, this grudge is different from that in the movie. Of course, cursed tools such as swords are relatively common among them. The data also contains information about the Dark Sonata. This music score called Demon King possesses extraordinary power. Although it is very scary, there are still people who want to master this power. According to historical records, 100 years ago there was a musician who mastered the mind. He not only mastered the Dark Sonata of the harp, but also turned it into a power. He gave his harp the power of Dark Sonata, and paid a heavy price to destroy the opponent and the influence of Dark Sonata. Of course, there is no detailed information on the matter. We only know that the musician's harp was left behind after his death. In the end, it is not even known whether it was destroyed. In addition to this, there is also a nursery rhyme novelist whose ability is his nursery rhyme books. After his death, the ability did not disappear, but the books that carried the ability disappeared. But in fact, it is just because of the thought of afterlife that it has become a horror nursery rhyme. As long as someone has heard the related nursery rhyme, they will be haunted by the nursery rhyme. It will make people fall into a certain secret realm, and if they are lucky they may be able to come out alive and successfully awaken their mind energy. But according to historical records, only one example exists to date. Seeing this, Lucci was speechless. This was too unreasonable. There were indeed many dangerous things in this world. I didn't expect there would be something like Dark Sonata. It's really not easy for ordinary people to live in such a world. Seeing this, Lucci was no longer sure whether he had the ability to get rid of the power of the Book of Sacrifice. It seems that I need to develop the ability to eliminate thoughts. According to the information, these strange rule abilities are still mind abilities, so there is still a possibility that they can be dealt with by eliminating the mind. Lucci continued to look through the documents. The parts about the magic realm and the secret realm are also related to thoughts. After all, this is the information he wants. Some of them are not clearly recorded, but they are all very dangerous, but they are related to thoughts. Some materials record the magic realm and secret realm formed by thoughts after death. One of the records surprised Lucci even more, because the thought after death might not necessarily be formed by human beings, but could also be other species. Of course, these are not particularly numerous. Lucci only had 9 pieces of relevant information. There is very little information about what is inside, because these magical realms and secret realms formed by thoughts after death are not only very dangerous, but there is nothing attractive inside. Since no one has explored it, there is naturally very little information. Even trying to solve it is rather troublesome and requires a mind exorcist. Thought exorcists are rare to begin with, let alone those with powerful abilities. While Lucci was still on the airship heading to the kingdom of Kyokanyu, far away in a military camp on the edge of a small town in the kingdom of Kyokanyu, the Stacy family has already obtained relevant intelligence. That guy really became a hunter. Several leaders of the Stacy family gathered in the camp headquarters area. There were 7 people in total. He is an user anyway. Passing the hunter exam is nothing to him. Now that Regina's request has been met, we can kill him. 6 men and 1 woman were discussing the life and death of Charles. Don't worry, let him enter the secret realm and test whether Regina's consciousness still exists. It would be good to let him die in the secret realm. It won't be that easy this time. Not only has he come back, but he has also brought trouble with him. The person who obtained the information was a middle-aged man named Adolf. Trouble, anything could cause us trouble. Jim didn't think there would be any trouble at all. Their only trouble now was how to retrieve the Book of Sacrifice. This trouble is not simple. He brought the top floor owner of the Sky Arena here. The information that Lucci and Xiaolier came together naturally could not be hidden from them, and as for Atai Conrad, he was never taken seriously. If you say Lucci's name, they might not know who he is. But as soon as the title of the top floor master of the Sky Arena came out, they knew it. There is no top power in the world that doesn't know about Lucci. One reason is because of Lucci's identity. The Sky Arena is now well known all over the world, and the other reason is because of Lucci's powerful strength. Another Netero. Everyone frowned. Netero earned the title of the strongest in the world step by step. Lucci also has this trend now, and is even younger than Netero was back then. There are many types of telepathic abilities in the world, some of which are even strange and powerful. But this method basically has limitations. If you want to deal with Netero, it is easy for him to break all his methods. There is no room for maneuver at all. What's more worrying is that this owner of Lucci Tower might have become interested in our family's Book of Sacrifice, which is completely different from Netero. Based on the information he collected, Adolf was able to understand the reason why Lucci appeared. That's really troublesome. It's rare that these 7 people don't look down on Lucci. Instead, there was a look of fear. Because they had all seen Netero in action before, and that incomparable power penetrated their hearts. Now what should we do with this top floor owner of the Sky Arena? The 7 people quickly discussed it. Chapter 164. Lucci and the other 2 got off the airship and were preparing to leave the airport. The kingdom of Kyokanyu is one of the 5 major countries. Unless it is a registered airship or certain airship companies, other airships are not allowed to enter the territory. The airship in the Sky Arena does not have this authority yet. They were on a civilian airship. Lord Lucci, I am a subordinate of the Stacy family. The car to Waterfall Town is ready for you. Several men in suits came directly to them and took the initiative to tell them their identities. Oh. Lucci hesitated for a moment, but still got into the car with them. The main thing is confidence in one's ability. A long car was already waiting outside the airship airport. And next to the car a young woman was already waiting. Cheryl, I didn't expect you to come back. The young woman greeted Cheryl first. Emma. And Charles also said the other person's name. The other party is also a member of Stacy's family, and is a sister and friend of Regina. She also helped Regina escape from the family. The reason why they got to know each other was because the Stacy family treated them as abandoned children and allowed them to explore the secret realm formed by the Book of Sacrifice, and Charles was one of them at that time. Lucci was able to quickly analyze whether this was the Stacy family's attempt to show goodwill. This is Lord Lucci. Xiaoliu was afraid that Emma would offend Lucci, so he quickly introduced him. I know you, the top floor owner of the Sky Arena, and a disciple of Netero of the Heart Source School. To be honest, the reason I can be here is because of you, Lucci. Even though Emma was a direct descendant of the family, she had done something so outrageous that, under normal circumstances, she would not have survived. The reason why he was able to survive was because of the agreement between the Stacy family and Bessie. Okay, get in the car. If they keep waiting, they might get impatient. After everyone got on the bus, Lucci looked at certain places inside the car. As expected of a strong man that they fear, he has discovered the surveillance equipment in the car. Emma revealed the truth directly. It's really not a good feeling to be stared at. Lucci patted his knee lightly, and a burst of mental energy instantly covered the entire car. Then all the monitoring settings were destroyed by Lucci. This can also be considered a test from the Stacy family. Charlie, you shouldn't have come back. I'm afraid Bessie has. Emma continued to say to Charlie. She has been to the secret realm more than once. As Bessie's friend, she has a deep relationship with Bessie. As long as Bessie still has her consciousness, she may not be in too much danger. But now she was sure that Bessie was dead. The last time she entered, she was completely different from the previous time. In the first few times, even if we encountered danger, it would not be too high, and we were able to find a way to leave. Only for the last time did Bessie's voice appear in her mind. And told her that she couldn't hold on any longer, and that it was Bessie's last bit of strength that allowed her to come out alive. Originally, after she had rested up, she was going to lead the team into the secret realm again today, but the arrival of Lucci and Xiaoliu allowed her to survive. When I left, I wanted to tell you something. Now it seems too late. You have become a hunter. Charlie didn't understand. They didn't let you go out of kindness in the first place. They have an agreement with Bessie. Emma directly revealed some relevant information about the Book of Sacrifice. There is actually a minor benefit to being a sacrifice. That is, a wish can be realized, provided that it has no negative impact on the family and is a wish that the family can fulfill. Bessie had not yet made a sacrifice, and had not made any specific wish. But for some unknown reason, Bessie activated the Book of Sacrifice and thus fulfilled some of the conditions and was able to negotiate with the family. The survival of Charles and Emma is a condition. And Xiaoliu becoming a hunter has become a crucial condition. Originally, she wanted to tell Xiaoliu that as long as he did not become a hunter, the Stacy family could not attack him, and any side attack would not be feasible. Otherwise there will be a backlash, and no one knows what the backlash will be like. But there must be relevant records in Stacy's history, otherwise the members of Stacy's family would not always abide by this. Even if there is an agreement with her, because she is a family member, the effect is far less strong than that of an outsider, so she can be executed in a roundabout way. The reason is that she has been allowed to enter the secret realm. After hearing this, Lucci asked, so the effect will be enhanced when facing non-Stacy family members. Emma nodded immediately. And Charles was still immersed in Emma's news that Bessie was dead. Is it really too late? However, he did not completely believe it. Only when he actually saw Bessie's body would he give up. His eyes immediately became determined. After all, there are miracles hidden in the power of Nen. This Book of Sacrifice is the heirloom of your family. Was it created by an user in your family? Lucci asked directly. The other party is from the Stacy family and should know more information. I don't know. The Book of Sacrifice is also a taboo in the family. Only the 7 chosen people and the person who offers the sacrifice can know the relevant information. Emma shook her head. Although you are powerful, Master Lucci, this matter is not so easy to resolve. If possible, I hope you can give up and take Xiaolier away from here. Emma said pleadingly. Is it dangerous there? Luffy asked. It's not just dangerous. What we encountered before was not dangerous at all. The real danger. Emma suddenly paused. It was as if time had been suspended halfway, or it could be said that I had lost consciousness. It took her almost 30 seconds to recover. I can't tell you the details. If it weren't for Bessie, I would have been drowned in it. It seems that not all information cannot be revealed. You're saying that sinking has already explained something. It seems that it is not just a simple danger. Lucci said. Emma was not surprised because her family had guessed it. But this alone cannot solve the problem. In other words, there is no one in the Stacy family who has the ability to probe memories, otherwise Emma's memory would have to be probed to obtain her information. Of course, even if there is, there may be another situation, that is, if Emma's memory is explored, she will die directly. Since there are rules in you, then. Lucci opened his Sharingan. But since I was wearing colored contact lenses, no one could tell. Chapter 165. Now Lucci's Sharingan can see more things. Some rules of Nin abilities cannot be seen simply by using condensation. It's like the ability of the bomb demon, which will not be discovered at all before it is officially activated. Now Lucci's Sharingan has transformed into a Mangeki, but he is still not proficient enough in the use of Suzanu's abilities. In this state, the Sharingan can see the rules of certain Nin abilities. Emma only felt that there was a light in Lucci's eyes, and her whole body seemed to be seen through. Is this some kind of ability? The legendary eye ability that can make people fall into illusions. The Stacy family gathered intelligence on Lucci very quickly and completely. Basically, they knew all the abilities that Lucci had ever demonstrated. Among them is Lucci's ability to use divine words. From Lucci's perspective, Emma was covered with a thin layer of mist. Can you tell me the story again? This kind of experience is extremely rare, and Lucci made the request. Of course. Emma thought to herself, it seems that this owner of the Lucci building may really be able to solve the problem. Emma once again recounted her experience in the secret realm. She once again fell into a state of stagnation. Lucci saw that when Emma tried to tell her experience in the secret realm, the mist on her body reacted and turned a dangerous red. Impact on her. However, this influence is completely invisible and infeasible to ordinary non-users. It's like being caught in something weird. Only Lucci can see the existence of telekinesis, which is more advanced than using invisibility. Lucci stretched out his hand, and the energy in his hand turned into silk threads and tried to touch the mist. Unfortunately, it penetrates directly, as if the two are in different dimensions. Unless Lucci has the ability to eliminate thoughts, he cannot solve the other party's problems. Soon Emma returned to normal. The first question he asked was, how is it? Whether it can solve the problem. Lucci shook his head. Then excuse me for what I am doing next. Lucci used the Sharingan to hypnotize the other party. Emma couldn't tell why she was in such a dazed state. It might be related to her inner desire to speak it out, her subjective desire to speak it out. But what if you are controlled? Use the hypnotic power of the Sharingan to make the other person say it out? But Emma fell into a daze again. It's really not that simple. Lucci thought it was too simple. If it was so easy, the operator could also let Emma speak out the situation. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to eliminate thoughts. Lucci could only say regretfully. Now he wanted the ability to eliminate thoughts even more. Xiaolier and Yetai Conrad watched Lucci's actions in silence. It's a bit of a pity to see that Lucci didn't succeed. Since there was no way to understand the situation inside the secret realm, Lucci simply learned about the Stacy family from Emma. Emma did not hide anything and told everyone she knew. This behavior is actually a betrayal of the family. Emma has actually given up hope. Even if she didn't say these things, her fate in the family would still be death. In this case, it is natural to choose the better result. Maybe she wouldn't have to die, so Emma placed her hope of survival on Lucci. The Stacy family is one of the 3 major families in the Kyokanyo kingdom, the other being the royal family and another being an equal family. The branches of the company are all over the world. With the help of the power in the Kyokanyo kingdom, he also has many industries. One of the family members who is publicly known is ranked 7th on the world's rich list. At the same time, he has his own private army and many hidden mercenaries, and he also supports some mafia families. In addition, there are some associations and sects. All I can say is that they are involved in all walks of life. If you use force, it would be very easy to destroy a small country. There are 7 direct branches of the family in total. To be precise, only those chosen by the Book of Sacrifice have the possibility of becoming direct descendants. Join different factions based on the abilities you gain. This will not be inherited based on bloodline, but based on the power of the Book of Sacrifice. The sacrifice ceremony of the Book of Sacrifice is performed every 20 years. Are they divided into factions based on different abilities? In other words, are their abilities the same? Or similar? Lucci asked. And Emma shook her head. I don't know about that. I haven't seen those 7 family heads take action. After all, they don't need to fight, and they rarely need to fight, and they have a large number of people under their command. But those who gain the ability to sacrifice can only live to 80 years old. Of this Emma was absolutely certain. No one can escape this age. Emma guessed that it might be related to the Book of Sacrifice. The Book of Sacrifice might take their lives when they were 80 years old. That sacrificial ceremony was actually also a kind of contract ceremony. While gaining power, he also gave his life to the Book of Sacrifice. Lucci's guessing ability should not be bad, otherwise, with the size of the Stacy family, there would be no need to rely on the power of the Book of Sacrifice. Lucci thought of the mind beasts of the princes of the Kaken Empire in the comics. Each one of them was weirdly powerful and, in short, had very troublesome abilities. This Book of Sacrifice shouldn't be too bad, right? As for how the 7 family heads will rotate, no one knows, and sometimes they will be replaced suddenly. After all, once every 20 years, those young people who have mastered the ability will not just sit there and watch. Along the way, Lucci learned a lot about the Stacy family. This family does not have as many non-users as one might imagine. If the Stacy family wanted, they could naturally make all their subordinates non-users. But the existence of class will not allow them to do so. Having powerful subordinates has both advantages and disadvantages. The most obvious disadvantage is worrying about the loyalty of your subordinates, and even the Stacy family will worry about the emergence of some powerful abilities. This is the main reason why the ability of mind will not spread widely. The power of telekinesis is a kind of idealistic power. When the base number of its ability is large, there will always be some tricky abilities. Powerful abilities will bring chaos, and chaos is the stepping stone to the top. For the Stacy family, some things are best left unchanged. There are very few people like Lucci who can spread their thoughts on a large scale. It took about 2 hours of driving to reach our destination. The entire secret realm is surrounded by tents. With all kinds of people armed with guns, this place has become a military stronghold. When Lucci got off the car, he was not polite at all. The powerful energy turned into a circle and covered the entire military camp. Chapter 166. When Lucci showed off his roundness unscrupulously. Now he can't reach Catwoman's distance of several thousand meters, but he already has a radius of 700 or 800 meters. If it extends in a straight line, it can also exceed 1,000 meters. A powerful circle, with a personal aura, can have an impact on people. This is a show of force. Using the circle like this is a bit like a domineering color when facing ordinary people. As long as Lucci wanted, the ordinary people in these military camps would be shocked unconscious. Of course, it can also be said that they would faint because of fear. In the Ant chapter, Nob was so scared that he developed a psychological trauma and even became bald. In fact, it's not that he can't endure psychologically. In addition to the possible reason of instant death, there is another reason, that is, Nob, who sneaked into the palace, used absolute magic. Every time you use your abilities in the palace, you have to endure a huge test, the test of being discovered and killed instantly. It was only when he felt Yuppie's mental energy circle at close range that he became completely overwhelmed and suffered a psychological breakdown. It's like an ordinary person being affected by mental energy. Another example is in the anime, when Gon and Killua, who had not yet learned to read, went to the 200th floor to sign up, but were stopped by Hisoka. This is when Hisoka has no ill intentions. Ordinary people felt that some terrible danger had occurred, so they all ran out. The guards at the door sensed the danger and were even ready to shoot at Lucci and the others. Lucci glanced sideways and it seemed that they were not ordinary soldiers. At least they had strong wills. But Lucci did not give them the chance to shoot and directly scare them unconscious. The non-users in the military camp felt it the most deeply, and they all jumped onto the top of the tents to look out. The faces of the 7 family heads suddenly changed, as they realized that the owner of Lucci Tower might have arrived. A circle of this size. It's a bit scary. If the circle has a small range, it doesn't mean that the non-user is weak, but if the circle has a large range, the other party must be a strong one. Just like a high-scoring TV series on Daobon may not necessarily mean a good TV show, but a low-scoring one is definitely a bad movie. It wasn't just the Stacy family that was shocked. Even Xiaolier and Yetai, who were standing next to Lucci, were shocked. This scale of circle and mind energy is simply breathtaking and unprecedented. And Lucci was already looking into the distance. His circle naturally also covered the secret place. The secret realm is not a small town surrounded by some barrier. On the way here, they already knew the external conditions of the secret realm. The original town has disappeared. In the most central area of the military camp, which was the original small town area, there was only a pond. This pond is where the secret place is. If you want to enter the secret realm, you must enter this pond. Lucci's circle also touched the pond. It appeared to be a pond on the outside, but in fact the entire pond was shrouded in spiritual energy. Lucci's circle could not be penetrated, and this secret realm did not react to Lucci's mental energy. Soon a large group of people arrived at the gate of the military camp. And Lucci also began to retract the circle. As expected of the top floor owner of the Sky Arena, you are really powerful. Adolf Stacy came forward immediately. I'm Adolf Stacy, the owner of Lucci Building welcomes you. Adolf was a middle-aged man. He acted a little fawning in front of Lucci, not like the head of a big family at all. But Lucci's gaze passed over the other person and looked behind him. Behind Adolf Stacy is a black figure who looks very similar to him. Flames appeared on Lucci's hands, and Adolf Stacy's face changed. He stopped and did not approach Lucci any further. Is this the ability that the Book of Sacrifice brings to you? Lucci glanced over. Behind the 7 family heads present were 7 figures who looked similar to them. The faces of the 7 family heads darkened. They also noticed Lucci's gaze. Adolf Stacy never thought that someone would be able to see their mind beast. These 7 figures are the mind beasts bestowed upon them by the Book of Sacrifice, and they all possess different abilities. It is also known as the 7 deadly sins beasts of mind. Adolf Stacy is an arrogant mind beast. As long as someone dares to look down on him and shows his mind ability in front of him, he will copy the other person's ability. The 7 deadly sins will not affect them. So when Adolf Stacy faced other people, he would always act humble and make the other party look down on him. Given his status, any humble behavior, gestures, or words would surprise those who don't know the inside story, and then naturally lead to contempt. Once contempt occurs, the arrogant beast will exert influence on the target. In addition to the ability to copy, the ability to change a person's nature is also extremely terrifying. The abilities of the 7 deadly sins and beasts are basically powerful, and there are not many restrictions on their use. Why were they so impressed by Netero in the first place? The most important reason is that the influence of the 7 deadly sins beast nature is completely useless on Netero. For a martial artist like Netero, whose state of mind has been honed countless times, the abilities of the 7 deadly sins mind beasts have no effect on him at all. Similarly, they cannot affect Lucci, not to mention that Lucci has discovered their abilities in advance. Adolf Stacy couldn't believe it. The 7 deadly sins are called mind beasts, but they are not physical combat beasts. Instead, they are rule-based mind beasts that are invisible in the form of phantoms. Apart from themselves, no one has been seen to be able to see the existence of the 7 deadly sins. This cannot be seen even when using the condenser. Even Netero, the strongest man in the world at that time, had never seen it. Even other people who were given power by the Book of Sacrifice cannot see the 7 deadly sins. But now something unexpected happened. How can this be? But the 7 of them quickly calmed down. It can only be said that the owner of this Lucci building possesses extraordinary power. These 7 deadly sin beasts cannot be sensed in Lucci's circle observation. If it weren't for the Sharingan, he would never have been able to discover these things. It's really weird. I didn't expect that you, Mr. Lucci, could actually see this. This has never happened in the history of our Stacy family. The speaker was Polly Stacy, the only female among the 7 heads of the family. She is an extremely beautiful woman. Her whole body exudes elegance and grace, giving off a completely mature vibe. Its ability is lust, which is a bit like the ability of the sweet fruit in One Piece. Chapter 167. Although Polly Stacy looks like a mature woman in her 30s, her actual age is actually over 50. I believe Emma must have told you a lot about our Stacy family on the way here. We want to know why a strong man like you chooses to help him. His eyes lingered on Charles. If your goal is our family's book of sacrifice, then even if you are a strong man, we are not afraid to be your enemy. The one who uttered this sentence was Alan, who represented the ability of rage. Unlike the limitations of other abilities, Alan's ability is much simpler. He can increase his strength through rage, and even the rage of other people can give him a boost in strength. It can be said that their 7 deadly sin abilities are all related to emotions. I have accepted his commission. Of course, what is more important is my curiosity about your family's book of sacrifice. I naturally want to experience this power. It seems like your big fuss won't solve the problem. I want to enter that secret realm. Do you want to stop me? Lucci asked. Lucci had no intention of cooperating with them. This made the 7 family heads feel depressed, and at the same time a little angry, as they were looked down upon by Lucci. It was a pity for Adolf, because Lucci could see the existence of the 7 deadly sins, which resulted in him not being able to touch Lucci and thus failing to meet the conditions. Otherwise, his ability could have been activated. Originally, they arranged for people to pick up Lucci and the others with the intention of cooperating. Of course not. We can't solve the problem. If you, Master Lucci, can solve this secret place and help us get the Book of Sacrifice back, we will also give you a generous reward and we can also commission you. On the contrary, Polly, who represents lust, did not give up. The situation has become like this, and the sacrificial ceremony can no longer be carried out. At least the Book of Sacrifice must be taken back. Given the size of the family, there is no need to worry about losing this power. But it has been passed down for a long time and represents the family rules, so it is better to take it back. Master Lucci, we can also provide books and knowledge about divine characters as compensation. The Book of Sacrifice is only useful in our family. Even if you want to study it, it is impossible. They are not robbers or bandits. If they can talk, they will choose to negotiate. Of course, it was the strength shown by Lucci that made them feel qualified to have an equal conversation. Otherwise, I might not even be able to see them. I have to say that this made Lucci a little excited. Such a big family must have a lot of good things in their hands. Behind them were several young men with dissatisfied looks on their faces. They wanted to say something, but were stopped. For the younger generation, it is natural that they will feel uncomfortable when they see them being so humble to others. In addition to the problem of experience, the other party is just one person, so what if he is a powerful and strong man? There are so many people here, so many guns, and quite a few non-users, so it will be no problem to kill Lucci and the others. Several of them were even selected as qualified people. Originally, they could have gained power through the sacrificial ceremony and become a member of the main family, but now, everything has gone to waste. If they hated Xiaolier so much, they would never let Xiaolier go if they had the chance. Of course, this also includes Emma, who is also a member of the same tribe. I saw Lucci's intention. Polly spoke again, Master Lucci, I believe you don't want to be our enemy, and your situation is not good now. This sentence is meaningful. When Lucci left the Sky Arena, some minor disturbances occurred in the city of Carey. First, other mafia families came to Carey City to compete for territory. At the same time, some of the telepathic abilities and evil deeds were revealed when they were beaten to death, and the telepathic abilities were described as evil forces. Some cooperative organizations with Sky Arena also terminated their contracts with Sky Arena. In addition, various martial arts schools were invited by official personnel from some countries. It provides many benefits. There is already some chaos in the city of Carey now. There are also some people secretly stirring up trouble in Carey City, and some religions and secret societies are also heading to Carey City, intending to settle there. All of this is under the guidance of caring people. In short, those high-ranking officials of countries who want to make things difficult for Carey City will not let Carey City remain peaceful, and they all plan to turn Carey City into a sinister city where the strong prey on the weak. What is more important is to reduce the influence of Sky Arena. Of course, it's just the beginning now and no major problems have emerged yet. As the top family in the Kyokanyo Kingdom, the intelligence about Lucci collected by the Stacy family naturally also included the official targeting of the 5 major countries. They do not allow the existence of such large-scale urban organizations that indiscriminately train people with abilities, but fortunately they also have to take into account public opinion and the ideas of other countries. Otherwise, I'm afraid they might just start a war. It is natural that the Stacy family cannot continue to show weakness. This sentence can also be regarded as a warning. If Lucci really wants to make things difficult for them, then they don't mind destroying Lucci's foundation. They are ahead in all aspects of manpower, material resources, and financial resources, so it will not be difficult to suppress them. In fact, this was already expected when Lucci left. This time he left the Sky Arena intentionally to let these troublemakers make some trouble and see who would be his steadfast allies. After finishing things here, he will go back to deal with it. Some little tricks are completely inadequate in the face of absolute strength. Lucci has this confidence. It seems that I have no choice but to agree to it. Lucci smiled faintly. So is it okay for me to enter the secret realm now? Lucci asked. Lucci did not choose to continue with his tough attitude. They were not enemies, and there was no need to fight to the death. After hearing what Lucci said, the 7 family heads breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Lucci was going to help Xylil and their family, even though they were not really afraid of Lucci. It's just a matter of weighing the pros and cons. If a fight really breaks out, it will definitely cost a lot. Originally, this sacrificial ceremony would have been cancelled if the core members of the family were reduced due to the fight. It is also disadvantageous for the family. Of course. Please come in, Master Lucci. Polly controlled her mind beast to move away a little, and then welcomed Lucci into the camp. I don't know if this behavior is for Lucci to see, or if their 7 deadly sins cannot be retracted. Xylil had no idea about Lucci's behavior. Originally, this matter was because Lucci was interested, otherwise he would not be able to invite Lucci at all. All he wanted to confirm now was Regina's situation. Chapter 168. In the very center of the camp, there is the pond observed by Lucci Yuan. Everyone gathered here. Do you mind if I give it a try? Lucci asked. This was the first time that Lucci had actually come into contact with this secret realm formed by thoughts, so naturally he had a lot of thoughts. Of course. Polly and others would not stop him. Flames appeared from Lucci's hands, and he threw them into the pond in front of him. The raging flames burned directly in the pond. But no water vapor appeared, and the flame only burned on the surface of the pond. Lucci controlled the flame and tried to enter the pond. The circle directly covered the entire pond, sensing its changes. The Sharingan was also staring intently, and in his sight, the entire pond seemed shrouded in red energy. It turned out that some blue-green ponds looked completely red in his eyes. This is not a pond formed by real water, but one formed by mental energy. And there is also the power of space. The flame was not blocked, but after going deep into the pond, the flame controlled by Lucci lost contact. The flame disappeared and a rope emerged from Lucci's hand and went deep into it. It encountered the same situation as the flame. As soon as it entered it, it lost contact. Even the line connection is useless. Lucci did not venture too deep into it. The situation in this secret place is constantly changing. At least you won't fall into a state of sinking at the beginning. At the beginning, we just entered the disappeared town, but there were some monsters in the town, so it was dangerous. At that time, Regina's consciousness still existed. It was not until her consciousness dissipated that subsequent changes occurred. Lucci had no choice but to summon Phoenix. And he and Phoenix are connected in heart and eyes. Phoenix is a mind beast, so even if it really encounters danger, it will not really die. Very suitable for exploration and obtaining information. At the same time, you can also use Phoenix to test whether the ability of space transfer can be used in this secret realm. If possible, there would be no danger for him to enter in person. A ball of fire appeared out of nowhere, and then a huge fiery red divine bird emerged from the flames. There was a brilliant golden red glow on his body. It was the Phoenix. Compared to Dumbledore's Phoenix, Lucci's Phoenix is more like a mythical creature. I don't know if it was influenced by the Pachik worship, but Phoenix also became vain and had higher requirements for his own appearance. Always show your divine splendor. The sudden appearance of the divine bird startled everyone present, but Lucci had already displayed it in succession, and they also guessed that this might be Lucci's telepathic ability. After all, through concentration, they could all see the mental energy condensed on Phoenix. Flying above the pond, its gorgeous golden red feathers flutter in the wind, giving it a unique sense of beauty and solemnity. A beast of thought? Polly and others began to think. From the information they had learned, Lucci had the ability of a mind beast, according to the earliest information, but there was no related information afterwards. All we know is that it is a bird that can use fire. But now it seems that this beast is not simple and cannot be underestimated just by looking at its appearance. And Xiaoyul was even more frightened. Isn't this the sacred bird of the Pachi tribe? Why was I summoned by Lord Lucci? And Xiaolier just happened to see Lucci smiling at him. Could it be? He was not stupid and immediately made many associations. Lord Lucci was far more powerful and mysterious than he had imagined, but it also made Xiaolier more confident. He prayed in his mind that Regina was still alive. Everyone who could read saw Lucci summon the mind beast. Everyone guessed that this was a test using the mind beast. Several members of the Stacy family scoffed. Because it's not like they haven't tried it before. There are many people in their family, including their subordinates, who have the ability of psychic, and some of them have the ability of psychic beasts. The 7 family heads have 7 sinful beasts, and they have also entered the secret realm. It can be said that except for the 7 deadly sin beasts, the other beasts can enter the secret realm as long as their controllers do not enter with them. Then the connection will be cut off and the beast will disappear. Because of their special nature, the 7 deadly sin beasts can only stay in this secret realm for a certain period of time and will soon be absorbed by the secret realm. It was also through the mind beast that the 7 family heads had a conversation with Regina, whose consciousness had not disappeared. It was also through the mind beast that they learned that this secret realm was extremely restraining for people like them who gained power through sacrificial rituals. The 7 deadly sin beast gods can no longer exert their corresponding abilities among them. This is also the reason why the Stacy family has not solved this secret. If Lucci had not come, the Stacy family would not be able to continue to solve this secret place. They can only entrust the Hunter Association. It must be resolved as soon as possible because this secret realm is growing. At the beginning, the secret realm was just a pool of spring water, but now it has become the size of a pond. Phoenix swooped down from the air and dived into the pond. Lucci felt as if he had passed through a spatial membrane, a feeling he had never experienced before. It was different from the situation in Pachi village in the Basin rainforest. The village of Pachi in the Basin rainforest is spatially divided and isolated. And here is a real space barrier. Lucci's consciousness and Phoenix were not blocked, but his ability to transfer space was affected, and it became very difficult to use space transfer. But it has not been completely banned. An inexplicable emotion surged into Lucci's heart, and a strange energy attached to Phoenix. It is also affecting Lucci. Flames immediately burst out from Phoenix's body. It's called the flame of purification, and it can resist and counteract abnormalities. Outside, others saw Lucci fall into a daze for a moment, but soon his eyes became clear, and flames suddenly appeared on Lucci's body. It was a white flame, and one could feel the power within it. This is a success. This is the thought that flashed through the minds of the Stacy family. Sure enough, it was not a simple beast. Lucci's attention was all on Phoenix. He passed through the space barrier and was directly in the water. This time in real water. The water contains the power of mind energy, and the purifying flame resists this alien force. It was at this moment that Lucci felt that he seemed to have always possessed the power to eliminate thoughts. Isn't the purifying flame the removal of thoughts? We just need to make a little development effort in this direction. Since there was no danger for the time being, Lucci asked Phoenix to cancel the protection of the purifying flame. Of course, because of the connection, the one on Lucci was not cancelled. Then some memories came back to me, and the environment around Phoenix was changing. Chapter 169. Something is changing in the water. A special kind of thought is having an influence. The surrounding scene changed from water to a forest, and Phoenix was now soaring above the forest. And this forest is very familiar to Phoenix. Guao. Phoenix didn't quite understand the changes around him and was looking around. This is the Basin rainforest. But it is different from the Basin rainforest. Not far away there is a giant tree that is hundreds of meters high. It is a huge oak tree, which looks like the sacred tree in the Basin rainforest magnified many times. Then Phoenix's body shape was changing rapidly. As it grew rapidly, flames began to emerge from its body. These were the flames of the Phoenix. From Phoenix's perspective, it felt that it was more powerful than ever before, and under the sacred tree, there were many Pachi people worshipping it. As it spread its wings and flew high, many birds flew out from the rainforest and danced with it. And a chirping sound was heard above the sacred tree. The sound is very similar to phoenixes, but slightly different. It also conveys a friendly message. Lucci looked in the direction of the camera, and saw a phoenix flying high above the oak tree that looked somewhat different from the phoenix. The moment he saw the other person, Lucci felt an extreme joy in Phoenix's heart. That is the joy of discovering a companion. In this world, Phoenix is a unique existence. It is intelligent and wants to have companions like itself. Otherwise, some birds would not be cultivated in the basin rainforest. The originally bright eyes were shrouded in grey. The phoenix flew high into the sky, dancing with the phoenix in the sky. The connection between Lucci and Phoenix still exists, but when his voice message was transmitted, Phoenix seemed not to hear or feel it. This is completely falling into a fantasy. A simple mind beast will disappear due to loss of contact. Even though Lucci and Phoenix have a close connection, because Phoenix is intelligent and has emotions, he is still affected by the power of the secret realm. Looking at the situation in Phoenix. Because you will encounter your inner desire, will you be able to sink into it? And judging from the situation, the influence of the power of the secret realm on consciousness cannot be avoided by prior awareness. Can that power also explore the memories deep in one's heart? Lucci felt it. The ability to explore memories is not uncommon among non-abilities. In the anime, there is a person in the Phantom Troupe who possesses a similar ability. Everyone looked at Lucci. You can see some emotional changes on Lucci's face. Apart from some surprised expressions, there didn't seem to be any difficulty. The Stacy family is looking forward to having someone who can solve the problem, which is actually a good thing. They also don't want to drag this matter on for too long, as other forces will know about it if it is delayed too long. After all, I don't want the family's secrets to be known by too many outsiders. Looking at Phoenix who couldn't be woken up no matter what. Lucci was helpless and had no other choice but to resort to extraordinary measures. Although Phoenix has its own intelligence, it is Lucci's mind beast after all. Since it belongs to Lucci, Lucci has absolute control over it. Considering that Phoenix has its own consciousness, Lucci treats it as a companion and friend, and will not deliberately exercise coercive control over it. If conditions permit, Phoenix will be given enough time to move around. Until now, Lucci's mental energy is abundant, and Phoenix has been free for several years. Since he cannot be awakened, let him control it. The Phoenix emitted a purifying flame, to see if it could break this illusion. Lucci felt a little resistance from Phoenix, but it was of no use. White flames emerged, and as the purifying flame appeared, the surrounding scene immediately began to change. After all, it is just an environment constructed by thoughts, and it will still be affected by the purifying flame. The phoenix and many other birds that originally flew with the phoenix suddenly began to attack the phoenix, including the fake Pachi people who were worshipping the phoenix. When you want to break free from the illusion, will there be corresponding attack measures? A force attached to Phoenix's body trying to influence it, but Phoenix was a telepathic beast, and now it was Lucci who was controlling it, so it had no effect at all. Under Lucci's control, fierce flames erupted from Phoenix's body, burning everything around it. Once again, he returned to the water, and the water began to boil due to the influence of the flames. At the same time, it also affects the performance of the entrance to the external secret realm. I saw hot bubbles rising from the pond. Is this the value of the top floor owner of the Sky Arena? Not only is the ability unaffected by the secret realm, but it can also have such a huge impact on the secret realm. In the secret realm, Phoenix flew upwards. He flew directly out of the water, and only then did Lucci see where the water Phoenix had been in just now. This is in the fountain pool in the center of Waterfall Town. The surroundings were dim, with grey dust floating in the air. The fire coming out of the Phoenix illuminated the entire surroundings. Already appeared in Waterfall Town. The entire Waterfall Town was shrouded in a black cover. It was completely silent inside and no one could be seen. This town is not small, with a population of over 10,000 people. Were all the people here killed by the power of the secret realm? Fly high above the town and see where the culprit is. I had flown less than 100 meters when suddenly a strong wind blew behind me. Suddenly, an ugly, skinless bird appeared and attacked Phoenix with its sharp beak. Flames burst out from the Phoenix's wings, trying to kill the strange bird that attacked it. The enormous power of fire that could have been exerted was reduced by an unknown amount. Lucci found that his ability to control fire was affected. Damaged by the fire, the strange bird burned into ashes and then continued to float around the town. So these grey dust floating in the air are monsters? It was as if I felt the power of Phoenix. An invisible force swept over, and Phoenix was affected. Its size was slowly shrinking, or rather, it was dissipating. Lucci felt it, a force of elimination that was affecting Phoenix. Is it the power to eliminate thoughts? Under this kind of power, the flame of purification had no better solution and could only watch the Phoenix dissipate bit by bit. Lucci could choose to increase his mental energy to maintain it, but when he was about to do so, a black arrow flew from nowhere and killed Phoenix directly. Chapter 170. The flames on Lucci's body slowly dissipated. How is Lord Lucci? Xiaoyul saw Lucci's eyes moving, as if he had completed his exploration. Lucci did not answer, but immediately used his dream memory ability to replay all the scenes he had just experienced when entering the secret realm in his mind. Let's take a look from another angle. Judging from the situation in the town, the people of this waterfall town are probably in great danger. It can only be said that it was an unexpected disaster. The first step to enter the secret realm is difficult for many people because of their inner desire and the influence of the secret realm's power. It is indeed very easy to sink into it. As for what the consequences would be if you fell into it, it would definitely be bad. Even after passing the first illusion and officially entering the secret realm, there are still other impacts. The first is that thoughts will be inexplicably suppressed and then eliminated. It seemed that the use of mind power was not allowed in that environment, but Lucci still didn't know how strong the suppression and elimination capabilities were. But it is definitely not an unsolvable existence. If it is an unsolvable suppression, then Phoenix may dissipate if he enters it. In addition, monsters in the secret realm suddenly appeared. Of course, there is still a question, that is, whether communication is possible in the secret realm. How does the entire secret realm operate? The flame reappears and Phoenix appears once again. As a mind beast, and a phoenix at that, even if it is destroyed once, Lucci can be summoned again. The phoenix, who was summoned again, was muttering to Lucci to express his dissatisfaction. But soon, under Lucci's order, they rushed directly into the entrance of the secret realm. It seems that this Lucci building owner has made a discovery. Should we send someone along as well? The gluttonous Brooke Stacy, the representative of the 7 heads of households, whispered with the others. It would be better to take this opportunity to resolve it as soon as possible. The secret realm is still growing and is not yet in its complete state. If we delay it any longer, we will not be able to resolve it and it will be very troublesome. Secret realms formed by thoughts are relatively rare, but basically every one that appears is very tricky. According to existing records, no more than 10 cases of secret realms formed by thoughts being solved in history. Of course, there are also records that it suddenly dissipated, as if the power was exhausted and then disappeared. As to whether this is true or not, there is no way to know. Once again invading the secret realm, Lucci did not feel any resistance. He encountered the same situation as before, but he did not fall into the illusion. No need to go to such trouble. Directly enter the waterfall town. But entering waterfall town again was different. Because it was completely different from the previous encounter, when only Phoenix lit up Falls Town. This time, waterfall town seemed to have returned to normal, with moonlight falling from the sky. That's right, this time it's not the waterfall town shrouded by the black barrier. There is no dust floating everywhere. I went straight into the waterfall town at night, even though it was still daytime outside. I no longer felt the power of suppression and elimination, as if all the previous experiences were illusions. Similarly, there are other auras in waterfall town. There was still light in some houses. There are figures moving around. Some pubs in the town had not yet closed and there were still drinkers inside, and the streets were not empty at night. A flashlight shone over. Bird? A bird on fire. A man in sheriff's clothes pulled out a gun. From Lucci's perspective, everything has returned to normal. You know, this secret place has appeared for almost 2 months. Are the people inside really still alive? Where else is real? The purifying flame on Phoenix's body could be felt to be unaffected by the thoughts, and it was almost the same as the previous time. At least it is not an illusion formed by pure thoughts. This is a middle-aged man. Faced with the sudden strange bird attack from Phoenix, he waved the flashlight in his hand, trying to drive Phoenix away. The pistol was kept pointed at Phoenix without any slacking. After seeing Phoenix clearly, he said, "A bird with flames, a monster? So beautiful, it should be able to sell for a lot of money, right?" The sheriff actually approached Phoenix cautiously. Under Lucci's control, he ignored the other party and flew away. Flying above the waterfall town, you can also see the scenery outside the town through the perspective. To the east of the town is a forest, and in the distance of the forest is a waterfall. This also exists in the outside world. It seems like a real world. Phoenix even flew out of the area of Falls Town. However, Lucci soon discovered the abnormality. He flew towards the direction of the waterfall. The forest was extremely quiet. Of course there were some other creatures, but very few. When flying over a certain area, Phoenix reappeared at the town's fountain as if through space teleportation. And the previous sheriff has disappeared. It turned out to be false. The most authentic of these is the small town. Is it because it enveloped the town itself? Now Lucci is also a master of Nen ability. He has done a lot of research on Nen and has also read various online literary works throughout his life. It was enough for Lucci to speculate about the situation. Whether this is correct is unknown. But it is also a reference. Based on the situation when entering for the first time, it is possible to invade the memory and form an illusion based on the memory. Then the people living in this town may be the reproduction of certain memories. This is not an illusion, but it may also be a space constructed by combining thoughts with the memories of the town's residents. It is still not the real waterfall town, but it is different from before because it is a physical entity rather than a simple illusion. It can be understood as a city-town formed by Greedy Island using thoughts. The waterfall town you see when you first enter may be the real town situation. This ability can already be described as terrifying and weird. Lucci controlled Phoenix to fall into the fountain. Since we came in through here, can we leave through here? If a normal person enters there but does not have the corresponding ability, it would be difficult to leave. This time the situation was different, the fountain boiled directly and did not enter the deep water area. This means that if you want to leave here, you cannot leave via the same method you came here. Then you can only choose other ways to leave. But is there really a way to leave? Lucci expressed doubt. Lucci really wanted to try it out, so he set the place on fire. But thinking that there might be survivors, Lucci held back. Even though the hope was slim, it was possible, wasn't it? Lucci is not so far as to disregard human lives for the sake of experiments. Lucci and Phoenix's ability to transfer through space was not affected, which means that Lucci can enter and leave the secret realm at any time. Chapter 171. It seems that unless we do something, it will be difficult to understand the real changes. Lucci looked at Xiaolier with clear eyes. This secret realm has become more and more perfect. It is completely different from what you described before. Now I need to enter it in person. Do you want to come along? The main reason why he asked Charles to come along was to see if the woman named Regina was completely dead and unconscious. The formation of this secret realm before our eyes should be attributed to the rampage of the Book of Sacrifice. The other party's connection with the Book of Sacrifice should not be enough for her to control the Book of Sacrifice. Of course. Xiaolier would naturally not refuse. Of course, given his current situation, he would probably only fall into the first level of illusion, but Lucci could also help. Then Lucci turned his gaze to the 7 heads of the Stacy family. He began to talk about the situation inside. Including Emma, of course. The sinking she mentioned before is that once you enter the secret realm, you will fall into an illusion because of the power of the secret realm. Because of the influence of the power of the secret realm, even if you are mentally prepared in advance, you will still sink into it. I don't know what will happen if I sink into it, but you should have sent a lot of people. But since no one can come back, it is obvious that they have all met with accidents. Even if I pass through the illusion, I will enter another illusion that even I cannot see through. Lucci did not mention the waterfall town he saw for the first time, but defined the waterfall town he saw for the second time as an illusion. After all, it might be a more high-end fake that even he couldn't see through. Sure enough, none of these secret realms formed by thoughts are simple. Lucci said with emotion. If it is as I guessed, then continuing to let people in will only increase the power of this secret realm. The reason why the waterfall town is so real is probably because it accommodates the entire waterfall town and its residents. But outside of waterfall town, it doesn't seem so real. Among them, the forest near the waterfall outside the waterfall town somewhat confirmed some of Lucci's speculations. There were too few creatures inside. It can definitely be described as rare. Thinking of the illusion that appeared in the first layer before, it was related to memory. I'm afraid that many of the creatures in that forest may still rely on the memories of the residents of Waterfall Town. If you want to enter, I can help you get through the first level of the water illusion. Lucci would be so kind, he just wanted more tests. The 7 heads of Stacy's families agreed without giving it any thought. Because they can confirm one thing, the owner of Lucci Tower in front of them is definitely not someone who can be easily dealt with. He actually dared to enter this secret realm in person, so he must have a way to leave. So far, only 5 people have entered this secret realm since its formation. And they are all people who have a certain relationship with Regina. Even so, only Emma, who was their best friend, came back alive the last time. After all, it is impossible for someone who comes back alive to enter the secret realm only once. At the same time, they can be sure of one thing, that is, once they enter the secret realm, they will not necessarily be together, but will be separated directly. This secret realm is conscious. As a large family, Stacy also collects intelligence on this kind of secret place. I also understand the situation where a secret realm is formed due to thoughts after death. Compared with other secret realms, the secret realm formed by the Book of Sacrifice is definitely the most difficult one. The special secret realm formed by general thoughts after death will follow certain rules. You just need to understand the rules and act according to them. That would provide a lot of security, but of course every temptation to a rule involves many deaths. But the secret realm before us is different. Because it is alive, not just a dead thing, and it is still growing. The Stacy family wanted to solve this problem more quickly, and another reason was that they were worried that it would affect them. Their abilities are all granted by the Book of Sacrifice. Who knows if this secret realm will continue to grow and have an impact on them? They felt there was an 80 to 90% chance. As people who have gained power, the fact that no one of them can live beyond 80 years old is very telling. Even though many people speculated on the reasons, there were still many people in the Stacy family who wanted to be the chosen one for the Book of Sacrifice. The temptation of gaining powerful strength immediately is too great, coupled with the power of the family. Not something anyone can refuse. Then I'll leave it to you, Master Lucci. This time, there is an expert leading the team, and the Stacy family has sent a lot more people. There were 7 teams in total, representing the teams of their 7 family heads. Each team had 5 people in total, and each of them was an user. There are members of the Stacy family in every team. However, these people were too weak in Lucci's eyes, and were far inferior to the non-users who were swept up in the Sky Arena. This made him doubt the background and strength of the Stacy family. Is this the only strength of the top nobles in the Kyokanyo kingdom? But then again, thinking of the Yin Beast army of the 10 old men in the anime, it doesn't seem strange. The 10th old man is the leader of the gang and a top powerful figure, but the strength of his subordinates is not really that strong. Maybe this is the norm. Even the Sky Arena in the anime would not be so grand if it weren't for the changes brought about by the appearance of Lucci. The strength of the host of the post is probably not too strong. Lord Lucci, can I go with you? Yetai Conrad also spoke. The reason he followed along was to see it for himself. Let's see if the picture changes in the future. Even though there were risks involved, he was willing to take the gamble. Lucci saw the boy's choice. It seems that you are qualified to be a hunter. This is considered a compliment. Russell also signed up for the hunter exam and became a hunter. But he is very different from Yetai. He became a hunter for 2 reasons. One was to prove himself and start to control the family's power, and the other was to recruit people. Russell thought in his mind that the family could recruit talents in the Sky Arena because there were many talents here with good qualifications. The same goes for the hunter exam, and it's not even as monotonous as the Sky Arena. There may be candidates in the hunter exam who may have average abilities but good brains. The prosperity of a mafia family cannot rely solely on thugs, other aspects are also needed. That's a good idea too. He demonstrated his precognitive abilities, which are sure to be valued. Lucci shouldn't ignore his safety. Chapter 172. The flames spread to everyone. Then they began to step into the pond in front of them one by one and disappeared in front of everyone. Looking at the people who were in flames without any harm. The Stacy family and others, who were no strangers to the ability of telepathy, also began to think about it. Does it have any resistance to other mental abilities? This rarely happens, and even defense does not exist in the form of flames. Then it may not be a purely defensive Nen ability, but a simple Nen dispelling ability, which can only be a means of eliminating Nen. Thinking of this, the people of the Stacy family finally understood that Lucci was so confident, and it turned out that he also had the means to eliminate thoughts. In Lucci's hands, fire has never been just a means of attack. The power that relies on the phoenix is the healing flame. The last one to enter was Lucci. The power of the secret realm tried to act on him, but was blocked by the purifying flame. After entering the secret realm, I was separated from everyone. There was no one around. Emerge quickly from the water. Ah! Was the sound of exclamation. Lucci came out of the fountain. At this time, in the central park of the waterfall town, there were many children playing, and some residents of the waterfall town were taking a walk. Seeing this scene, Lucci thought to himself, as expected. What he saw at this moment was the waterfall town in the daytime. Because of Lucci's unexpected appearance, people near the fountain were frightened and ran away quickly. Everything seems to exist in reality. From another perspective, the waterfall town where Phoenix is located is still in darkness. Are there different levels of illusion? The purifying flame on Lucci's body did not dissipate at this time, and his Sharingan turned into a kaleidoscope, but he was unable to see through the surrounding situation. Now he is not trapped in the illusion of consciousness. Although the power of the secret realm is strange and powerful, it cannot break through the power of the purifying flame and the Sharingan. This method made Lucci very curious. How is this done and can I learn it? If this construction method is used in the Sky Arena, then the Sky Arena may be renamed in the future and become a special tower. Lucci wants to learn this method. I was a little worried before whether there were still people alive, but since it is a false existence, there is no need to be polite. If what is seen from two perspectives is different, then other people's experiences will also be different. Lucci was already planning to take action. In other unknown areas of the secret realm, everyone was scattered. When they stepped into Waterfall Town, the purifying flames on their bodies dissipated. After all, the ability that Lucci exerted on them was also time-limited. Everyone is in a different Waterfall Town. And the time periods in Waterfall Town are also different. Although I guessed this possibility, it's troublesome. Yet I walked out of the fountain. At this time he came to the Waterfall Town at night. There was no one else around, so it went without saying that everyone was separated. And there was no sign of Lord Lucci's divine bird around, so there was only one possibility, that everyone had entered a different Waterfall Town. While feeling somewhat worried, yet I was also very curious. What exists in this Waterfall Town? From what Lord Lucci has seen about the existence of the secret realm, it represents danger, but also opportunity. Even the secret realm formed by thoughts after death contains extraordinary things. Some are mind tools with special abilities, while others are materials or plants and animals that do not exist in the world and are unique to secret realms. You will feel a sense of familiarity when you see this. Because isn't this the same as Greed Island in the anime? As long as you meet the rules and leave, you can get the clearance reward of Greedy Island. Not to mention the magical abilities, there are also many special creations. The blue planet gem that Biscuit wants in the anime is a gem that does not exist in the outside world. However, compared to the secret realm, Greed Island is actually much more safe. With a curious and exploratory mood, he began to explore the secret realm. Others also had different experiences in Waterfall Town. Someone, like Lucci, appeared during the day and was seen by the people of Waterfall Town. Among the Stacy family members, some acted violently, while others planned to observe and investigate. Every choice will have different consequences. Only Xiaolire appeared in Waterfall Town in the evening. Unlike the others, there was no one else in the park at this time. There was a woman sitting on a bench not far from the fountain. When Charles walked out of the fountain and observed the surroundings, he saw the woman at the first moment. I was stunned for a moment. At the same time, the woman also saw that Charles stood up directly. "See Cheryl. I knew you would come back." This was a woman with red hair, wearing ordinary casual clothes. "Regina, Regina." Charles said the name of the woman in front of him. Regina was still alive, and Emma had indeed lied to him. Regina originally wanted to hug Charles, but the purifying flames on his body had not yet completely dissipated, so she stopped. Regina's behavior also made Charles suspicious. Could it be that the person in front of me is an illusion? After all, Lord Lucci had already said it before. There are no companions around and we are all separated. Is this illusion something that even Lord Lucci's power cannot avoid? It seems that the family has found a mind exorcist. Regina said. It doesn't look like a character in a fantasy at all. Regina, what the hell are you? Emma should have brought my message to you, but you still came. It seems that you can only live with me in this world from now on. Regina said with some regret. In her heart, she hoped that Charles would appear, but she also didn't want him to appear. Regina, what is the situation now? Can you cancel the secret realm now? Charles asked immediately. Whether it is false or not, just treat it as true for now. When the purifying flames on his body subsided, Cheryl pulled Regina into his arms. Emma should have told you that I'm going to die. I'm actually dead now. Regina seemed not to be talking about herself. This fact was told to Charles. Regina is dead. Would a false illusion say such a thing? And deep down in his heart, he hoped that Regina was not dead. Now I just have Regina's memories. I'll just consider myself Regina. Regina pushed Charles away. Charlie said he didn't understand. This is just a place I built for myself to live in, because before I died, I guessed that you might come here. In that case, I hope you can live here. At the same time, a piece of news was also announced. Once you come here, don't even think about leaving. No one can leave, and I no longer control the Book of Sacrifice. Chapter 173. In response to Regina's words, Charles naturally wanted to ask. And Regina will also tell Charles what happened here. Regina was not particularly clear about the specific power of the Book of Sacrifice, because even now, she had never truly experienced the power of the Book of Sacrifice. The emergence of this secret realm brought about more changes in the Book of Sacrifice's instincts, and before that she was just borrowing its power to do some things. Of course, using such a powerful tool would definitely come with a price, and that price is naturally your own life. Just as Regina said, she was dead. What remains are the memories she deliberately left behind before her death. She cannot control the Book of Sacrifice, but she can use the power of the Book of Sacrifice to build a world for herself before she dies. Now she is a member of this waterfall town and will live her life day by day. As long as the secret realm does not disappear, then she will not disappear and will always exist. Of course, there are other residents in the town. Unlike Regina, although they also have a certain consciousness, they cannot understand the truth of the world. The Book of Sacrifice regards everyone in the town as its sacrifice or food. Especially in constructing the secret realm, they are also an extremely important foundation. Each different waterfall town is the evolution of their common memory. If you communicate with them carefully, it is hard to find out that they are false existences, just the existence of certain memories. But the real them, like Regina, is already dead. Once you come here, you can't leave. Even I can't help you leave. After all, I am already one of them. The only difference is that I have a little bit of authority. Regina said there was only so much she could do. There is no way to let Xiaolyra leave here, I can only accompany her here and live out her life alone. Don't worry. Even though this place was created with thoughts, it is real. And as more people enter the secret realm and are captured by the Book of Sacrifice, this world will become more perfect. Maybe one day it will become the real world. Regina's words made Charles feel that she was a little scary. He pushed her away. You're not Regina. Regina would never expect anything like this. Regina felt sad when she heard what Charles said. Even if I don't look forward to it, what can I do? I can't change anything. It's just that this can make my life better, so I will naturally look forward to it. Regina also knew that Charles was only listening to what she said and had no idea about the situation here, nor did he know how terrible the Book of Sacrifice was. Not desperate yet. Once he has tried everything, he won't think so anymore. You can try to find a way to leave, I can wait slowly. Regina said. I'm on XX Street in town. You can come find me when you've figured it out. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave, giving Charles time to think. And Charles was indeed confused. Should he believe this Regina? The surroundings were so real that he planned to take a look at the situation in Waterfall Town before making any considerations. At least now he doesn't completely believe it. As for the others, they all took action, and some had already killed people. Some extreme people in Stacy's family believe that the illusion before them can be broken by killing all the people in the town. In another space, it was completely engulfed in a sea of fire. All kinds of screams were heard throughout the Waterfall Town. Lucci was flying high in the sky. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Listening to the screams of pain around him, Lucci felt depressed. Even if you know that some things are fake, it is difficult to completely ignore them. Lucci's flames were not only aimed at the people in Waterfall Town, but also all the buildings, burning them on the spot. The fountain in the center of the town was Lucci's main focus. Several huge fireballs hit the park in the center of the town. The entire park became a mess, and the fountain exploded. Compared to other places, this is where things start to look strange the fastest, as if a scroll had been torn apart, revealing the scenery on the next level. Some edges and corners appeared, and the damaged fountain was clearly scattered all over the ground, but there were still traces of the fountain at its original location. It's like having two fountains. If you look closely, you will find dust floating in those cracks. The part damaged by Lucci is being repaired quickly. This is to prevent Lucci from continuing to cause destruction. Dark clouds began to appear in the sky, and heavy rain began to fall instantly, as if trying to extinguish the fire that Lucci had started. It's real rain. This power of creation. Feeling the rain falling on his body, Lucci felt that this book of sacrifice was really powerful. If I could master it, I don't know how strong I would be. But he quickly calmed himself down. Even if you are special and powerful, you cannot be arrogant and must remain cautious. Even if there really is an opportunity to control the book of sacrifice, one must consider whether there are any traps or whether the side effects are too great. After all, such a powerful thing obviously cannot be easily controlled. It's as if no one has ever been able to control the Demon King's Sonata. If you are too arrogant, you may end up in a disaster. The heavy rain still had an impact on Lucci's flame. His flame was not strong enough to be unaffected by water. But Lucci's behavior includes some changes in Waterfall Town. This also shows that Regina did not tell the truth to Charles. Lucci did not move, but began to observe, and the flames began to slowly recede. The entire town of Falls was completely burned down and no one survived. So what changes will happen next? The damaged area leading to the real Waterfall Town has also been completely repaired. Observe from high altitude. At the same time, he was also waiting to see whether this secret realm would attack him, just like it had attacked Phoenix before. At the same time, he also learned about the situation through the contract mark on Xiaolire's body. Because of the mark of the contract, if Lucci wants to appear next to Xiaolire, he can do it. The power of the secret realm could not stop him. Lucci waited for more than half an hour and found no response. It seemed that it would not attack him. Is it because we are still here? Later, in Lucci's eyes, the entire Waterfall Town was changing and slowly being repaired, and even the people killed by Lucci were slowly resurrecting. Lucci was not in a hurry to break in, but began to study it. Chapter 174. Lucci hid his figure. Then fire began to fall from the sky once again, but this time it was only in a small area instead of covering the entire town of Falls. Some people still died among them. But unlike before, the destroyed buildings and the people who were killed were not reproduced. The fire was no longer put out by rain, but by the residents of Waterfall Town working together to put out the flames. It also shows enough wisdom. Everyone has his or her own personality. Every secret realm has its own unique value, so where does the value of this secret realm lie? Apart from trapping people here, I don't see anything special about it. Lucci began to test step by step. The first is naturally the ability to transfer space. Lucci directly transferred away through space, and of course did not appear in the Stacy family's military camp, but in the wild waterfall area in the forest outside the Waterfall Town. When he wanted to enter the secret realm through space transfer, he found that he was directly transferred into the water. Then when you come out of the water you will enter a new Waterfall Town. Once he leaves, the Waterfall Town where he was previously located will disappear. The next time I entered, it was not the same Waterfall Town as before, and some traces of destruction had completely disappeared. When Lucci experiments and leaves Phoenix behind, he can enter Waterfall Town again. The Book of Sacrifice has power, but it does not have a specific consciousness. Instead, it acts according to rules and relies on the situation of outsiders to present a false Waterfall Town. This ability is very powerful, and Lucci said he really wanted it. Then there's the murder at night in Falls. He also deliberately let several witnesses see human figures but did not see the details of what happened. At the same time, Lucci also noticed that the food in Waterfall Town was actually real. This is simply a blow to the abilities of countless gourmet hunters. Of course, Lucci didn't eat it himself, but found some test animals outside to try it out, and at least he didn't see any problems. But even so, Lucci was unwilling to eat. Maybe this food is really edible, but if this food has any conditions that restrict the X-oath, then you are simply asking for trouble. On the third day, Lucci's previous actions began to show results. There was no need for Lucci to take any action. Murders began to occur at night, and the entire Waterfall Town was in a panic. The murderer appeared in complete black, and his image could be understood as Xiao He in Conan. It is indeed related to memory and thoughts. Lucci saw through the existence of the murderer directly. It's a bit like story materialization. Because of Lucci's behavior, Waterfall Town was in a panic, and the residents of the entire town were full of various speculations. Then, amid their fear and talk, such a murderer appeared. It is somewhat similar to the power of desire, or it can be said to be a kind of fearful belief. Thoughts and soul are a magical force that may make certain things materialize. In some worlds, even gods are born from them. And in the real Waterfall Town, there is also such a figure. If you know the reason, then if you operate it carefully, you will find many cool operations. As long as the people in Waterfall Town can believe it, can they be born into this world? But Lucci guessed that there must be an upper limit. It is impossible to be unlimited. In order to achieve this condition, it must be recognized by everyone in Waterfall Town. As long as they believe in it, the corresponding existence will be born. For this purpose, Lucci conducted other experiments and made Phoenix appear in the forest of Waterfall Town to attract some attention and be seen by people. Soon there were rumors that a bird that looked similar to the phoenix had appeared in the forest of Waterfall Town. But the bird does not possess the abilities of the phoenix. It's just a common bird that looks similar. This is a bit scary. If you practice fake things, they will become real. I should be able to take these out, right? Lucci tried it out and used space transfer to take the replica of Phoenix away. But unfortunately, just after leaving the secret realm, in less than 3 seconds, the replica of Phoenix in his hand turned into mental energy and dissipated. Can't I take it out? Or do I not meet some conditions? Now Lucci completely regards this place as an alternative island of greed. During Lucci's experiment, others also made some discoveries, and of course began to encounter dangers. The typical example is the weakest one, Yetta Conrad. In an empty house, it's already the 5th day. Master Lucci hasn't found a solution yet. At this time, he had thick dark circles under his eyes. He hasn't slept for 2 days. On the first day, he explored Waterfall Town and found nothing unusual. He even got some help from the townspeople. But he accepted it cautiously, and even brought the food he ate to the secret place. But he didn't have much food with him, only enough to last for 2 days. On the 3rd day, all his water was gone, and he had no choice but to drink water in the secret realm. Nothing happened during the day, but at night, after sleeping, he would wake up in another Waterfall Town. In a Waterfall Town in the dark, he was the first to discover that this Waterfall Town was similar to the prophetic scene he had seen, which made him immediately alert. Know that you are in danger. He stayed in this dark Waterfall Town for a full 6 hours before he woke up. Of course, he was able to hold on for so long because it was not quiet in this dark Waterfall Town, and battles were taking place in other places. It was as if all other dangers were attracted away. It was too speculative to speculate that there might be other people who had the same experience as him. But it couldn't be Lord Lucci. It looked like a dream, but it was too clear that it was not a dream at all. That was probably where the real Waterfall Town was. Combining my own experience, I know very clearly what kind of situation I am facing. Was I marked because I drank the water here? In order to avoid being trapped in the dark Waterfall Town, Yeti had no choice but to stop sleeping. After all, he couldn't guarantee that he would be lucky enough to meet other people who would attract his attention. Naturally, there were casualties among the Stacy family's team. Of course not all of them were killed. Although the time points and sleeping times are different, people will encounter the same thing when they are together. You will meet your teammates. Even if you don't, there will be lucky people like Yeti who have other people to attract fire and they will not be in too much danger. Chapter 175. But Lucci didn't know about this. He is still continuing to experiment. Soon he discovered something was wrong. First of all, the world was changing. In the original part, only the Waterfall Town seems real, while other places still seem fake, but there are some changes outside the Waterfall Town. There are even newcomers appearing in Waterfall Town. There was a familiar face to Lucci, a member of the Stacy family who had entered the secret realm with him. I almost forgot about them. Lucci was a little obsessed with his research and almost forgot about everyone else. After all, not everyone was like him and had the ability to ignore this secret realm. Unable to leave the secret realm, they must have encountered many dangers at this time. Sensing the contract on Xiaolier, he was not in danger. But it's time to act. A space transfer, using the contract on Xiaolyr as a mark to directly transmit. In the waterfall town in another space, Xiaolyr naturally ate the food in the secret realm and drank the water in the secret realm. But unlike others, he did not enter the real waterfall town after going to bed at night. But he was in a bad mood at the moment. After exploration, he naturally discovered that there were many familiar people in Waterfall Town, all of whom were explorers who had once fallen into the secret realm. Even though they were all members of the Stacy family who had nothing to do with him. But from this place one can also get a glimpse of the horror of this secret realm. Anyone who falls into the secret realm will become a part of it. It's a false feeling to live in this secret world. Give up, Xiaolyr, they are already dead, and your power is no match for the Book of Sacrifice. At this time, in the center of the town, Xiaolyr was holding a long sword and slashing at the edge of the fountain. Xiaolyr's ability to repeatedly hit a location might be able to destroy the world he lives in. The reason why the location of the fountain was chosen is naturally because it was here when we came here, which means that there must be something special here. Regina was trying to persuade Charles. She naturally knew about Xiaolyr's ability, but unfortunately, his ability was useless in the secret realm. Given the gap in strength, it would take an unknown number of blows for his ability to take effect. And the place he cut was not the same place he saw. There is no need for Regina to stop it. The core Book of Sacrifice in this secret realm has been adjusted intelligently. Every time he cut out a position, it was on a different virtual waterfall town. It's always the first time and there is no way to superimpose it. Xiaolyr also felt that every time he swung, the feeling did not change, but he did not know the reason and just thought that the gap was too big. But as long as you persist, you will succeed. And now he can also borrow the energy of the mind. He chose to engrave the contract with the sacred tree and the fairy tale pattern on the back of his hand. Even after coming here, the power of this seal can still be used. Seeing that Charles didn't listen to the advice, Regina had no choice but to watch. But suddenly her expression changed. How is this possible? The sudden exclamation made Xiaolyr stop and look over. Regina was seen shivering. A figure stood behind him. It seems different here from other places. Lucci's voice came from behind Regina. He looked around and finally stopped on Regina. Regina turned around in fear. How is it possible? Who are you? How could you be here? This world was specially created by her, and it is also used by her to protect the people important to her. Regina knows the Stacy family very well. In order to confirm her own situation and the situation here, she will definitely ask people who are close to her to come to the secret realm. So she created this world before she died, trying her best not to be affected by the power of the Book of Sacrifice. Different from other worlds, this place is special, and she is also the controller here. Except for a few people recognized by her, no one else can enter here. But someone just broke in. Lord Lucci! Xiaolyr exclaimed immediately when he saw Lucci. He had been wondering why there hadn't been any major commotion, as he hadn't seen Lucci's strength, but because of Regina, he hadn't yet fully encountered the power of this secret realm. He felt that compared with the Pachi people in the Basin rainforest, the gap did not seem that big. Since the Pachi people respect Lucci so much, then Lucci's strength should not be affected by this secret realm. And there are his previous explorations. But Lucci ignored Xiaolyr. Instead, he looked at Regina. You are special, and this place is special too. Are you that Regina? In Lucci's eyes, Regina is completely a collection of thoughts. Compared with those fake people in the secret realm, he is just a big torch, and the others are just a small flame. Those people can only be considered normal people at best, but the one in front of him probably has the power to control thoughts. In addition, there is the world where Xiaolyr is, which also has dust. Even though it is very small, it can still be seen by Lucci. This could not be hidden from his Mangeki Sharingan. While Regina was looking at the young Lucci, what she was thinking about was the strong man that Charles mentioned could solve the problem of the Book of Sacrifice. And a spirit of thought appeared on Regina's trembling body. There was a strange aura, which appeared black in Lucci's eyes. Why are you here? Regina suddenly looked furious and ferocious, with hatred towards Lucci. But she didn't make a move. Regina! Charlie shouted worriedly. Because of Charles's voice, Regina was suddenly stunned, and then she thought of something. Regina burst into tears. Lucci and Xiaolyr were both confused. Only Regina herself knew. She thought she was protecting Charles, but in fact she really had no way to make Charles leave the secret realm. At most, she could let him wander in different worlds. But to no avail. But when Lucci appeared, she felt panic in her heart, panicking that Lucci might have the ability to take Xiaolil away from here. At that moment, what she actually wanted was for Charles to stay here and be with her forever. She hated herself a little bit. She was not really herself. She was just a false existence. If she was the real her, she would never think that way. Ah! Ah! The resentment in my body grew deeper and deeper. Her whole body began to change, and the black energy on her body seemed to turn into substance and cover him. Suddenly white flames appeared. Chapter 176. Lucci obviously noticed that something was wrong with Regina. The aura she exuded was also very unusual. Up to now, Lucci has never really come into close contact with thoughts after death and resentment. Regina is obviously not a living person, so that can only be her thoughts after death. Now that resentment has appeared again, Lucci decisively uses the flame of purification. Lucci didn't realize that this was a sign of resentment, but the aura was very negative, so he used the flame of purification. The power of the purifying flame can obviously have an effect on this resentment. Black gas continued to emerge from Regina's body as it burned. Compared to the power of eliminating thoughts, the power of the purifying flame seems to be more suitable for dealing with this kind of negative energy. Lucci could clearly feel the difference between the collision with the power in the secret realm before. Then Lucci thought again that the phoenix in Harry Potter could even stop the big melon. Of course the price was nirvana and rebirth. In addition to the power of the phoenix itself, which can stop the melon from being eaten, it probably also has a similar power of purification and resistance, right? I thought again about how tears healed and cured the basilisk's poison. The unforgivable curses in the Harry Potter world are all evil forces. Unlike many other powers, many powerful forces have no distinction between good and evil, it only depends on who uses it and under what circumstances. But the unforgivable curses are called evil magic because learning and using this magic affects the mind. And it needs to be used with evil intentions in mind, so that the unforgivable curse can exert its powerful power. It can be said that the unforgivable curses are completely negative magic. If the flame of purification has this powerful ability to clear away negativity, then the sonata of the Demon King seems to be really worth a try. But this purification has just begun. Regina regained some of her sanity. The surrounding environment is changing rapidly. It was clearly daytime, but it was quickly turning into night. And the dust around is also starting to increase. No, no, no. Regina immediately shouted in panic when she saw this situation. I want to control my power to change this place, but apart from my own weak power, I can't change it at all. A look of horror appeared on her face. It turned out that she had never been out of the control of the Book of Sacrifice, and living quietly and peacefully in this secret world forever was just her wishful thinking. Oh, is its true face finally revealed? Lucci was not afraid. After all, he had already realized the difference here. Other virtual worlds were a bit far away from the real waterfall town, but where Xiaolil was quite close to the real waterfall town. And the place where they appeared was not near the fountain in the center of the town. Then Regina became completely out of control. The whole person began to become illusory, and her strength was rapidly dissipating. Regina! Charlie shouted worriedly. Cheryl, run away, run away! Regina felt the pull in one direction. She felt that was where her corpse was. She was deceived from the beginning. Then he thought of something and immediately said to Lucci, the Book of Sacrifice is. But she didn't say it, she was completely lost in the noise. It was as if it had been muted. It has consciousness, right? Lucci directly said what Regina did not say. Your special situation really makes me a little curious. I want to study it. Just accept it. A fairy tale pattern emerged directly from Lucci's fingers and imprinted on Regina's body, but it was not completely imprinted yet. So with the power of the contract, can we compete with the Book of Sacrifice for dominance? This is what Lucci wants to research and experiment with. It didn't matter whether Xiaolil saw him use the power of the contract or not. Anyway, he has met Phoenix, and as long as he has a little bit of brains, he can think of many things. Regina didn't know what this was, but she had no choice now. If she could continue to live, she would definitely not refuse it. Accepted Lucci's contract. This kind of contract memory and after-death thoughts was the first time Lucci had tried it, and he didn't know if it would be successful. The moment Regina accepted it, she was instantly successful. After the success, with the help of the power of the contract, Lucci saw that there was a thread connecting Regina's body in the distance. At this time, there was a noise nearby, and a black, strange-looking humanoid monster began to appear. Dozens of sharp arrows shot towards Lucci and Xyliel. Each one of them has great power. There is also a black figure hiding in the shadows, trying to launch a sneak attack. It is the fantasy breaker that Lucci experimented with. You're in the way here. Lucci came to Xyliel's side in an instant. He was directly transferred away into space. At the same time, huge flames emerged from Lucci's body, and Phoenix also appeared instantly. Endless flames swept across the entire waterfall town. And in the distance, there were a few more people in the real waterfall town. There are still members of the Stacy family who are still holding on, including Yetai. As soon as they entered here, they found that something had happened. After discovering the sleeping problem, they took action and stopped sleeping easily, but suddenly something happened in the world they were in. To be more precise, it disappeared directly. They involuntarily appeared in the real waterfall town. The power of the secret realm began to concentrate on dealing with Lucci. Lucci's flames swept across the entire waterfall town. In their eyes, it was like the end of the world. Is this the power of Lord Lucci? Yetai stood on a roof somewhere and stared blankly, a little shocked. The survivors Stacy was with also had expressions of disbelief. Is this something a human can do? It has refreshed their understanding of Nian. Waterfall town is not small, and the force sweeping across the entire waterfall town is extremely terrifying. It can only be said that they underestimated the ability of Nian. In the ant chapter of the anime, the lion ant used a sea hunter named Mo Lao to fight. The power to control huge water currents and waves is also very terrifying. If the opponent is not Mo Lao, the other members of the expedition team, Nob can run away, but the others will be in real danger. As for Netero, Lion didn't have a chance to use his ability. And if this ability is used in the ocean environment, taking advantage of the geographical factors, the three beauties of hunters will be defeated. And the power displayed by Lucci is even more terrifying than this. Flames burned the city. But they soon remembered that they were also here, and facing the flames, they were also in danger. However, after a flash of fire, they only saw a glimpse of the mind beast that Lucci had shown before. Then the surrounding environment changed. Everyone left this secret place. Only after sending them all away could Lucci act without restraint. Chapter 177. And outside. The Stacy family was still waiting, but after a few days, no one came out. But they didn't think Lucci had failed. After all, time is still short. Even though I don't know enough about the secret realm now, I know that it is very large and some problems cannot be solved instantly. But suddenly flames appeared at the edge of the pond. Several figures were thrown out one after another. Naturally, this was immediately noticed by the Stacy family, and the 7 family heads arrived at the scene instantly. This time some people came back alive, and there were quite a few of them. And they didn't come back through normal channels, so they can understand the situation in the secret realm. The only thing that Yetai Conrad was thinking was that the predicted scene had changed. Is it because I participated in it in advance? However, it also proved once again that the scenes he could predict can be changed, and the future can be changed. But then I thought about the overwhelming flames, it was too exaggerated. No wonder Master Lucci has always been the top-level master. The person who said this did not have a clear understanding of the battles between top-level masters. Even if the high-level OP cannot achieve a scene like Lucci's quickly, his attack power will definitely not be bad. The 7 heads of Stacy's families finally learned some information about the secret realm from the exploration team members. Once you enter the secret realm, you will be affected by its power. Even if you are contaminated by the power of the secret realm, you will be attacked by the secret realm and become a member of the secret realm. This is extremely scary. So, does the owner of the Lucci OP intend to solve the problem directly with hard power? Of course, they also learned a piece of information, that is, Lucci has the ability to transfer space, and it is not just an ability that can be used on himself. So many people were transferred out, so it could only be Lucci's ability. No wonder he dared to break into the secret realm like this. Even if there was real danger, he could leave directly. But the 7 family heads did not feel particularly happy. The stronger Lucci is, the faster he can solve the problems caused by the Book of Sacrifice, but the stronger Lucci is, the more difficult it will be for them to deal with it. If Lucci really wants to monopolize the Book of Sacrifice, Do we really have to become his enemy and fight him? Making an enemy of a psychic user with spatial abilities always feels like a suicidal act. The external situation is still relatively quiet. But things became very violent in the secret realm. Countless strange and bizarre figures gathered and appeared, all of them were terrifying and ferocious. Each one can cause greater attack power. According to Lucci's evaluation, it would be dangerous for non-users on the 200th floor to come here, and it would also be dangerous for the owners of the lower floors. Lucci's flames burned and exploded, but when the power of the secret realm emerged, the flames could not cause much damage to Waterfall Town. It was as if the entire Waterfall Town was protected. An alien energy was constantly trying to invade Lucci's body, which was why white purifying flames were constantly coming out of Lucci's body. Otherwise, it might be affected. In the face of these attacks, Lucci initially fought back and tried to kill them, but soon gave up. The beings he killed would only be turned into dust once again. And soon it will condense into a monster again, which is completely immortal. Even the use of the purifying flame cannot kill or purify these monsters. Now we need to find the core of this secret place. Lucci flew directly to the center of the town. Since the fountain was regarded as the center of the town in all the multiple worlds, then in this real waterfall town, it might also be the core. But when he was halfway through his flight, a huge palm fell from the sky. The range was so wide that Lucci didn't even have time to dodge before he was slapped to the ground. A huge monster appeared in the sky. It was humanoid, but there were traces of other animals on its body, like a monster with many animals pieced together on a human body. All the black dust in Waterfall Town was gathering towards this monster. You can actually avoid my circle. Lucci was surprised, but he didn't have time to think, because the opponent's attack came again. And the monster in the sky is still slowly growing bigger. It's like a demon that wants to destroy the world. You can't feel any energy on this monster at all. It only starts to flow when you are about to attack him. This is not something that can be done. Or rather, it should be said that even if one uses the ultimate skill, one cannot avoid Yuan's detection. Why would the other party be an exception? Then, with the help of the Sharingan's outstanding power, Lucci saw that there was half a person embedded in the monster's head. The lower body is already inside the monster Rongrui. At the same time, he was holding a book in his hand. If Lucci hadn't looked carefully, he might not have been able to find it. Is that the goal? Lucci didn't understand what was going on, so he dodged and tried to get closer to attack. He punched the opponent directly on the body with great force. In terms of agility, not many people could surpass him. It caused the huge monster to stagger, but did not cause any significant damage. And the only spectator of this battle was Regina. It is a bit unbelievable that Lucci's defense is no longer breakable. You know, even Netero and Biscuit can't easily let him attack with a punch. A more powerful attack is needed. I didn't expect that in addition to the troubles with rule-based abilities, there is such hard power. This is not a problem that can be solved simply by a mind-eliminating master. But in Regina's eyes, the monster in the secret realm before her was completely invincible and could not be defeated at all. She could only sit there and look up, completely losing her resistance. And Lucci? He plans to show his strongest attack power at present. The golden energy burst out from Lucci's body, and then quickly began to change, and a skeleton's arms and ribs began to form rapidly. And the speed was very fast, turning into a complete skeleton. This is Lucci planning to use Susanoo. The use of Susanoo is very similar to Lucci's previous use of mind to form various weapons, but this time it is more specific. Instead, it turned into a huge humanoid Gundam. In Lucci's opinion, other people can also achieve Susanoo through an ability. Of course, this requires very powerful mental energy and sufficient use of mental energy. Chi can flow on the body surface to form defensive measures such as entanglement and hardness. Then it can also manifest externally, forming such an armored Gundam to protect itself, and of course it can also be used to attack. And now Lucci definitely has no lack of mental energy. Golden thoughts continued to emerge. The skeleton is constantly replenished and becomes a complete form. Of course, the black monster would not let Lucci do what he wanted, so he attacked. But Susanoo blocked it lightly with his hand. And it also brought with it an extremely strong wind. Chapter 178. Regina stood there in a daze. Have I seen a god? He said this stupidly. Soon Lucci's Susanoo was fully revealed, and it directly became the fourth form, a golden giant hundreds of meters tall. It is much bigger than this monster in the secret realm. But it seemed that stimulated by Lucci, the whole world was also beginning to change. The buildings in the entire waterfall town began to break into pieces and turned into little grey particles, just like the dust before, gathering on this huge monster. Make its size as big as Lucci's Susanoo. This surprised Lucci a little. So that's how it is. So this isn't the truth. I can't even see through it. It was at this time that Lucci discovered that the waterfall town he had always believed to be the real one was actually a fake. It's just more special. It depends on how many layers of skin are covered. I am afraid that some powerful psychic users, if they enter this secret realm, may not be able to see through the mysteries here. If they want to understand and see through it, I don't know how much hard work and how many deaths they will have to endure. Since it's all fake, let's just destroy it all. Since I mastered this power, I haven't really caused any big trouble. Lucky laughed. Susanoo's ability is Lucci's trump card, but he has never shown it in front of Netero and Biscuit. The huge monster in front of him had many tentacles on its body, trying to wrap Lucci, and it also had a corrosive force. But Lucci still possesses the power of the purifying flame. How could he possibly be corroded by it? He simply pulled out Susanoo's 40-meter-long sword and swung it. Not only did it cut off many of the tentacles, but it also used an invisible vacuum to cut the monster in front of it into two halves. Of course, the monster did not die. The surroundings began to become pitch black. It was as if the world was disappearing. In other words, Lucci, the big light bulb, illuminates everything around. Regina was even more dazed, completely confused as to what was going on. He touched his head, thinking about something. When Lucci used Susanoo, this fake world could no longer stop him. When all the power of the secret realm is revealed, Lucci's Mangeki Sharingan can see more things. He saw the existence of outside. Somewhere. A man was sitting next to the fountain, holding an open huge book in his hands. Inside the book is a moving picture, which is the scene of Lucci fighting a black monster. Everything around is in a state of stillness, and the water in the fountain is even more still. And as Lucci killed and destroyed the black monster, the page showing the picture became damaged and cracks began to appear. This is where the main body of the Book of Sacrifice lies. In this static space, the residents of Waterfall Town began to burn like torches, and the blue flames merged into the Book of Sacrifice. But the power collected in this way is not enough to stop Lucci at all, or it should be said that the power that the monsters in this secret realm can display is limited and cannot hurt Lucci at all. And the attempt to erode Lucci's power has never been effective. Until the person holding the Book of Sacrifice also began to burn. This person is naturally Regina's true self. Although he is dead, there is a smile on his face. And in the outside world. Look! Suddenly everyone's eyes turned to the entrance pond of the secret realm. There was light appearing in the pond, and it was split light. The surface of the pond was like a broken mirror. A huge amount of mental energy was revealed from it. Everyone took a few steps back. Is this going to be clear? Soon everyone heard the sound of something breaking, followed by a dazzling light, forcing everyone present to close their eyes. The entrance pond to the secret realm is disappearing, and the surrounding space is also distorting. When the light faded, everything around them had changed. Everyone was separated. A tall golden giant appeared in their eyes. It was so magnificent that no one could resist. Along with the golden giant, the disappeared waterfall town also appeared. They were located outside the waterfall town. The others are also scattered around outside Waterfall Town. The original unified military camp was also scattered to various places outside Waterfall Town. The secret realm has been broken. Yetai looked up at the tall giant and couldn't help muttering to himself, is this the true strength of Master Lucci? It is so shocking and frightening that it can conquer people in an instant. No one can defeat Lord Lucci, this is too direct thinking. It was not only Yata who was shocked and distracted by the huge Susanoo. Xiaolier and Su Yoran of the Stacy family felt the same way. The same was true for the 7 Stacy family heads who had seen Netero Hyakusha Ki Guanyin. What I thought in my mind was that Lucci was even more terrifying and more powerful than Netero. With this ability, even with powerful thermal weapons, it would probably be difficult to kill or defeat it, right? Is the other party really human? This giant did not appear for very long. After about 30 seconds, he disappeared. And Lucci flew directly to the central area of the town. And when he arrived, a huge book was floating in the air, and a page of the book floated out from the Book of Sacrifice, and it was a torn page. Then a flame appeared, as if to burn the page of the book. But golden energy emerged from it, covering the entire page, then flew towards Lucci and fell into his hands. "Thank you." A voice came from a little ash beside the fountain, and the faint thought slowly dissipated. That is Regina's last legacy. The Regina we saw before was just a fictional character created with the help of the power of the Book of Sacrifice. Of course, Regina's thoughts after death were also included in it, otherwise it would not have been possible to be so realistic. The Book of Sacrifice, having lost its last source of power, finally fell to the ground. The so-called secret realm is just one page of the truly terrifying power. Even if it devours the entire town to gain power, its true power has not yet been revealed. Lucci was deeply fearful. This Book of Sacrifice is both powerful and troublesome. At this moment, the Book of Sacrifice looks like an ordinary book. But Lucci didn't intend to touch it because the book had its own consciousness. And he has already gained something, at least until he becomes stronger, he doesn't intend to touch such dangerous things. Dozens of figures were approaching quickly from a distance. Chapter 179. The first to arrive were the 7 heads of the Stacy family. Although they are in high positions, their strength is actually not weak. Then came the other family members, with Xiaolir and Yetai being slower. It also illustrates some gaps in strength. The Stacy family and others who arrived at their destination did not approach rashly, but looked from a distance. The first thing the 7 family heads paid attention to was the Book of Sacrifice that had fallen next to the fountain. Then they turned their attention to Lucci, and naturally they saw the page of paper in Lucci's hand. The powerful strength displayed by Lucci frightened them, but they also communicated with each other on the way here. Such a strong man can only be befriended, not made an enemy. Even if the other party wants to study the Book of Sacrifice, that is fine. If they had not seen the tall giant before, they might not have compromised so easily, but now it is different. And he was thinking that maybe he could learn something about the Book of Sacrifice from Lucci. Even though the Stacy family has possessed the Book of Sacrifice for many years, the origins of the Book of Sacrifice have long been impossible to trace. They only knew one thing, that is, their family did not make much use of the Book of Sacrifice. However, their family has always left behind words about the Book of Sacrifice, which is not to covet the powerful power of the Book of Sacrifice, otherwise it will bring disaster. Everything is stable. Of course, in the history of Stacy's family, not everyone complies. But there was a recorded incident in which only a group of people who possessed the power of the 7 deadly sins died instantly, and it was not as big a fuss as this time. Master Lucci, you are truly amazing. You can actually solve such a secret incident by yourself. The first person to approach was Adolf, one of the 7 family heads, and he began to praise. Others were also slowly approaching. But the sudden appearance of fire stopped them in their tracks. The red flame blocked it, and then the white flame appeared and burned directly at the Book of Sacrifice. Ever since the power of the Book of Sacrifice dissipated, he had a hunch that the Book of Sacrifice was looking at him. The feeling of being stared at is very uncomfortable. Of course, Lucci didn't feel any danger. The purifying flames burn upon the Book of Sacrifice. It didn't cause any harm, as if it could ward off fire. Or it can be said that the material is extremely special and is not afraid of the burning and purifying power of flames at all. It seems that there is no negative force in the Book of Sacrifice. Lucci also touched the paper in his hand that was torn from the Book of Sacrifice. It was very smooth and felt like ordinary paper. There was nothing unusual about it. Master Lucci, please wait a moment. When the 7 heads of the Stacy families saw Lucci's actions, they immediately became anxious. We can talk it over, Master Lucci. The fire couldn't actually stop them, but they didn't want to take action and arouse Lucci's disgust. They didn't think they were Lucci's opponents. Lucci's eyes were also fixed on the Book of Sacrifice. 2 golden skeletal arms appeared, and Susanoo was used again. He grabbed the Book of Sacrifice in the distance. Lucci tried to flip the closed Book of Sacrifice, but it couldn't be opened at all. Even with Susanoo's power, he couldn't open it. Lucci noticed that there was energy flowing through the pages of the book. It's like a protection, preventing Lucci from opening it. Perhaps certain conditions need to be met. As for the surface of the book cover, it has no spiritual energy, but it is very tough. I don't know what material the cover of this Book of Sacrifice is made of, but it can even defend against thoughts. It's not easy at all. In the end, there was no other way, so Lucci could only give up and throw the Book of Sacrifice directly towards the 7 heads of the Stacy family. Also pay attention to whether there are any unusual movements in the Book of Sacrifice. But unfortunately, when the Book of Sacrifice fell into Adolf's hands, he did not show any reaction. Not only that, but even the feeling of being watched slowly dissipated. With Lucci's current strength, he doesn't think that he would be wrong. In short, there is only one possibility: the will of the Book of Sacrifice is observing him. Of course, this guess is only about 80% correct by Lucci. The rest is that the observation may not be the Book of Sacrifice itself, but may be a life form within the Book of Sacrifice. As for why there is such a doubt, it is because of Regina's existence. And this experience told him that this Book of Sacrifice was not simple, since the size and power of one page could cause so many things. So do the strange pages of books have a similar existence? It is also possible that something similar to Regina exists. In the pages of the book, Regina also exists because of Lucci's contract. The broken page in Lucci's hand is his greatest gain on this trip, just like the seeds of the sacred tree. It will also become Lucci's property and will play a great role. It was at this time that Yetai and Xiaolyr arrived. When Charles arrived, he looked around for Regina, but he could quickly see through her. Regina is still. Charles's eyes were a little moist. If possible, he really wanted Regina to survive. The time we spent together seemed like a dream. Lucci did not first inform Xiaolyr that Regina was still alive. After receiving the Book of Sacrifice, the people of the Stacy family first expressed their gratitude to Lucci, and then quickly left with the Book of Sacrifice. They were to return the Book of Sacrifice to its proper place. For now, I can't communicate with Lucci about what will happen next. Watching them leave with the Book of Sacrifice, Lucci had a peculiar feeling that something was going to happen to the Stacy family in the future. The feeling of being observed is definitely not a good thing. Of course, Lucci doesn't care about these things now, it won't affect him anyway. What he wanted to study most now was the paper in his hand. He found a place to live in Waterfall Town and began his research. The Stacy family was cleaning up the incident and also exploring Waterfall Town. Want to see if there are any survivors. But unfortunately, there were no survivors, not even corpses. Everyone in this town has been absorbed and killed by the Book of Sacrifice. It is a tragedy. It has been more than 2 months since the incident developed to now. In other words, the environment is relatively good. If the Book of Sacrifice is allowed to develop and expand, it may really lead to a major crisis. This is Lucci's judgment on the power of the Book of Sacrifice. Chapter 180. Carry Airship Airport. Finally I'm back. Yetai shouted happily. This time it was really a bit risky. I fell into that dangerous place and almost died. I have to be more careful next time. Of course, the most important thing in the end is to sign a contract with Lord Lucci. On the way back, I reviewed what happened this time, based on what I learned myself and what I learned from Xiaolyr. He can also guess a lot of things. Of course, this adventure was not without gains. First of all, he became friends with Xiaolyr, and at the same time, he also caught the attention of Lord Lucci. The most important thing is that I also have some connection with the Stacy family. The benefits to him are really huge. As for other monetary gifts, they meant nothing to him. While on the airship, Yetai Conrad consulted Lucci about his predictive ability. He hopes he can master this ability. Unfortunately, Lucci had no way to deal with his ability. But based on 3 experiences, it can be concluded that this predictive ability is beneficial to oneself. Every time a prophecy appears, as long as it changes, it will have a good effect on Yetian, but this is also the greatest function of the prophecy, isn't it? However, because there is too little data now, it is still difficult to clearly understand the patterns. Xiaolyr, what are you going to do next? Become the owner of the Sky Arena. After the 2 men left the airport, Yetai asked Xiaolyr. Now Xiaolyr is basically Lucci's subordinate. With my ability, how can I possibly be the owner of this building? I plan to move my business to Carey City and open a handyman shop here. Although the problem was solved, Xiaolyr felt a little depressed. After all, he was unable to save the person he wanted to save. He won't be able to get out in a short time. Well, if you have anything, you can call me. After all, we are in this difficult time together. Even though things are over now and it's time to go to bed, Tai still has some psychological trauma. That is, I feel that I might return to that dangerous place again because of sleeping. Yet. Xiaolyr left directly. Lucci has not yet let him know that there is another Regina alive. Yetai dialed his own butler and waited for the Conrad family's car to pick him up. As for Lucci, he didn't even leave the airport, but directly transferred back to the Sky Arena via space. When Lucci came back, the first thing he noticed was Lucci's secretarial team. But I noticed that Lucci was studying, so I didn't disturb him. But on the way home, yet I encountered some things. In some fights, even if no hot weapons were used, swords, steel pipes and other weapons were used. The public security of the entire city of Kerry has become chaotic. And Yetai's butler driver also answered, during the time when you were away, some changes have taken place in Kerry City. Other mafia families have come to Kerry City to fight for territory, and 2 of them are supported by the 10 old men. Hearing this, Yetai immediately asked, isn't it possible to solve it immediately with the strength of the family? You have to know that this is the base camp of the Conrad family. Even if there is a dragon crossing the river, it will be like a dragon swimming in shallow water and being bullied by shrimps. The owner of the family is no longer the mayor of Kerry City. In addition to the gang problems, there have been some changes in the official and business aspects. The top leaders of the Republic of Bardokia have been persuaded, or it can be said that they hope that the Conrad family and the Sky Arena can become the strength of their country. Rather than being so neutral. If they could integrate the power of martial artists from all over the world, perhaps their Republic of Bardokia could become a similar entity to V5. The top leaders have some understanding of martial artists and non-users, and are aware that these beings are all powerful. Instead of exerting pressure, they chose to let it go. Of course, there were also people at the official level who secretly recruited various martial artists and martial arts schools. The result of letting it go is gang fighting. Business fight. If we want to develop the city of Kerry and jointly develop it with nearby cities, we will also need some help at the official level. In other words, the time is still relatively short, otherwise the city of Kerry would now have several more pharmaceutical companies and some fighting clubs. And secretly, some industries of Sky Arena were also affected. The most affected were the raw materials for various secret medicines for cultivation that were being sold. Either the price has increased, or the seller is unwilling to cooperate. It's a bit like economic sanctions. As for the gangs, they are even more unscrupulous. Pornography, gambling, and drugs were completely liberalized. Originally, due to some rules set by Lucci, the city of Kerry was in a stable state, and anyone who wanted to cause trouble would be quickly dealt with. There are many people with non abilities in Kerry City, but there are even more people with certain fighting abilities. Chaos is the ladder to rise. With foreign gangs, competition between industries, and upper-level non-users, they may still be on the sidelines. However, these people at the lower level who had fighting abilities were instantly wooed over by all the major forces, and it could be said that they were bought with money. That is the time period. Now it is just a fight for territory. As time goes on, all kinds of extravagant things will appear in Kerry City, and it will become a city of sin. Once the overall environment is destroyed, the first to be affected will certainly be the various martial arts halls. Martial arts are not so easy to pursue, and there will definitely be people who are shaken and tempted. Destruction is much easier than creation. When the environment is destroyed, the Sky Arena will be the last to be affected. The Conrad family is now in a bit of a state of panic. After all, it is their territory, so many actions have to be cautious. It is not good to cause widespread destruction, but it is also not good to be eroded like this. As for the mafia families, because of the sudden rise of the Conrad family in recent years, they are now being targeted by the mafia families and have no allies. Talking about allies within the gang is itself a problem. Unless Lucci takes action, these things will not be solved. His strength and status in Kerry City are quite high. The top leaders of many martial arts halls in Kerry City, including Bai, are looking forward to what methods Lucci will use to solve these problems. Unfortunately, Lucci didn't really pay much attention to these issues at this time. He now focused all his attention on the pages. If I could partially master the power of the Book of Sacrifice, then replicating Greedy Island would be a small problem. He can even turn the Sky Arena or the entire city of Kerry into a secret place. This is also a great temptation for him. Chapter 181. Lucci's research took a full half-month. In a room somewhere in the Sky Arena, if you open the door and walk in, you will find that you have entered another space. The former waterfall town is recreated. But unfortunately, all the residents have disappeared. Lucci walked in Waterfall Town, where the layout of the houses was constantly changing, disappearing, or changing positions. It seems that change is not that easy. Ever since he was able to contract with Regina, Lucci began to contract with dead things, wanting to fully control the pages from the Book of Sacrifice. Unfortunately, it didn't work. There was no other way for Lucci, so he had to resort to another method, which was the Word God. By using the power of the Word God to connect the pages of the Book of Sacrifice, the purpose of controlling the Book of Sacrifice can be achieved. He succeeded. This torn page is not simple, it has the ability to materialize memories. However, due to the damage, only the former waterfall town can be seen now, and this is only possible because of the existence of a core like Regina. If it weren't for Regina, the interior of this room would just be a special space. Of course, even so, the torn pages are already amazing. It is directly a spatial ability and can even be used as space equipment. Due to the special nature of the pages, Lucci couldn't hand them over to his subordinates for research. But we can know that this special material of book pages is not ordinary paper, and it can be said that it has never appeared in the world today. I just don't know whether it comes from the Dark Continent or is created by the power of Nin. After another test, Lucci prepared to leave. Regina went to find Lucci. "Lord Lucci, when will you let me out to see Xiaolier?" At this time, Regina had lost contact with the Book of Sacrifice and was basically relying on Lucci's mental energy to maintain her life. It's like Lucci's Nin beast, similar to the relationship between Phoenix and Lucci. Regina is also an extremely special existence now. It can be said that the pages of the Book of Sacrifice are not completely damaged, and it is maintained by the mental energy. Then Regina is an immortal being. As long as the problem of mind energy can be solved, can this be considered an alternative form of immortality? Lucci has not yet considered what to do with Regina. After all, her existence has high research value. The biggest gain from Lucci's research on the Book of Sacrifice. That is the power of mind. It's a bit like the Constraint X pledge, but it's not quite the same as the Constraint X pledge, which is generally a constraint that an individual places on themselves to strengthen certain abilities. This power of mind is more like prayer or wish power. Previously in the secret realm of the Book of Sacrifice, the carriers of Waterfall Town represented the living residents of Waterfall Town. Because of the murderer, I actually made up a murderer. If used well, negative can also be used positively. As long as there are enough people who believe in it, then with the help of the power of this thought, perhaps it can actually appear. However, this kind of power should also have its limits. This is Lucci's idea. If you want to conduct an experiment, you need to think long and hard. The power displayed by the Book of Sacrifice is different from the known Nin abilities, including the Word of God. Unfortunately, due to some concerns, Lucci did not study the Book of Sacrifice, but judging from this page alone, there are not many divine words contained in the Book of Sacrifice. It is not known whether the same is true of the entire Book of Sacrifices. For Regina, she was just a puppet created by the Book of Sacrifice, or rather, a puppet created before her death, and then eroded by the Book of Sacrifice. Knowing this truth almost made her collapse. After all, it was easy for her to doubt the meaning of her existence. When the Book of Sacrifice was about to take away her power, she had already made up her mind to die. But she didn't expect that Lucci's contract helped her survive. Now she has figured it out. Since she possesses all of Regina's memories, how can she not be Regina? Now she can be considered to have been resurrected. As long as you get Lucci's permission, you can live the life you want. All the pressure that the Stacy family once put on her disappeared. She can live well now. Are you ready to meet him? Lucci asked back. And Regina nodded. Then I will give you a task. Lucci did not deliberately restrain Regina, and there was no need to do so. He just gave her a task directly. From then on, the Sky Arena had an urban legend. That is to open any door in the Sky Arena and enter an unknown place. No one knows what is in it. Because those who enter it are those who have not mastered the mind. When Lucci put down his study of the pages, his secretarial team began to report to him about the changes in the Sky Arena and some changes in Carey City. The instability in Carey City has also affected the sale of fight tickets at the Sky Arena. The restrictions on the raw materials of various secret recipes are also affected. After all, there are many fighters in the Sky Arena now, and no one knows how many secret medicines will be used for training every day. In the city of Carey, in the fight for territory between gangs, the Conrad family always has the upper hand. But some industries have emerged in Carey. First of all, there are 4 more casinos, all of which have official licenses. The other is something similar to marijuana, which also appeared in Carey City. It's just that the time was short and it didn't cause any sensation. The closer you are to the Sky Arena, the fewer such incidents there are and the more stable it is. It feels like something is eating away at them. Lord Lucci, do we need to work together with all the martial arts halls to clean up these things? Eriko asked. She knew very well that Lucci had zero tolerance for certain things. The top leaders of the Republic of Bartokia are just giving up. Does the martial arts hall have any comment? Lucci asked. According to what we have learned, some people from the martial arts hall have already taken action in secret, and of course some people have contacted those people. These martial arts schools are not monolithic and each has its own choices. Lucci doesn't have that much personal charm to make them all obey his commands and orders. There used to be some martial arts schools that wanted to defeat Lucci so that they could control the highest level of the Sky Arena. But Lucci was too strong, he didn't stand a chance at all, and even martial arts schools with such a petty mindset couldn't reach the top level. Now Lucci has become the true master of the Sky Arena. No one can shake Lucci's position. Then let the martial arts gyms handle it on their own. Just convey my meaning to them. Lucci planned to hand this matter over to some martial arts gyms to handle. He didn't need to deal with it personally. The various martial arts gyms nowadays are actually quite powerful, which is why Lucci helps them develop their martial arts gyms. Chapter 182. 1984, Carrie. A burly man, accompanied by a black-haired boy, walked out of the airship airport. Is that the Sky Arena? The young man looked at the tall tower in the distance. This would also be the place where he would practice next. Looking at the changes in Carrie City, there have been great changes here compared to the past. Silvazaldik has seen all the changes here. He once came to Carrie City for a mission and finally met the monster here. After returning home, he told his father about this situation. Finally, the Zaldik family has added another character who cannot be accepted for the mission casually. Just because they can't accept the offer casually doesn't mean the Zaldik family won't accept it, but the reward must be valuable enough before they will choose to take action. Maybe he is even stronger now. The young man next to Silva Zaldik is Illumi Zaldik, his eldest son, who is about 9 years old. He has almost learned the family's assassination skills, so he was brought to Carrie City for the next step of training. It is also to master thoughts. Silva Zaldik did not take the initiative to conduct mind training for Illumi. Since he had spent some time in the Sky Arena, he already had the training standards for the next generation. The requirement to learn then has been changed to reaching the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Watching the changes in Carrie City, Silva Zaldik could feel that Lucci was terrifying, and it was not his strength that was terrifying. The former Sky Arena was a modern city with tall buildings everywhere, but now it has changed a lot. The first is that there is more vegetation, and the whole city is like a forest. The Zaldik family has been deliberately collecting intelligence about Carrie City and the Sky Arena. The Sky Arena was once prosperous, which led to a surge in the number of people with nobility, and attracted the attention of the 5 major countries and some forces. Some chose to suppress, some chose to unite, and they played some pretty big tricks in Carrie City. There was even a near small local war, but the final result was that the city of Carrie became a country within the Republic of Bartokia. A true country of martial arts and fighting. Let all the countries and forces in the world see how terrifying the situation will be once the number of people with abilities increases. At the same time, it also allows people to see how terrifying those martial arts masters who master thoughts are. Ordinary high-tech thermal weapons can't even hurt them. It can be said that the dispute allowed the world to see how powerful non-users are and how powerful they can be. Even Silva Zaldik knew that some senior politicians from the 5 major countries had even thought about using war weapons to directly destroy the city of Carrie. But in the end it came to nothing due to unknown reasons. These changes also triggered changes in the Hunter Association. The Hunter Association used to have a good status, but in the eyes of the 5 major countries, it was more like a subordinate thug force. Now its status has been improved a lot, and it is no longer like someone who can be ordered around. As a killer, Silva Zaldik naturally wouldn't know the key, it was just because of a few seeds. The appearance of special seeds cultivated and improved by thoughts was the reason for the change in the attitudes of the 5 major countries that time. Let them see the potential of thoughts, but of course the necessary blockades still exist. As for everyone learning it, that is absolutely impossible. Let's go. Silva took Ilmi directly to the Sky Arena on the bus. Not long after driving, the bus suddenly stopped. What's going on? There were many foreign tourists who came to Carrie City on the bus. Silva and Ilmi also didn't understand what was going on. Looking ahead on the road, I saw a blue space crack appearing in front of the road. The secret realm has appeared again. Looks like we have to wait for a while. There seemed to be someone in the car who knew the reason. As soon as these words came out, naturally someone immediately asked, "What is going on?" Of course, there is also the fear of that abnormality. I'm not really sure how to explain this. The blue space crack is the entrance to a secret realm. There are terrible monsters inside, but as long as you kill these monsters, you can get rewards. These things have only appeared recently. Now let's wait for the Adventurers Guild to solve it. Many people still don't quite understand it, but they do understand a few things. Someone asked, "Won't the monster inside run out?" Yes, if no one goes in to solve the problem, the entrance to the secret realm will turn red and the monsters inside will come out. The person who said this obviously knew that such a thing had happened. And Shiba has already begun to concentrate. In his eyes, the entrance to the secret realm is condensed with a huge amount of mental energy. He is naturally aware of the existence of secret realms, demonic realms, and the like. But what was happening before his eyes was obviously different from what he knew. At the entrance to the secret realm, some people were curious and wanted to get closer. But the invisible barrier blocked them, preventing them from getting any closer, and they had no idea what was going on. In Shiba's eyes, there was another force of thought that appeared to block the way, and it appeared out of nowhere, and its source could not be found at all. About 6 or 7 minutes later, several figures leaped over from a distance, passing through the invisible barrier and entering the secret realm. Shiba counted and found that there were 8 people in total. The people who arrived later were blocked by the power at the entrance to the secret realm, and a look of regret appeared on their faces. Even though it's pretty magical. But Silva had a hunch that this matter was definitely related to Lucci. He had witnessed the changes in the Sky Arena before, and now even the city of Carey was beginning to become magical. After more than 2 hours, the 8 people who had entered came out, carrying a lot of trophies with them. Shiba saw minerals, remains of certain creatures, and some flowers and plants in it. And each of them had injuries on their bodies. As soon as they came out, the entrance to the secret realm that looked like a space crack turned into light particles and slowly dissipated. "Father, is this the power of thought?" Ilmi asked in a low voice. He knew the power of thought, and when he saw the magical scene before him, he naturally asked out of curiosity. Can the power of thought achieve this? This change must have come from Lucky Phoenix. Unlike martial arts masters like Netero, Lucci's use of mind is not simply based on strength, but in other aspects. It seems that there is still a lot to understand this time. Silva Zaldik was not in a hurry, he had enough time to understand all this. Chapter 183. Arrived at the Sky Arena. You will end your training when you reach the 200th floor. Shiba left these words to Ilmi and disappeared. I'm not worried at all about what might happen to 9-year-old Ilmi. Obviously, he believed in Ilmi's strength. He might not be able to reach the 200th floor immediately, but the first few dozen floors should not be a big problem. Moreover, it is rare in the current Sky Arena for a fighter to kill his opponent. With Lucci's reforms, many top referees have emerged in the Sky Arena, and some referees are even stronger than the players. Ilmi nodded to show that he understood. After watching his father leave, he immediately went to the registration area of the Sky Arena. The registration line is very long. Ilmi's attention was also noticed by some people. Some people even wanted to tease Ilmi for coming to compete at his age, asking him not to cry and call for his mother on the ring, but they were all discouraged by Ilmi's cold eyes. Ilmi, who comes from a family of killers, is very indifferent to human life. This is the Sky Arena. If it were any other place, those who dared to make fun of him would probably be killed and destroyed by him. Many people were disappointed, but of course some fighters who came to register noticed Ilmi. That look was no ordinary look. Don't look down on others because of their age. This is the most common phrase in the Sky Arena. Because every year several young geniuses emerge in the Sky Arena. And because of some biscuits and some female non-users. Now in the Sky Arena, many users with transformation telepathic abilities will choose to practice in the direction of being able to change their body shape and age like Biscuit, and the majority of them are women. It is possible that you might encounter a young man who is actually a powerful non-user in disguise. In the Sky Arena, children are definitely not to be messed with. They are either powerful people in disguise, or they are young geniuses. Even if they are neither, they may have a deep background. After Ilmi successfully registered, he entered the arena on the first floor to wait. It's his first game. There was a slight change in the first game. His opponent is an ordinary person with some fighting skills. Ilmi's first move was to try to take the heart. But his attack was blocked and his right wrist, which was intended to take out his heart, was grabbed. Okay, you've won this round, go straight to the 30th floor. The referee let go of Ilmi's hand that was beginning to grow claws. As if this wasn't anything surprising. Instead, Ilmi looked at the referee, thinking about how to kill him. It's great to have such strength at this age, but killing is prohibited in the Sky Arena. If you can't restrain yourself, you won't go far. The referee didn't care at all about Ilmi's murderous look and even reminded him. I handed the ticket for the upgrade to the other party. Okay. Ilmi took the receipt. When he left the ring, he was still paying attention to the referees and fighters in other rings. In his eyes, many fighters have strong abilities, and he cannot see through any of the referees. It is worthy of being the place chosen by my father for cultivation, it is indeed very powerful. This is what Ilmi thinks. But he is a killer and does not need a head-on fight. If he were to assassinate them, he felt that these people would not be his match. Now Ilmi is very good at thinking with the mindset of a killer. Come to the special elevator for fighters. There were already several people waiting together. The elevator door opened, revealing the Sky Arena staff elevator girl. Welcome to the Sky Arena, where you can. He introduced the candidates like a service officer. Of course, the main introduction is to some places between the 2nd floor and the 10th floor except for the arena, including accommodation, restaurants, supermarkets, and other places. It also mentioned which martial arts gyms one can sign up for if one wants to improve their fighting skills. But Ilmi didn't listen, he just stared at the elevator girl's back, thinking. Do you feel a little cold? One of the contestants in the elevator suddenly said. Have it. Oh, by the way, one thing worth noting is that it is absolutely not allowed to kill your opponent in the Sky Arena, otherwise you will be punished by being banned. I hope everyone pays attention to this. The elevator girl said, turning around. Ilmi had a hunch that the other party's words were directed specifically at him. There are also some recent rookie competitions. People under the age of 15 can sign up to participate, and the champion will receive 60 million ringgits. Arrived at the 10th floor. The contestants started to go out, but Ilmi did not leave. Several contestants also noticed it, looked surprised, and then understood. The elevator started again, with only 2 people left in it. Hasn't anyone told you not to stare at a girl with such passionate eyes? The elevator girl whispered. But this cool expression is kind of cute. At this time, Ilmi did not move, because he had sensed the extreme danger and felt that he would be hit hard if he moved. What shocked Ilmi the most was that he was clearly looking at the back of the woman in front of him. But when his head was touched, he realized that the other person suddenly appeared beside him. The little face was also poked. And a voice came from the elevator girl's headset. So you are from the Zaldik family? No wonder you have such eyes at such a young age. Ilmi did not choose to hide his real name when he signed up. It is easy to find some relevant information. You have to follow the rules here. If you break the rules, you won't have a good ending even if you are from the Zaldik family. He said this with a dangerous expression on his face. Ah, actually I was just kidding you, don't be so nervous. The elevator girl suddenly laughed again. But Ilmi's tense emotions and body have not relaxed. In the eyes of Ilmi, the Sky Arena is a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are everywhere. I just don't know if he has mastered the mind. If he has, then considering the scale of the Sky Arena, it seems to be even more powerful than my own home. Today's Ilmi can only think in such a simple way. Soon we reached the 30th floor. Ilmi walked out of the elevator. Start preparing for the second battle of the day. Sheba, on the other hand, inquired about the changes in the situation in Kari City from all aspects. According to the intelligence from the Zaldik family, all the news and information about Kari City and the Sky Arena that are released to the outside world are either screened or simply blocked. Chapter 184. The upper floors of Sky Arena. Lucci felt that he had gained a new energy and mind, and was very satisfied. Lucci is already 36 years old this year, but he still looks like a young man of 17 or 18 years old, and seems to be pretending to be young. The secret dungeon has been in use for a month, and the Adventure Guild has also been slowly getting up and running. It's finally finished. Lucci looked exhausted. In fact, he was exhausted. He has been busy ever since his 36th birthday, and only recently began to take a break. His sign-in ability allows him to sign in and gain power from another world every 12 years. And when Lucci signed in for the 4th time, he obtained another piece of magically modified knowledge. This knowledge is called the Holy Grail system. It comes from the Holy Grail system in the Fate series. The Holy Grail system should be a system that starts a war called the Holy Grail and then opens the route. But things are different after the magic change. After all, the worlds are different and will definitely not be compatible. Many changes have occurred after the magic modification. First of all, when it comes to absorbing the magic power of the earth veins, it turns into mental energy. There is also the method of making the Holy Grail, and finally the command seals. Unfortunately, there is no route in this world, nor is there a seat of heroes, so naturally there is no Holy Grail war. And Lucci simply relied on this Holy Grail system to turn it into a secret copy to harvest thoughts. This process will naturally not be easy. The first thing is to create the Holy Grail. The materials consumed alone are innumerable. That is to say, Lucci does not need to treat money as money now, otherwise it would be really difficult to make it. As for the system that absorbs earth veins and converts them into telekinesis, it also requires hard work. Fortunately, the heritage of the Pachi tribe in the Bassan rainforest is somewhat similar, so progress is relatively fast. As for the command spell system, due to the ability of the contract, Lucci can also apply what he has learned to other situations. But this is still the simplest. It is just building a simple Holy Grail system. It still requires hard work if you want it to play its due role. Lucci applied the telepathic knowledge he acquired to the system of the Greater Holy Grail. It can be said that as long as the willpower is sufficient, the Holy Grail may really be able to make wishes come true. Of course, Lucci did not show the Holy Grail externally, but only used the secret realm of the copy to show it. The construction of the copy's secret realm is also very troublesome. Even with the help of the Holy Grail system, there are still many difficulties in constructing a real copy's secret realm. If it weren't for the gains and experience gained from the secret realm of the Book of Sacrifice, Lucci would probably still be studying the structure of the copy's secret realm. Now Lucci has only created the first batch of relatively simple secret realms, but with this beginning, the follow-up will be easier. Although the secret realm of the copy is constructed by thoughts, it is not a false existence, but a real one. After the adventurer passes the level, he can gain a lot from it. Of course, at this stage there are only some minerals, meat and plants, which are relatively common things. But enough is enough. The more spiritual energy the Holy Grail accumulates, the stronger the secret realm of the copy will become. Lucci's development of secret dungeons tends to be in the dungeon category, so the Adventure Guild came into being. It also provides many fighters with new choices, and the fighters' opponents don't always have to be humans, they can also be other creatures. It seems like Lucci is using the secret copy realm to train his troops. Even Lucci did not intend to hide it. He locked the Adventurers Guild and the secret dungeon, directly revealing the restriction that people and things without adventurer qualifications could not enter the secret dungeon. And Carrie City is not the only secret place like this. The Bassan rainforest is also undergoing similar transformation. It can be regarded as a further realization of Greedy Island. Of course, the rewards of the current dungeon secret realm are still not as good as those of Greedy Island in the anime. With the help of this Holy Grail system, Lucci truly gained the ability to make a wish. It can even create something out of nothing. Very perverted. Of course there is an upper limit. I am increasingly unable to understand your abilities. There was another voice in the room. It was Bai. Of course, there was a reason why he appeared here. He came to tell Lucci that he was ready to take action. He should have taken action long ago, but Lucci's big plan made him pause so he could see how it played out. I found that it was indeed powerful, mysterious, and terrifying. Unfortunately, he doesn't like this kind of man-made adventure. He prefers the adventure of exploring real nature. As for Bai's action, it was naturally his plan to go to the Dark Continent. The agreement between him and Netero was broken. Of course, he also took the initiative to inform Netero, and Netero also recognized Baiangd. Bai went to the Dark Continent, not planning to go through the Ferry Bureau or through formal means, but to sneak into the Dark Continent. This method is extremely dangerous, and even coming back will be a problem. Of course, it is not completely impossible. Netero has been to the Dark Continent twice, but neither of them went there in an official way. The sporadic exploration records of the Dark Continent in history also mostly used the method of smuggling. The official way requires passing through the gatekeeper, and returning with the disaster. By smuggling, there is no need to bring back disasters, but of course this is not 100% certain. The Dark Continent is too mysterious, and I might be able to bring back something by sneaking back. You really don't plan to join me? Even at this time, Bai was still inviting Lucci. No thanks. Lucci still refused. That's such a pity. I hope your secret realms will become interesting when I come back. Bai stood up, as if he didn't think he would die in the Dark Continent. Bai is able to explore the Dark Continent now without having to wait until the time in the anime, and Lucci played a big role in this. The first is the improvement of Bai's power. Now there are countless people who have the ability of Nen, and there are many masters of Nen with all kinds of strange abilities. Many scenarios have been considered for possible problems, including ways to get back. The reason why Netero did not stop Byangd was that although he was still getting older, he was still getting stronger, even stronger than in his peak period. Because he has found a new direction. This time, Netero even provided a little help in Byangd's preparations for departure. Bai's goal is longevity rice. Because of Lucci's influence, Bai's current goals have become things that can help human evolution and cultivation. Chapter 185. In the room, Lucci stood at the window and looked at the city of Kerry. It has been 36 years since I came into this world, and many things have changed without me noticing. I dare not say that the world has changed because of him, but he has indeed changed the fate of many people and brought about considerable changes in the Republic of Batokya. Bai Yangda has begun to explore the Dark Continent. No one knows whether he can succeed or come back alive. Despite making many preparations, the success rate of getting something is not 100%. Lucci could only wish the other party success. Lucci took a step forward and disappeared into the room. When he appeared again, he was already on a green meadow. Then let's start. As Lucci's words fell, the energy surged out of Lucci's body and formed a giant. This is Lucci's Susanoo. This ability has been perfectly mastered by Lucci, and he can also use Susanoo to fly. This is the secret dungeon. The training place specially customized by Lucci for himself can also test the power of various abilities. The surrounding environment changed and mountains appeared around. And Lucci drew out his long sword and began to practice swordsmanship. If Lucci was unable to fight head-on with some modern weapons in the past, it is completely different now. Lucci is now a human-shaped disaster. With a huge sword energy, all the high mountains were flattened by Lucci. And now, Lucci has even trained Susanoo to the point where it can isolate viruses and radiation. After all, the rose of the poor in the anime is terribly poisonous. In addition to Susanoo, the practice of Iron Block also allows Lucci to have more precise control over his body, and any illness or external virus invasion will be detected by him in the first place. Moreover, there are various secret recipes for practicing, including secret recipes for practicing resistance to poison. I dare not say that he is immune to all poisons, but most of the toxins in the world can no longer affect Lucci. Lucci is still constantly training himself to become inhuman. It is a pity that the Iron Block's cultivation has not been refined to the extent of affecting cells, otherwise it might really be possible to achieve immortality. This wish has been the ambition of countless emperors throughout history. Of course, Lucci is still very young now, so at least he doesn't need to worry about aging. After practicing in the Copy Secret Realm Copy, Lucci came to a special space again. This is the underground of the city of Kerry, forming a special space with a palace complex. In the center of the palace, a 1-meter-high Holy Grail floats in the air. There was colorful light emanating from its body, and a huge breath of life emanated from it. This is the core of the Holy Grail system created by Lucci. This is a place that only Lucci can come to, and only Lucci can touch and use the Holy Grail. Lucci walked to the side. The Holy Grail descended naturally, and inside the Holy Grail flowed a golden liquid with a strange fragrance. This is a wish that Lucci made to the Holy Grail. It is comparable to the super divine water in the Dragon Ball world. It can be used to stimulate the potential of the human body, which is equivalent to a liquid that can assist in cultivation. But because the world is different, this super divine water naturally cannot completely become the original. Its function, in addition to helping stimulate human potential, can also help those who have not yet opened their minds to open their essence and awaken their minds. It can be said that Lucci has mastered a new way of practicing safely. It accumulates very slowly. This is not simply formed by the mental energy converted by the earth veins, but also by adventurers challenging the Copy Secret Realm. It is a mechanism similar to Greed Island. The more dungeon secret realms the adventurer is notified to challenge, the more wish power will be accumulated, and the stronger the wish will be. In a sense, Lucci can be said to have mastered a universal wishing machine. And unlike the one that happened to the Zaldik family later, there are no side effects. Then let it become a reward in the dungeon secret realm. Lucci came here to update the secret realm. The copy secret realm has appeared for a month, and many people in Carey City have become accustomed to the sudden situations that may occur in this secret realm. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of many people. Not everyone likes to call themselves fighters or martial artists, and not everyone likes to climb to the pinnacle of martial arts. If there weren't enough monetary rewards, there would actually be far fewer players in the Sky Arena. Since the secret realm appeared, many people have become interested in such adventures. Through the secret realm, you can experience various adventurous lives and make money at the same time. Many people hope to become adventurers. Because the secret realm is restricted to adventurers only. At this stage, Lucci has limited the number of adventurers that can register. There is no way to open a secret realm at most 20 times a day. If the number of adventurers increases, there will not be enough secret realms to share, and conflicts will arise between adventurers. Of course, Lucci didn't mind their fighting, he just didn't want them to disrupt the order of Carey City. As for the setting of the copy, it is also relatively simple. Lucci can directly copy many scenes that he has seen and encountered before. This is the ability of the Book of Sacrifice to create secret realms. If Team Jin's Greed Island still has many restrictions in the future, then Lucci's Holy Grail system does not have so many restrictions. If he could master the Holy Grail, Lucci might even feel that he could control the entire human world in due time. Just so confident. Lucci updated the secret realm of the dungeon. The difficulty of the dungeon secret realm has increased, and of course the rewards have also increased. If I have enough strength, I might be able to try a plot copy. While creating the secret copy, Lucci couldn't help but daydream. The so-called plot copy is that Lucci wants to materialize some stories in his memory. However, there is a problem that needs to be solved. The amount of mental energy is not a big problem. The main thing is the AI of the NPC in the copy. The copy of the Book of Sacrifice was created using the memories of living people, and it is impossible to easily distinguish the authenticity of the copy. Greed Island cannot solve this problem either. The main plot can only be played by real people, that is, the story of Liza and the 14 demons. It is unlikely to develop the corresponding ability, but perhaps we can use the power of the Holy Grail to make a wish. I just don't know how much willpower it takes to be able to make a wish like that. Lucci updated a wave of copies. And in Carey City, Silva Zaldik has already arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The 3-story mobile building in Carey City looks quite ordinary. But when he stepped into it, he was shocked. Chapter 186. From the outside, the area occupied by the Adventurers Guild is not particularly large. But after entering, Sheba first felt a special sense of spatial illusion, and then he saw the very spacious Adventurers Guild Hall. The entire hall is divided into multiple areas, including service area, task area, bar area, dining area, and trading area. It's much bigger than it looks from the outside. Anyone who comes here will know that the Adventurers Guild must be connected to the Sky Arena. There weren't many people in the hall. After all, there are limited dungeon secrets every day, and once they are solved, adventurers basically go somewhere else, either back to the martial arts hall or to the Sky Arena. As for the adventurer's choice, Lucci directly handed it over to the Holy Grail to make the selection. That is the command seal system. Anyone who obtains a command seal on the back of his hand automatically becomes an adventurer. Sheba began to come to the service area to inquire about relevant information. He felt a little sorry to hear that becoming an adventurer was a random thing. As a killer, he shouldn't have paid attention to these things. He only needed to care about the family business. However, all these things were caused by Lucci, so he had to care about them. Another one is Lucci's influence on the dark world. Lucci didn't know that every year many people from Carey City enter the dark world. Either they become someone's bodyguard or they become a killer because of something. The business that was once easy to do for the Zaldik family has become more difficult. Especially for the younger generation. At this age, Ilmi has already started accepting assassin commissions. However, due to this role, Ilmi is unable to improve himself through killer commissions. After all, there are only a limited number of targets that Ilmi can kill at this age. As a killer of the Zaldik family, even though he is just a child, he has the reputation of Zaldik, so his price will be much higher than that of other killers. However, it would not be too difficult to ask Ilmi for help, that is, the bounty for the commission would not exceed a certain upper limit. Instead of hiring a little killer to beat the enemy, it would be better to hire other killers. There are also some clients who simply cannot afford to hire a small Zaldik killer like Illumi. It can be said that this industry is very competitive, otherwise Sheba would not have brought Ilmi to Kari City for training. The Zaldik family never thought that their family's career as a killer would be affected by such factors. Not only the Zaldik family was affected, but Meteor Street was also affected. Meteor Street has always been a place where dark forces recruit members, because the people here have no records in the world, and at the same time, the environment here affects anyone who can stand out and have extraordinary talents. But the dark forces have chosen a better target, that is the city of Kree. You can see martial artists everywhere here, and it is possible that 1 out of 10 people is an user. After several years of development, the city of Kari has gained another name. That is the food capital. In order to allow food hunters or medicinal cuisine to develop accordingly, food competitions and chef competitions have been held in Kari City for many years. Plus there is an opportunity here to awaken thoughts. Even if a chef does not become a gourmet hunter, he can still become an user. Neon cuisine is already quite well known in Kari City. After collecting enough information, Silva couldn't help but sigh that Lucci was a person who could influence the world. When Sheba was sighing. In an apartment in Kari City, a small team of 10 people were discussing the matter. How is it? Have you asked about the situation of the dungeon secret realm? I've already got it. I paid a little money. These are minor issues. One of the people took out a piece of paper from his hand and wrote down all the information he had learned on the paper like a printer, and everyone had a copy. They quickly looked at the information about the secret realm copy. Unfortunately, now only those who are not non-users can become adventurers. One of them said regretfully. He really wanted to experience it. This requirement was deliberately set by Lucci, because if an user was chosen, the copy that appeared at the beginning would really not pose a threat to them. If they were overwhelmed too much, Lucci would not be able to take back his mind from them. Can we do this? One of them asked. I'm afraid there's no way. Based on the divine knowledge we have now, we don't have the ability to have independent space. One of them analyzed. The dungeon secret realm is constantly changing, which means it is constantly getting stronger. I'm afraid it will become more and more perfect, but also more and more dangerous. Since the secret realm appeared, their small team has been collecting intelligence, and from the intelligence they can see that the secret realm is changing. Compared with this secret realm copy, what we set up is more comprehensive. A short boy in overalls said bluntly. The boy's name is List. I really want to ask Master Lucci how this was created. Jin couldn't help but said in distress. Jin, don't do anything risky. One of them immediately dissuaded. This group of people became the producers of Greed Island in the future. Lucci did not change the fate and ideas of this group of people, and Greed Island is still the game they want to make. In the original story, Greed Island was released in 1987. And it's only 3 years away. Lucci is growing, and naturally the others are also growing rapidly, among which Jin Fulasi is the best. Although he is young, Kim Foolish is still quite famous among hunters. How can we possibly give you the things that Tianlong Arena is researching? Because of the creation of Greedy Island, and knowing that Sky Arena possessed a lot of divine knowledge, Jin thought about buying it with money. It's a pity that Sky Arena is not short of money. Later, they used the method of exchange, but most of the divine knowledge in the Golden Hand was owned by the Sky Arena, so naturally there was no point in exchanging it. Especially after the Secret Realm copy appeared. It was obvious to their team that this was not something that could be created by the power of God alone, as they had come into close contact with the Secret Realm copy. The power that blocked them did not allow them to feel the familiar power of God. With this curiosity in mind, Jin led them to sneak into the Sky Arena in an attempt to steal some secrets. Then of course I was taught a lesson. It might not be so easy for Jin to obtain the title of one of the top 5 non-users now. Chapter 187. To be honest, when they learned about the copy Secret Realm, their team was a little panicked. Now they have already set up the overall structure of Greed Island and are just waiting for it to be put into practice. Although there are some differences, in their eyes, this copy Secret Realm is just like the game of Greedy Island. It's just not as complicated as Greed Island. They want the kind of technical capability that comes in its own space. Although everyone in their team is very capable, they are even the best in the industry. But it does not have the technical capabilities to create its own space. In order to make his own work more perfect, Jin tried to steal secrets secretly, but was discovered. Fortunately, he was strong enough and ran away. So what should we do now? Should we postpone the practice and continue to improve it, or officially start it? The person asking the question is Duan, a character in the anime who is very similar to the old thief Togashi. Of course we'll postpone it. If we can gain this ability, our game will be more complete, and we won't have to worry about what will happen if we're discovered. Everyone in the team has different opinions. Some plan to start practicing and officially start building the game, while others choose to postpone it for further improvement. The latter are basically worried that if their work is known, it will destroy it. In fact, there is another way, that is to reach the 200th floor of the Sky Arena and become the owner of the building. You only need to pay money to learn relevant knowledge. Among the twin sisters, Aiden is more inclined to continue to improve. It's not that easy. You've all seen the ops games, and they're all so perverted. Duan thought this method was not a good one. They are all the best among non-users, and after seeing the fight between the ops, they dare not say that they can win. And even if you can win, it takes time just to win, and it also takes time to learn again. Even if it's not necessary, we can build the game and learn at the same time, and it won't affect each other. The game will always be updated, right? Jin directly chose both. Although Jin is the youngest in their team, he has the most say. Many people in the team say they like to argue with Jin, but they are convinced by him. Should we split up? The distance is still a bit far. They have found a suitable venue to set up their work, but it is quite far from the Sky Arena. Just let me stay here alone, and you guys start building. Once it's built, there will be no problem with communication. Jin felt that distance was not a problem. Because their works can solve these problems. Whether it is communication or peer, magnetic force, leaving and other means. Are you trying to be lazy? Duan expressed his doubt and did not believe this guy Jin. I just want to really enter the secret realm and take a look. Jin has now explored many ancient ruins and has been to many secret realms and magic realms, but he has not truly experienced the secret realm formed by thoughts. Is there a chance? Aren't non-users unable to become adventurers? If this secret realm is really related to the Sky Arena, then the Conrad family must have a share in it. It just so happens that I know someone from the Conrad family, so maybe I can get a share. Even if he fails, Jin plans to do some research in Carey City. This made him too curious. Seeing that Jin had made the decision, no one else said anything. However, when they left, they still gave Jin special instructions. Tell him not to do risky things again, at least don't try to steal the core information of the Sky Arena secretly. Especially the two sisters Yitan, there is actually a special aura hidden in the entire Sky Arena. Jin, you were able to leave at the beginning, probably because the master behind it did not make things difficult for you. The two Aiden sisters are the weavers of the core system in their work. It can be said that as long as Greed Island is running, they are in a major position. They are also hacker hunters. Don't worry. Jin agreed, recalling his first meeting with Lucci. The method of killing people by relying on the sound of heartbeat left a deep impression on him. After the team left, Jin also started to take action. There is a large map in their apartment, which is a map of the city of Carey. There are many red circles on the map, all of which are places where the copy secret realm has appeared, and they are marked with numbers starting from the first one. Their team wanted to find out if there was any pattern. Unfortunately, they haven't studied it thoroughly yet, haven't discovered any patterns, and haven't experienced it up close. The blocked ability is so strong that even the ability of space transfer cannot break through. With the help of the power of the word God, their team can display all kinds of magical powers, and short-distance space movement is even easier. But it was of no help in breaking through the entrance to the secret realm. To Jin's taste, it was as if they were in a different dimension. The most crucial thing is that they tried various methods but could not find out where the source of the spiritual energy of either the barrier or the crack in the secret realm came from. It's like it really appeared out of nowhere. And there is a pattern next to the map. It is the pattern of the command spell. Jin's team directly believed that it was a divine character pattern, but they had not yet deciphered it. They thought about cracking it from this command spell so that they could also become adventurers. But it didn't work. After all, this is power from another world. Although it is affected by the rules of that world and has changed, it is difficult for others to master it. Summarized the information. Jin plans to meet Russell and get some relevant information from him. After he became a hunter, Russell was of great help to his growth, helping him to understand and perceive the world faster. But Kim didn't like to stay in one place for too long and soon said goodbye to Russell, but of course their friendship still existed. Sometimes we will contact each other. Just like the work created by their team, a lot of things are needed, and Jin once asked Russell to help find some things. I don't know if you changed your number. The last time Jin contacted me was more than a year ago. Dial the number again. After 2 beeps, someone answered the phone. It was not Russell who answered the phone, but Russell's subordinate. Jin was told a place and he went there directly by car. When Jin arrived at the place, he was a little confused when he saw the sign of the building in front of him. Is there such a place in Kerry? Why didn't I notice it before? The sign on the building reads Hunter Training School. Chapter 188. This is really a big tone. After entering the building, he did not identify himself and go upstairs, but walked around the lobby with various books to learn about the situation. The Hunter Training School was originally opened privately by Russell in order to train the number of hunters in his family. Specialized in training people on how to pass the hunter exam. But Russell soon developed it into a career. Collect examination materials of historical hunter examinations, and also hire real hunters to serve as teachers in the training school. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is also to let these hunters simulate, regard themselves as examiners, and prepare the examination content for the candidates. It is equivalent to a simulation test for the hunter exam, and it can guarantee safety without loss of life or disability. The advertising brochure that Jin was holding also highlighted several hunters who had been examiners for the hunter exam and were now examiners for the hunter training school. The training is divided into 3 parts. The first is to be familiar with the test points, that is, to understand the content of past hunter exams and provide different ways to pass them. The second is physical training. If you want to pass the hunter exam, you must have sufficient strength. Physical training will be provided, as well as teaching by famous teachers. It is worth mentioning that the Hunter Training School also has a gravity training room. As time went by, this technology was promoted to a certain extent in Kerry City and used in various martial arts halls. The fact that the Hunter Training School has such resources shows that it has a strong background. The last one is the mock exam. There is an opportunity to register every 4 months, and there are 3 mock exams a year. Of course, if you want to sign up to study here, the registration fee is not low, and the tuition fee for 1 year is 100 million. Even though the tuition is expensive, it doesn't stop many people from wanting to become hunters. Due to the influence brought by Lucci, there are more people with an ability and many countries no longer implement visa-free policy, but hunter licenses can be entered in many countries without a visa. This effect alone is enough to attract many people. This also led to the Hunter Association making a suggestion to the Hunter Association's president, President Netero, 2 years ago. Either increase the difficulty of the exam and limit the number of qualified candidates, or just hold an extra hunter exam every year. Because up to now, the number of people arriving at the first official examination venue of each hunter examination has exceeded 3,000. And this number is still increasing. Most of them are from Kerry City or surrounding cities. Even if they are not, they are people who know Kerry City and Sky Arena. Last year, the number reached 5,000, which is simply outrageous. That's because there are other people doing Russell's business. The current Hunter Association can definitely be described as a behemoth. The world is changing all the time, and you never know when you might suddenly become outdated. A hunter's license is now like a certificate. Only with a hunter's license can you be more successful in job hunting. After reading the entire advertising brochure, the temptation is really too great for many people. It even provides ways to pay tuition fees, including borrowing money, selling one's body, and an even more outrageous method, which is to steal the Sky Arena. Organize a large number of people to sign up for competitions in the Sky Arena, and make money by relying on the number of people to promote their levels. This also allows Jin to see something new. After reading it, Jin went straight to the staff, told them his name, and was led to the top floor by the staff. Long time no see, Jin. You suddenly came to me this time. Do you want me to help you pay attention to something, or do you want me to buy something? Russell asked Jin directly about his purpose when he saw him. Every time Jin took the initiative to contact him, it was basically because she wanted his help with something, which could be said to be a mutually beneficial relationship. He helps Jin, and Jin will give him some related benefits. Today, the Conrad family has become a very well-known gangster family in the gangster world. They are even known as the #1 gangster after the 10 old men. Julia is still the head of the Conrad family, but her focus is no longer in Kerry City, but in Yokikson. In recent years, the Conrad family has been planning to take over the auction city of Yokiksen. This time, I want to ask you some questions about secret realms and adventurers. Jin didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Russell paused for a moment, then pretended to be relaxed, took a sip of tea and asked, "What do you want to know?" "I want to know if you have any way to make me an adventurer." Jin plans to become an adventurer and get familiar with the secret realm by entering it. Russell did not answer Jin's question immediately, but scanned Jin's body with his eyes, as if looking for something. "Did you really remove the mark?" "Alas!" Russell said with a little regret. He was talking about the mark of the contract on Jin's body. At that time, Jin had only a vague understanding of Nian and knew little about the mark of the contract, so he signed the contract easily. But as Jin grew up, he mastered more and more knowledge of Nian, and he also did some research on contract marks. In the end, he chose to use the method of eliminating thoughts to remove the mark of the contract. It is equivalent to terminating the contract. That's right, Lucci's contract mark can be removed by removing thoughts. Of course, as long as the contract was terminated, Lucci would know about it. If Lucci didn't want to, he could stop it, but he didn't stop Jin from terminating the contract. Although there are few people like Jin who terminate the contract after signing it, they still exist. It's just that the quantity is relatively small. More importantly, he gained a great reputation by relying on the power of the contract. "Sorry, I can't help you with that." Speaking of this, Russell was still a little angry. He didn't even know that the guy was hiding so deeply. Before, I only knew that he had a good relationship with that guy Xiaolier. But more than a month ago, the Adventurers Guild was suddenly established, and the person chosen to be in charge was actually Yetai Conrad. This made Russell notice this little brother. Now as a senior member of Conrad and one of the actual controllers of the Carey City family, Russell still knows a lot of things, at least he knows something about the secret realm. He was also summoned by Lucci. I originally thought that he would be responsible for the relevant aspects, but I didn't expect it to be that guy Yetai. It's a pity that you eliminated the contract, otherwise you could still try it. The thought of Yetai's admiring expression in front of Lord Lucci made him feel very unhappy. Is that qualification also a kind of contract? Jin Zi thought of something. "Well, if your contract is still there, you can go to the Adventurers Guild to meet my brother. He might agree to your request." Now, there is no need to say more. Chapter 189. Russell couldn't understand what King was thinking. It is obvious that the contract can make people powerful, but Jin wants to give up this power. At least over the years, there has never been any unexpected incident due to the contract. And as his level increases, he can borrow more and more mental energy. Sometimes, Russell would use up the maximum amount of his mental energy at once to experience the feeling of being absolutely invincible. Now, Bassan's challenge is being sought after by many people. I have heard countless times that people rely on the power of contracts to defeat powerful enemies and protect themselves. No matter how you look at it, it is an ability that is very beneficial to yourself. In fact, with your ability, Jin, as long as you are willing to work for Lord Lucci, many things will be much simpler. Russell advised. He knew very well how great Jin's potential was. If such a person is recommended to Lucci, he will definitely be reused. Moreover, Lucci is also very eager for talents and will give corresponding rewards, which can be regarded as a mutual benefit. I still prefer to rely on my own efforts. Jin refused directly. He is not completely opposed to using the power of others to achieve his goals, otherwise he would not have the team he has now. I just like to explore on my own. If I can get Lucci's help, then most things in this world will not be too difficult. There is less joy in growing and exploring on your own. And Jin was also instinctively afraid of Lucci. After their last meeting during the hunter exam, Jin had also met Lucci on other occasions. But his wild intuition made him feel that Lucci was dangerous, which was an instinctive fear. It seemed as if he felt insignificant in front of the other person, which made Jin very unhappy and unconvinced. Combined with his later contact with President Netero, Jin can already judge that the strongest person in the world right now is definitely Lucci without a doubt. Sometimes Jin would also be very curious about what the scene would be like when Lucci took action. It has been a long time since Lucci took action, or should I say, took action in public. Forget it, I won't persuade you anymore. If you want to become an adventurer, then go find my brother. Maybe he will have a way. After all, you always get people to agree to your requests, don't you? Russell also gave Jin a direction. After chatting with Russell about some other things, Jin chose to leave. Kim Fulies. After Kim left, Russell called out this name in a low voice. Becoming friends with Jin was definitely the best choice he made. But this kind of friendship has never been developed in depth. It basically just maintains a certain relationship and has a mutually beneficial relationship. The boy back then has grown to where he is now. He is a pure hunter. He only has a vague understanding of what Jin and his team are doing now, but just knowing it makes him feel very powerful. At least Russell felt that Jin was close to Lucci on some level. In Russell's eyes, Lucci was once a strong man, but the more he got to know him, the more he felt that Lucci was like a god. Russell sighed slightly and then made a phone call. Jin went to the Adventurers Guild, but Tai was not there. Instead, he went to the Basin Rainforest and it is not clear when he will return. There was no other way, Jin could only choose to continue observing the secret realm. The next day, Jin stood on a tall building and looked out over the city of Kerry to see where the secret realm would appear. After hearing the news, Jin immediately jumped down from the building and headed directly to the secret realm copy using moon steps. The ability of moon step is now known to most people, but there are still relatively few people who can practice it successfully. Many people with the ability to release energy still rely on their telekinesis to achieve the ability to fly. And this ability is not difficult for the talented Jin to master, whether he uses thoughts to achieve the use of the moon step, or simply relies on his own practice to reach the point of using the moon step. The appearance of moon step also makes Superman more. Non-users are also more comprehensive. According to some secret information, a team of more than 10 non-users is enough to influence a war. The secret realm copy appears at the entrance of an underground garage. The entire garage entrance is covered with secret cracks. There is an air wall blocking people from entering, and only adventurers can get close. Jin fell from the sky, and at the same time, a figure passed through many vehicles and crowds and arrived in front of the secret copy. It was Silva Zaldik with white hair. He was also curious about the secret realm copy and wanted to observe it up close. When Jin fell from the sky, Sheba took a look. Oh, there are changes. Jin saw this number on the crack in the secret realm. A countdown to be exact. 7 hours 53 minutes and 54 seconds. 8 hours? As far as Jin knew, since the secret realm copy appeared, the monsters inside had only escaped once, and that was the result of someone wanting to experiment and deliberately not allowing anyone to enter. No harm was done. That time, 7 big wild boars ran out of the secret realm copy. They had thick skin and meat, and in the end they became food. Those 7 wild boars seemed to be real. It's completely different from their design for the game, and it's not a drop. It's like there is another world in the secret realm. Sheba looked at Jin, and just by feeling, he felt that this man had a strong aura. Being looked at by Sheba like this, Jin would also look back. The aura of Sheba was also very special. Would the killer also be interested in this? Jin asked in a familiar manner. He didn't know Sheba, but the aura around Sheba made him feel very similar to certain people. Sheba ignored Jin's words. Instead, he stepped forward and reached out to touch the invisible barrier. Soon he felt an invisible barrier and could not move forward no matter how hard he tried. He had only heard about it before, but now he has truly come into contact with it. Withdraw your hand and then punch directly. The blow made a loud bang, causing the people watching to retreat. Don't waste your energy. No one can break this barrier. Even Mr. Yoroswia, who claims that nothing is unbreakable, can't break this barrier. Others rushed over. They are all non-users, not adventurers. After all, adventurers at this stage are not non-users. The Mr. Yoroswia mentioned here is naturally Xiaolier who settled in Kerry City. His ability can break many mental abilities, but it is useless when facing such invisible things as the barrier of rules. Who said that? I thought of a way today, maybe I can get in. Another person with the ability of mind came forward. They all came here to experiment and wanted to enter the secret realm by other means. Chapter 190. In Kerry City, the ability of telepathy is called the power of dreams, also known as the power of wishes. As long as you want, your abilities can be developed in the direction you want. Of course, this is just what we say and promote. When you really practice it yourself, you will find that it is not that easy. But the various strange and bizarre abilities of telepathy might be able to break through the barrier. This time I spent a lot of money to buy a clone. Maybe I can enter by using the clone. One of them was full of confidence. Avatar species? This is an extremely unfamiliar word to Silva. What is this thing? But for Jin, it is not unfamiliar. If we were to say what the biggest change in Keri City has been in the development and use of telekinesis, it would be the development and use of telekinesis. Some of Lucci's arrangements and Bai's actions in Keri City also began to take effect. For users of Nen, the abilities they develop are basically directed towards combat. Even if they are auxiliary abilities, they are abilities that assist in training or combat. But now in Keri City, the development of telepathic abilities is divided into professional and life categories. For example, a bus driver is an Nen user, and the Nen abilities he directly develops are related to driving or transportation. Using telekinesis to improve one's driving ability seems like a completely useless ability. But this telepathic ability can avoid traffic accidents, and can also quickly judge all aspects related to traffic and make the right choices in response to various emergency situations. The driver who has been working at Byang Company the longest and has the ability to read minds can now even materialize the bus that he is very familiar with. Obviously, the other party is a user with enhancement ability. There is still a lot of room for research on telekinesis. Once various industries integrate telepathy into their professional skills, some inexplicable changes will always occur. The chef's cooking skills, the insurance agent's eloquence, the lumberjack's tree-cutting skills, and so on. Of course, the most obvious one is that botanical hybridists have cultivated many strange and bizarre vegetation using their telekinetic abilities. There are many more ingredients, fruits, and vegetables, as well as some more medicinal herbs. In addition, there are some special seeds. Because of the influence of thoughts, the mutated seeds that are hybridized also have extraordinary powers. The so-called clone type, when it comes into contact with a certain person's spirit, will change into that person's form and can be controlled by that person. Of course, the control efficiency will vary depending on the operating abilities of different people. Moreover, after the clone is activated by thoughts, it can only exist for 3 hours. But even so, it is still a very perverted thing and can be used in various aspects. This barrier can only prevent living things from passing through. I've tried it before, and some things can pass through. The man who claimed to have the clone seed took out a thumb-sized blue seed from his pocket. It's a bit like a small fruit. And seeds are one of them. Are you sure? You have a clone seed, but have you ever thought about a problem? Once the clone seed is activated, it will be accompanied by mental energy, so it will be blocked. And it was not activated. You threw it over. So how should you activate it? Someone asked. The person who just took out the clone was stunned for a moment. He really hasn't thought about this question. This caused laughter to appear around. Others also began to try. Jin noticed that someone took out a metal sphere with the word God on it, and Jin immediately recognized that it was the word God that could be interchanged. Borrowing the power of the word God? But is the use of the word God so common in Keri City? Just like that, I saw someone using the word God. The metal ball broke through the barrier. Then he took out another metal ball, which was a pair and could teleport to each other. Activate the metal ball in your hand. Jin was also paying attention. He could feel that the metal ball was activated, but the other person did not move or exchange positions. It was as if it was stopped by some force. Don't waste your energy. If even a person with spatial ability can't get through, what's the use of using the divine word? It's better to try disguise instead. One of them took out a small bottle filled with blood, opened it and drank it down in one gulp. The energy in my body is floating. The person is changing rapidly, becoming another person. This made Sheba look sideways. This method of change was very suitable for assassination. It's a pity that such an ability appears in the hands of a weak person, which really feels like a waste of God's gift. Needless to say, this person has transformed into an adventurer. How could that be? Why not? But the other party soon looked at the back of his hand with a very disappointed expression. Because on the back of his hand, there was no icon belonging to an adventurer, which was the case with the command spell. If it is so easy to be broken through, then there is no need for such restrictions. Lord Lucci's power is beyond your imagination. Unexpectedly, there are Lucci fanatics among them. The command spell does not belong to an individual, so even if it is the ability to disguise, it is impossible to disguise this power. The same goes for the ability to contract. The non-users present were like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing off their magical powers. But no one could get through. Jin also tried the same thing. His test was much simpler. He started by releasing small bubbles of thought from his fingers to float around. Later on, choose various things and throw them over tentatively. Most dead objects can pass through it, and even small insects and ants can pass through it. However, if you want to use these objects to pass through, as long as they are related to telepathy, they will be blocked directly. Not to mention the existence of the secret realm copy, this barrier alone is an extremely powerful force. Jin didn't quite understand what kind of constraints on the X-Oath effect Lucci had created to make this power so powerful. Just like the Greed Island they designed, it is a chicken game in which only the final winner can pass the level. Only after passing the level can he take out the cards and use them in reality. In the anime, the Phantom Troop invades reality and wants to use this method to take out the cards. But even if Lei Jia hadn't stopped them and they actually took the cards out, they would not be able to use them in the outside world. If you pay attention, you will find that you cannot use book magic in the outside world. Even if it is used, it is a special card book after clearing the level. Jin changed his position again and entered the underground garage from another place, looking at the secret crack from another direction while conducting tests at the same time. As for Silba, he tried it once and then gave up. If it were placed somewhere else, he wouldn't mind the violent test. Chapter 191. In the next few days, Jindal was always at the forefront of the secret realm. At the same time, we also communicate with those who have entered the secret realm to learn more about it. But the secret realm does not only have benefits. Because those who are chosen are not non-users, there may even be ordinary people among them. If they break into the secret realm out of curiosity, they are likely to die in the secret realm. Fortunately, those who were chosen as adventurers all had a normal brain. No one will act alone and venture into the secret realm. Of course, even ordinary people would learn a thing or two in an environment like Carrie City. Even if you are no match for the monsters in the secret realm, you can choose to escape. There is an upper limit to the number of people who can enter the secret realm copy. Unless someone inside comes out or dies, later adventurers will not be able to enter the secret realm. From the initial 4-person secret realm, it gradually increased to 8 people. Generally speaking, the more people are needed, the more dangerous the secret realm will be. In other words, the city of Carrie is now implementing gun control, otherwise many ordinary adventurers would probably choose to buy guns and enter the secret realm to explore. The current output in the secret realm can only be considered average. But the novel experience of entering every time still attracts a large number of adventurers. There are now more than 500 adventurers in Carrie City. The secret realm also began to become a subject of plunder. However, in Carrie City, one still has to obey the official order. Jinya tried many methods but still couldn't find a way to bypass and enter the secret realm. Finally, we paid someone to bring a camera in and take pictures of the scenery inside for him to see. This is the only way to satisfy his curiosity. After watching the video, Jin also discovered that many illusions, animals, or dangerous creatures in the secret realm can be found in reality. In other words, this is a manifestation of copying. But after watching more videos, he no longer thought so, because some creatures that did not exist in the real world but only existed in imagination appeared in the secret realm. The most numerous of them was a goblin. At the same time, casualties began to occur. The appearance of humanoid monsters is completely different from the previous beast-type monsters. The intelligence displayed by the beast monsters is very simple, but the humanoid ones are different. They can actually think, attack by surprise, and use their companions to set traps. The emergence of this kind of information made Jinda murmur. Is this a case of having enough response measures in place, or is this real wisdom? After all, the Greed Island produced by their team also encountered this problem. It is impossible to create an NPC that is intelligent enough. It can only be set as a program to react according to certain situations, and ignore the part that exceeds the limit. You know, as a game, sufficient interactivity is also where the fun is. It would be very interesting if there were intelligent NPCs in the Greed Island they created. Jin really wanted to walk up to Lucci and ask him why this happened. But he still stopped his impulse. He was afraid that if Lucci used these to recruit him, he would not be able to help but agree. He has no confidence in himself in this regard. Lucci was able to achieve this thanks to the pages of the Book of Sacrifice and a discovery he made from studying Regina. Use a person's memory to form a mind beast carrier. Regina now seems like some kind of mind beast. Unique memory gives spiritual wisdom. With the control of the Holy Grail, it is very easy to achieve such an effect. The reason why Lucci wanted to recreate certain worlds was naturally because he was confident enough. Now, with the help of the creative ability of the Holy Grail system, Lucci feels that he has mastered the authority like a god. This is just the power of the Holy Grail formed by the power of the earth veins. If he could use the power of the entire human world or the earth veins of this planet, Lucci couldn't imagine how powerful the Holy Grail would be. Maybe it really can make people become gods. Nowadays, Lucci has stopped his hard training, because it can no longer bring much change to his strength. It is just a matter of further practicing or developing an ability to make one's means more numerous and comprehensive. Lucci spent most of his time in the temple, studying the Holy Grail system, or trying to make wishes and figure out how to fulfill some small wishes. It has to be said that this Holy Grail system is an extremely terrifying existence. For some anime worlds, they are the absolute core or even the protagonist. Oh! Illumi Zaldik. The Holy Grail once again chose several adventurers, and Lucci immediately felt something. The other adventurers did not attract Lucci's attention, but the appearance of Illumi made him pay a little attention. Illumi actually appears in the sky arena? Then Lucci thought of something, and a light curtain appeared, and he easily found the location of Silva Zaldik. At this time, he and Illumi were in the same room. The establishment of the Holy Grail system is also equivalent to a monitoring system. Lucci can use the Holy Grail system to monitor the entire city of Keri. Even by using the power of the Holy Grail, he can easily change and destroy the city of Keri. Even someone as sensitive as Silva could not detect the Holy Grail's surveillance at this time. In a hotel room in Keri City, Illumi lowered his head and said unconfidently, "Father, I'm sorry to disappoint you. He is not yet the dark, black-haired Illumi he will be in the future. He is only 9 years old now." Facing the expectations of Silva Zaldik, he is a little worried about his talent. He once thought that he was very outstanding and had a good talent for killing. Before coming to the Sky Arena, he had also completed some commissioned tasks. There is no difficulty at all. But when he came here, he felt that he was just looking at the world from a well. This is the 5th day since arriving in Keri City, and the fact that Illumi still does not have his own room in the Sky Arena is enough to explain a lot of problems. He didn't even make it to the 100th floor. It is now on the 70th floor. As a Zaldik, he has been trained since childhood. But nowadays in the Sky Arena competitions, starting from the 10th level, players have to face the younger generation of various martial arts schools. They also started practicing from a young age. Of course, the reason why Illumi didn't reach the 100th floor was because he was not very lucky. Either he was defeated by a martial artist who was too old, or he was defeated by an opponent who had mastered Nen. The methods of some killers are also limited in frontal combat. As a result, Illumi has been losing and winning all the time. Chapter 192. Shiba listened to Illumi's story. Given his personality, he didn't even know what to say for a moment. Should I blame my son for not working hard enough or for not having talent? Do not. But the people here are completely different from people in other places. In Keri City, even if one has low talent, as long as one works hard and has money to help with practice, one can surpass many people. Nowadays, there are very few true amateurs who can make it to the top of the Sky Arena. Silva doesn't know enough about the current level of fighting in the Sky Arena, but he can get a good idea from the other fighters and Nen users he has come into contact with these days. The martial arts culture here is stronger than anywhere else in the world. It is really hard to imagine that peace can still be maintained here. It is not just talk that heroes break the law with force. Because of quarrels and because they have the ability to fight, it is easy for them to start fighting at the slightest disagreement. But in Keri it is completely restricted. Also thanks to Keri's awesome law enforcement. Today, the city of Keri is a country within a country. The Republic of Batokea can no longer be managed, and the Sky Arena has become the controller. Of course, Lucci didn't do much, but instead assigned some responsibilities to some martial arts schools. In addition to responsibilities, there are naturally related interests. Lucci also doesn't mind making these martial arts schools more powerful. It can be said that even if Gon and Killua from the anime came to the Sky Arena now, it would be completely impossible for them to reach the 200th floor with an unstoppable force. It might even be like Illumi, where it would be difficult to even reach the 100th floor. The difficulty is no longer at the same level. Shiba thought that it seemed that Illumi's training in the Sky Arena would take longer. You may not even need to reach the 200th level to awaken your thoughts. As the Sky Arena restricts players from killing, some individual players also want to learn Nen by fighting with Nen users and opening their own sperm holes. Of course, unless the power gap is not that big, ordinary Nen users can defeat their opponents without using Nen. It is still very difficult for ordinary people to learn to read using this method. Give 2 words of encouragement. Ilmi also nodded, I know, hungry. Suddenly Ilmi frowned and felt a burning pain on the back of his hand. He raised his hand and took a look. A red mark appeared on the back of his right hand, and Silva naturally noticed the changes in Ilmi's expression in the back of his hand. Sheba knew what this was. Although I had heard before that the selection of adventurers was random and only applicable to ordinary people, I never expected to actually see the scene. I quickly expanded the circle to sense it, but found nothing unusual. It was as if it really appeared out of thin air. Father. Ilmi didn't know what this thing was. It seems that you will have one more item in your future training. Sheba held Ilmi's hand and released his own thoughts to attach to Ilmi's hand. Feel this mark up close. In his perception, this mark has no spiritual energy, just like a tattoo, or it can be said to be a part of Ilmi's body. That is to say, Silva does not know how to remove thoughts, otherwise he would have tried it on the spot. Father, what is this? Some kind of telepathic ability? Illumi asked. Didn't you see it on the car we drove here? This is the mark of an adventurer. You have been chosen to be an adventurer. Sheba first considered whether there was any conspiracy. That Lucci OP is becoming increasingly difficult to understand. After hearing what Silva said, Ilmi thought to himself, does that mean that he can also enter that secret dungeon to adventure? Nowadays in Cary City, adventurer is definitely a popular profession. Although he thought so in his heart, he actually asked for Silva Zaldik's opinion. Father, what should we do? Is this mark dangerous? Silva thought of his first meeting with Lucci, which was also because of a mark. Don't worry. If the owner of this mark really wants to do something, I'm afraid it will be difficult for anyone to resist. Compared with pure combat ability, in Silva's opinion, the most troublesome and terrifying thing about Lucci is his various strange and bizarre abilities. And each of them has been developed to be very strong by Lucci. And Sheba has mentioned it 3 or 4 times. Because the bodyguards around the target person are from Cary City, and some of them have even passed Bassan's challenge. As a result, Silva had to spend a lot of effort to complete the commission, and there was even a time when he almost failed. The sudden explosion of power with the help of the contract, even if it cannot last long, can still burst out extremely terrifying power. Now the Zaldik family has begun to focus on intelligence. To complete a mission, one must be aware of all aspects of information, with the most critical contract being the one to focus on. Then Father, if you have the chance, you can also enter the secret realm to explore, which will also be helpful for your practice. Sheba understood Ilmi's thoughts. I think this is not bad. As killers, they face more human enemies, but there are also special circumstances. It's also good to gain some experience fighting other creatures. And after discovering Ilmi's situation, the next day, Sheba watched his game in person. Ilmi won, but it took him a lot of time and effort, and he even looked tired. His opponent was a 16-year-old boy from a martial arts hall. If it weren't for the 10-point limit, Ilmi might even lose if the fight continued. Because the contestants at the bottom level of the Sky Arena are all quite strong, and now that they have been promoted from the first level, only 1 match is scheduled per day at most. No more arrangements. Give players more time to prepare. And Silva took Ilumi to watch several battles below the 100th floor. It can be said that the level of combat increases dramatically starting from the 50th floor, and sometimes you can even see some exciting battles that can only be seen above the 150th floor. After more than 20 years of development, the changes have been tremendous for the new generation of various martial arts schools. Unlike the hard training in the past, the current training is more scientific, involving secret recipes, gravity chambers, auxiliary massage, and telepathic abilities, etc. There are far more young geniuses than 20 years ago. It can be said that anyone who is carefully trained by a martial arts hall can be called a young genius. Among this group of people, Ilmi may stand out among the same age group, but if he is a few years older, he can only be considered to be in the middle or lower level. The Zaldik family is actually a little bit outdone. This really frightened Sheba. Chapter 193. After thinking about it carefully, Sheba felt that if the city of Cary could continue to exist like this, more and more talented people would appear in the future. There will be more and more strong people. This method of systematically cultivating strong people seems a bit scary to Silva. Compared with the Zaldik family, the difference lies in the life and death battle experience and the difference between the killer training system and the martial artist training system. Judging by life and death, these martial artists could not be a match for the killer. If it weren't for the restrictions of the arena rules, Ilmi could reach higher levels. But some things can also be honed. As long as you survive, there will always be stronger people emerging. He also thought of Netero, the world's strongest man whom he knew from his father, and always lamented that he had no rival. So as Netero's disciple, you don't care about cultivating a strong opponent, and even expect such a person to appear? Sheba misunderstood a little. It seems that the training method of the Zaldik family also needs some changes. This is Sheba's idea. Of course, he needs to go back and discuss with his father about how to proceed. Currently, Silva is not yet the head of the Zaldik family. Have you ever thought about joining a martial arts gym? Sheba didn't dwell too much on the issue of the adventurer's mark. Instead, he asked about Ilmi's plan. With the changes in the Sky Arena, it is natural that Illumi cannot simply play games and climb floors like Killua did in the future. Some other preparations are definitely needed. I'm still considering it, but I've experienced the gravity training room once, it's pretty awesome. Ilmi praised. After coming to the Sky Arena for a few days, he was not just thinking about fighting and climbing floors, but was also trying to learn some related information. After all, as a killer, he is also trained in intelligence gathering. After feeling that every opponent is strong, Ilmi will naturally immediately try to understand why they are so strong. It's not really a big secret. The first thing is naturally the guidance of famous teachers. Disciples from major martial arts halls will receive guidance from famous teachers and will be laid a solid foundation at a young age. If a student is a talented and promising student, he or she will receive investment from the martial arts hall from a very young age. After each practice, there will be a special person to help with massage to recover as quickly as possible. The more luxurious ones may even have a masseur who has practiced auxiliary mind abilities to help. The second is diet, scientific adjustment, and the use of secret recipes. Exercises in combination with gravity chamber. At the same time, in order to exercise his fighting ability and mentality, he would also participate in other fighting competitions in Kari City, or go to other martial arts halls to challenge. Now basically any disciple who joins a martial arts hall has a normal training process. In Illumi's opinion, this may not be worse than the training of the Zaldik family. The only difference is that they have some additional killer training processes such as resistance to poison, familiarity with pain, etc. In some aspects, it is even more outstanding than the Zaldik family. The first one is the gravity room, which is not available in the Zaldik family. It is more complete than simply training with weights. But if you want to join the martial arts hall, some things will not be so easy to do. Ilmi said this, but in fact he also meant to ask. He comes from a killer family, so it's not that he can't join a martial arts hall, but if he joins a martial arts hall, he has to abide by the rules of the martial arts hall. You can't just choose not to listen. If it was in the past, it would have been fine, but with the emergence of Lucci, many martial arts schools have become more powerful. In the past, a martial arts school would naturally prosper for a while if a strong person appeared. However, if no talented disciples emerged, then this martial arts school would most likely gradually decline. The emergence of Lucci, with the help of the Sky Arena, has enabled these martial arts schools to stably produce disciples with good strength. With some help from Lucci, a community of interests has been formed. The major martial arts schools are actually well known in countries around the world. Branches have also been established in various countries, just to receive more talented disciples. After all, there are too many martial arts gyms in Kari City, and it is very difficult to recruit talented disciples. Although the Martial Arts Alliance has not been proposed, there is already such a trend. It's like a collection of gangs from all over the world. Unlike gangs, this Martial Arts Alliance may not have as much money and territory as gangs, but in terms of strength it is definitely far superior to gangs. If Illumi joins a martial arts gym and later becomes a killer and kills the gym's disciples, it might get him into trouble. There is no need to hide your identity. If you really encounter problems in the future, just let them come to you. Sheba just replied with this. Sheba asked Illumi which martial arts hall he wanted to join, naturally because he wanted him to get funding from the martial arts hall to practice. Although there is a Sky Arena, it is basically only available to players above the 200th floor. Ilmi is here to practice, it is impossible for him to wait until the 200th floor to consider it, and it is not likely for him to reach the 200th floor at this stage. As for trouble, the gates of the Zaldik family are tourist attractions, and the Zaldik family has never been afraid of trouble. I understand. Ilmi nodded to show his understanding. After asking about Ilmi's plan, Silva nodded with satisfaction. Ilmi is his eldest son, and Silva cares about him very much. He is also quite conscientious in teaching him, and seems to want to pass on all his experiences to Ilmi. Also because he is the eldest son, Sheba's teaching of him is more inclined towards being a killer and his requirements are stricter. As for his subsequent children, Sheba's requirements were obviously much lower. In the future, the second son simply became a fat otaku and a shut-in. If it weren't for the greedy island, he probably wouldn't want to go out. Killua is highly valued by his family because of his talent, but most of the responsibility of education still falls on Illumi, and of course Silva is also hiding behind him, guiding him secretly. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for Illumi to provoke Killua without his permission. The fourth child was directly satisfied with the idea of being a daughter and was taught by Jiqiu. As for Lao Wu, who didn't know the object, imprisonment was his fate. Finally, he said, since you have become an adventurer, you should go to the secret realm to take a look if you have the chance. After all, this kind of experience was once very rare. Originally, Silva didn't plan to stay in the Sky Arena for too long, so he would just send a butler to look after Ilmi later. But the Sky Arena had changed so much that he planned to stay there for a while longer. It's a bit of a pity that this place is different from Meteor Street and it's not suitable to find a housekeeper. Chapter 194. And the next day, after finishing his own match, Illumi went to the martial arts hall he wanted to join. It is worth mentioning that today, Ilmi lost to a girl, or to be more precise, a girl who could read. According to the information collected by Illumi, the best age to awaken is between 12 and 18 years old. This age belongs to the stage of growth and development. Children are particularly sensitive to the perception of the sperm holes and can master qi more quickly. You can master the concept more skillfully through practice. Even if the mind is forced to be opened, it is very suitable for this age group. Even if the person fails to master the qi after opening the mind, the mortality rate is relatively low. The most he or she will suffer a serious illness and his or her body will become weak. These are the results of years of data accumulation, and of course the main data still comes from Bai's company. If possible, Illumi wants to join the Zenyuan Ryu, but unfortunately there is no martial arts hall in the Zenyuan Ryu. The Zenyuan school's process of accepting disciples is basically based on the master leading the disciple. Either the disciple is noticed by chance, or is noticed by talent. Since he comes from a killer family, I'm afraid the Zenyuan school won't accept him. After all, he became stronger mainly for work, not for the pursuit of martial arts. Illumi chose a martial arts hall with a very novel name, called Superpower Martial Arts Hall. It is also an emerging martial arts school, known as the Superpower School. Judging from the information collected by Illumi, it doesn't feel like a martial arts school, but rather a school of non-users. This school of thought focuses more on the cultivation of telepathic ability. The rise of this school is also related to some of Bai's actions in Kari City. This school was originally founded by several people, and the disciples they accepted at the beginning were all children who had mastered Nen since childhood, or children who were born with superpowers. The former is a child who was forced to use Nen, while the latter is a natural Nen user. Although the latter are rare, they can be found. In particular, after studying the ability of Nen, Bai also conducted research on some pregnant women, as if he was intending to create a true natural Nen user. In fact, this is also a topic that can be studied. For example, if a pregnant woman has the ability to use Nen, will the aura on her body be different during pregnancy? Will her own aura affect the child? Let your child master the art of qi as soon as he is born. It's a bit like the Chimera Ant Queen giving birth to 3 guards and the Ant King. The 3 guards and the Ant King were all carefully nurtured by the Queen Ant, and they were born with powerful aura. This is from the anime. When Rabbit Ant had just awakened and was about to become arrogant, he was shocked by the aura of the newly born Catwoman. There is also another speculation about the claim that Catwoman and Kate fought all night. Catwoman is born with qi, but she doesn't know how to use and master it. However, she slowly learns it by imitating Kate during the battle. It was not until later that I learned more information from Bakuer, but it was not detailed. After all, Bakuer was only a half-baked person. And Bayang's experiment was successful. It is indeed possible to create people who are born with the ability to control thoughts. But we soon discovered that even if the sperm pores are open at birth and the baby has active control over thoughts, the sperm pores will slowly close during the subsequent growth. Because newborn babies are different from the chimera ant subspecies and do not have mature intelligence, they naturally cannot master it. Unless it is an extremely rare type, who is born with the ability to master thoughts and then develop abilities. So far, there is only one example in Bai's research. When Lucci knew about it, he just felt that it was similar to himself. Many of the disciples with superpowers were Yang Da's experimental products. When this martial arts hall was established, it was opposed by many martial arts halls. This has been an ongoing debate. Is it better to practice martial arts first or to practice Nen ability first? Laying a good foundation in martial arts will improve your physical fitness and subsequent combat capabilities, but it requires hard work. In the early stages, if you directly practice mind cultivation, it will definitely be hard, but it is far less hard than martial arts. Moreover, the existence of mind cultivation allows one to have certain practical combat capabilities in the early stages. As for who is stronger or weaker, there has been no definitive conclusion so far. The supernatural power flow is the school of thought that is practiced in the early stages. There was no other reason why Ilmi chose this school, that was to master Nen in advance. Wanting to reach the 200th level before mastering the mind is still a bit too far-fetched for him now. Even Ilmi doesn't have enough confidence now. Of course, I still had some thoughts in my mind, which was to grasp the idea in advance. He also wanted to experience that magical power. The superpower school is quite famous in Kari City. Even though it has only been established for a few years, its reputation is really great. This was because several of the fighters were well-known figures in the Sky Arena and had 2 building owners, albeit low-level ones. This is definitely rare in an emerging martial arts hall. In addition to this, one of them is also an idol star, sought after by many people. This is different from other martial arts halls where the screens show videos of various competitions. On the big screen of the building of the Superpower Martial Arts Hall was a commercial featuring a young and beautiful girl. When it comes to money-making ability, the Superpower Martial Arts Hall is definitely not weak. To join the Superpower Martial Arts Hall, the first thing to be assessed is appearance. In short, ugly people will not be accepted. It doesn't look like a martial arts hall at all. Ilmi's appearance is naturally good, otherwise she wouldn't be called the 3 beauties of hunters by some people. I passed the preliminary test very smoothly. Entered the interview stage. Individual interview. The person who interviewed him was a middle-aged man. According to the information collected by Illumi, the man in front of him was the mastermind behind the Superpower Martial Arts Hall. According to Zaldique's intelligence network, the other party seems to have connections with a company in Kari City. According to the information you filled out, you are from the Zaldique family. Is that the family known to the public? The first question he asked was about Illumi's origins. In the process of confirmation. Yes. Ilmi nodded. The interviewer crossed his arms and leaned on the table. Then why do you want to join our martial arts hall? You come from a killer family, so there shouldn't be any need for you to join a martial arts hall, right? And you don't seem to have learned to read. The middle-aged man showed telekinesis and coerced Ilmi. It's enough to make Ilmi feel the pressure. When a killer from the Zaldique family appears among the children being interviewed, Bowen was extremely surprised and shocked, which meant he didn't have much time to verify it, otherwise he would have to verify it before the interview. Feeling the pressure, Ilmi remained expressionless, but he was actually a little panicked inside. I came to the Sky Arena to study. The registration form he submitted also included his current floor record. Chapter 195. This is the way we in the Zaldique family grow up. Illumi lied on this issue. But he didn't know that this lie also changed the way subsequent members of the Zaldique family grew up. From now on, all members of the Zaldique family, in addition to mastering their family's various assassination methods, will learn Nen. It is no longer taught by the family, but they are left to find ways to learn and open up the mind on their own. Of course, we will also conduct popular science education on telepathy beforehand to prevent people from going astray because of cultivating telepathic abilities. It's really a dilemma. As an examination officer, Bowen recruits disciples differently from other martial arts halls, who focus on talent or temperament. Bowen, on the other hand, places more emphasis on the thinking of recruiting disciples, while others will be put several levels lower. According to research data, many magical telepathic abilities are related to some people's thoughts and emotions. Sometimes, extreme thoughts and emotions can trigger powerful telepathic abilities. As a martial arts school that focuses on telekinesis, it is natural that there will be biases. He did not doubt Ilmi's identity. After all, his age and the floor he lived on could not be faked. Even at Illumi's age, it is difficult for the geniuses in various martial arts halls to reach this level unless they have mastered Nen. Bowen has his own evaluation criteria. Moreover, he could not hide the faint murderous aura and the breath of a special other world from Ilmi. After all, he was once a member of it. Illumi is very talented, and children born in the Zaldik family are even more extraordinary. Is this your own idea, or you? Bowen still had to ask. The Zaldik family is very famous in the dark world and has been a family of killers for many years. And I haven't heard of any information about the Zaldik family failing. Of course, it's possible, but it's definitely very rare. Being targeted by the killers from the Zaldik family is absolutely a terrifying thing. When such a person joined their martial arts hall, the first thing Bowen had to doubt was the real reason for the other party joining. It may not even be for the purpose of learning to read, but for the purpose of killing someone, that one contacts the other person. This is very likely. I can guarantee that I will not take the initiative to accept any commissions related to superpowers in the future. Of course, if other family members accept it, that's another matter. Ilmi thought that this was what the other party was worried about, so he said this in advance. Even though his father told him not to worry, if he really was so arrogant to say those words. I'm afraid the other party won't be willing to accept me, and may even teach me a lesson. After all, it is looking down on other people or forces. Bowen was silent when he heard this. Should he be happy? Then you should also be clear about the requirements for joining our superpower flow. Did Bowen want to make sure that Illumi could really accept those conditions? When you join a martial arts gym, even if you are just an apprentice member, you have to abide by the rules. The rules for the psychic power stream are the most stringent, because there is no such thing as an apprenticeship when joining the psychic power stream. Once you join the psychic power flow and become a member of it, they will start to awaken your thoughts for your disciples. This is also one of the reasons why Illumi chose the psychic flow, so that he can activate his thoughts in advance. The superpower school naturally has its own requirements for its disciples. One of them is that the development of abilities cannot be decided solely by individuals, and the martial arts hall will have influence. It may even be necessary to develop capabilities in other areas. For many people, it has a considerable impact on their personal qualifications. As a killer, if Illumi's ability of mind is not suitable for combat, it will also have an impact on him. Even so, he still chose to join. Because according to the information he learned from his father, there was Lucci behind this martial arts hall. Of course, he also has confidence in himself. Even if his development ability is not strong, Ilmi believes that he can integrate it into his killing career. No problem. Ilmi said firmly. Although there is not much information, this martial arts school seems to be very good at developing abilities. Ilmi wanted to experience it up close. And who stipulates that a person can only have one ability? It can be said that after comprehensive consideration, Illumi made this decision. After the interview, there were a few small tests. Either it is a test of facing some unexpected events, or simply a test of some psychological questions. There are more than 100 people who signed up. But in the end, only 4 disciples successfully joined the superpower flow. Joining this martial arts hall is much more difficult than you might think. After all, it is the most mysterious school among all the martial arts halls so far. The 4 disciples who successfully joined the psychic school also had a welcome party. To be more precise, it was for the other people in the martial arts hall to get to know each other. The psychic power school has no leader, only 4 people in charge and some staff. Although Bowen is also a member of the psychic power school martial arts hall, he can only be regarded as a staff member. There are only 23 true superpower disciples today. Only 7 of them were martial artists fighting in the sky arena, all 7 were players above the 200th floor, and 2 of them were the owners of the building. They are Athena, the owner of the 209th floor, and Chang, the owner of the 207th floor. The rest of them can only be considered as students, because they are young and their mind abilities have not been fully cultivated, and they have not yet officially started fighting in the sky arena. And today we have 4 more members. It must be said that Ilmi is lucky. Although the superpower school has only been established for 7 years, it only recruits disciples once a year. And sometimes, it is even difficult to recruit disciples. There are quite a lot of people in this class of Ilmi. 4 people, all boys. Are they the new disciples? A sweet voice came from a distance, and a sweet-looking girl walked in. She has beautiful long hair and wears a red martial arts uniform. It's obviously just an ordinary martial arts hall, but it brings out a kind of beauty on her. Ilmi recognized the other person at a glance. It was none other than Athena, the top psychic. Senior sister. Others shouted. The other disciples all looked at Athena with admiration. And Ilmi, who had collected relevant intelligence, had the other party's relevant information flashing through his mind. Athena, the eldest sister of the superpower class, is also a top figure. She is 17 years old and the owner of the 209th floor of the Sky Arena. In addition to being a martial artist, she is also an actress and star. A user of special abilities, rumored to be a natural-born psychic, with the ability of telekinesis, which can be said to be the most practical ability. Of course, if you only focus on her abilities and underestimate her boxing skills, you will suffer a great loss. The opponent seems to be familiar with many styles of boxing. Chapter 196. After Athena arrived, the other gym members soon followed. None of them is over 20 years old, so they can be said to be quite young martial artists. It is unknown where the 4 leaders discovered these geniuses from. While Ilmi was looking at these people, he was also assessing the gap in strength between the two sides. Judging from their aura alone, Ilmi knew that he would never be a match for these 7 people. Except for these 7 people. From time to time, Ilmi would look at one of their group of students. A female student with silver hair, or you could say a girl. Why did the other party attract Ilmi's attention? Because of his intuition as a killer, he always felt that this girl was also a threat. No, it should be said that he had the ability to kill her. The killer's instinct to judge the strength of the enemy is something the Zaldik family learns from a young age. Ilmi couldn't believe that he would feel this kind of threat from a girl younger than him. This meeting was simple, just to get to know each other. At the same time, it is also to strengthen the hearts of the newly joined disciples and let them meet the successful senior brothers and sisters. But in the end, only Ilmi was left. Because his situation is special, he needs to be taught separately. Of course, since he has just started, I will not teach him directly, but I will let Ilmi know some of the situations in the martial arts hall. The one who led Ilmi was a man named Obede. Although the other party did not show it, Ilmi could directly determine that the other party was an user and someone who was stronger than him. Because your situation is somewhat special, I will personally teach you. And Ilmi asked, then did you teach senior sister Athena as well? According to the intelligence we have obtained, the 4 main people in charge rarely appear. This martial arts hall has no members who are masters, so how can we teach them? Obede turned around and looked at Ilmi with a meaningful smile. Their situation is different from yours, and they don't need to be taught. Ilmi couldn't understand this smile. But this must be a big secret, but Ilmi is not a person who is particularly curious in secret, so he didn't ask too many questions. Unlike other disciples, you have already started fighting in the Sky Arena, so the training for you will definitely be different. More importantly, you have become an adventurer. The mark on Ilmi's hand was not deliberately hidden, so it was naturally discovered by Obede at the first moment. Is there any difference? Could it be that this instructor knew something about the secret realm? Of course, being an adventurer is more than just a profession. This mark is also a power. At the same time, he took Ilmi to familiarize himself with the building of their martial arts hall. Obede also had a conversation with Ilmi, asking and answering questions. Do you know how many ways there are to become an ability? And Ilmi answered very naturally. One is naturally to open the sperm orifice through practice, while the other is to open it by force. What you said is relatively conventional. I believe that you, the Zaldik family, should have other methods. Now in Kari, in addition to these 2 public ways of chanting, there are also some other categories, which are also included in the latter, but are safer. Next, Obede directly introduced to Ilmi some of the ways of opening the mind in Kari city. The most typical one is naturally the Basin challenge. As long as you can gain the recognition of the Pachi people, you can get the sacred tree to open your mind and gain a certain amount of power. Only a few people know the relationship between the mark contract and Lucci. Except for this one. Biscuit's Miss Cookie ability has been studied and researched by many female Nan users, and now it can help people open up their Nan through Nan massage. And this method is absolutely safe, because even if the other party takes control, the masseur can close his sperm hole through massage. As long as you experience it a few more times and become familiar with it, then it will become easy to start chanting. Of course, this method of chanting is also very expensive. In addition, there is also a way to stimulate thoughts through meditation. Just by hearing this, Ilmi felt astonished. It turned out that there were so many ways to chant, and they were so simple and safe. And since our psychic power school focuses on the ability of mind, we naturally have ways to activate mind power. Obede brought Ilmi to the 7th floor. After walking down several floors, Ilmi has discovered that there are quite a lot of staff members in this martial arts hall, and each of them has the ability to control thoughts. Even though he couldn't see it now, he could feel it. Among them, there are also some people who have no signs of training or cultivation, but they have also mastered the mind. It can be said that without the mind, they are just ordinary people. Ilmi was also surprised that Obede suddenly said this. Anyone who can open a martial arts gym in Kari City basically has this ability. Unlike other martial arts halls that practice Kainean, our psychic power flow's natural Kainean method does not require slow practice. There are many people in white coats and many instruments on this floor. If you don't know, you might think this is some research institute. Let's test your body first. Obede did not reveal what their method of opening the mind was, but instead wanted to conduct a physical test on Ilmi. It is a comprehensive physical examination, which also includes blood tests. The test results showed that Ilmi's blood was different from that of ordinary people and had a high resistance to toxins. At the same time, his bones and skin were also tougher than those of ordinary people. This is obviously the result of their family's training. Qi is a kind of life energy. Generally speaking, the stronger the physical fitness, the stronger the qi contained. In addition to physical fitness, the mental aspect will also affect the level of mind qi. Our martial arts hall can help anyone open their mind, but the stronger the body, the higher the chance of opening the mind. Does that mean there is a possibility of failure? Ilmi immediately interrupted. Well, the chances of opening the mind vary from person to person, but the chances are higher now. A lot of information is revealed in these words, as if there is a lot of research quality in them. Then can I start chanting? This is what Ilmi was concerned about. Of course, your test results are perfect, your physical fitness is very high, and your brain is very active. If you open your Jing Kong, I believe you can master Qi quickly. The room for Ilmi to open his mind has been prepared. It looks like a laboratory. Having come this far, Ilmi naturally couldn't retreat and had to keep going. Bring this with you. It can improve your perception when you are practicing, and allow you to control your Qi faster. Chapter 197. This is a helmet-type device. Ilmi took it with him out of curiosity. Speaking of the way we open the sperm orifices in our supernatural flow, it is actually similar to the cooking of mind, but one uses food, while we use medicine. The doctor in the room took out a bottle of medicine from the safe. Ilmi noticed that there were several bottles inside. Are you sure there is no problem? Ilmi expressed some doubt. Don't worry, the drug won't cause any harm. It will only slowly open the sperm holes in your body. Even if you can't control the qi, the sperm holes will automatically close after 3 minutes. It's quite harmless. Obede spoke of their product with a bit of pride. After all, it is their research for so many years. These potions were researched and developed by multiple teams including Bai and Sky Arena. It is not an exaggeration to call it a superpower potion. Ever since Lucci took control of the Sky Arena, research in this area has never stopped. Making it easy to meditate and enabling everyone to do so safely has always been a research topic. Now, more than 20 years have passed, and a perfect medicine has been developed to help people open their minds. The only problem is that the price of making it is relatively expensive. Not only does it require many precious medicinal materials, but it also requires an user to mix them. If we can reduce the need for non-users to prepare the medicine, and improve the contents of the prescription, the price will become more affordable. Then a world where everyone is Superman may emerge. Researching this kind of drug is much more convenient than researching any genetic drug. Unfortunately, Lucci doesn't dare to use this thing for the time being. This thing will change the world, just like technology has changed the world. Lucci may not know about other countries, but the Okima Federation among the 5 major countries will not allow such things to be controlled by other countries or private forces. This potion has military value. With his current strength, Lucci is not afraid of being targeted, but he just doesn't want the foundation he has built to be destroyed. Anyway, with his arrangement methods, the ability of mind is becoming more and more common, and there is no rush to leak these medicines, or even sell them. If Bai could bring back the longevity rice, then the next research direction would definitely be related to longevity. Of course it is indispensable even now. The psychic flow has a deep relationship with Lucci and Bai. After opening the bottle cap, Ilmi took a sniff, but did not smell the familiar scent of poison. Of course, some powerful poisons are colorless and odorless. Even if it was poison, if you wanted to kill him, it wouldn't kill him instantly. This is confidence in oneself and confidence in the Zaldik family. There was no need for Obeiday to say anything, he just opened the bottle and drank it. It tastes sweet, a bit like a carbonated drink. It will take about a minute for the distance to take effect. Now you can choose the most comfortable position for you, adjust it, and carefully feel the telepathic ability. At the same time, the machine on the helmet he was wearing was also activated. Ilmi only felt a wave coming, some kind of special resonance. It expands his perception ability. Even with his eyes closed, he can perceive everything around him. This feeling is quite mysterious. You can even carefully feel some changes in your body. It hasn't been 1 minute yet, but as the machine is turned on and his perception improves, Ilmi can feel a warm current flowing through his body. Warm, but also messy. The timing is very accurate. After 1 minute, all the pores in Ilmi's body were opened, and the internal energy in the body began to surge. The warmth I felt became more obvious. Because the eye apertures are open, Ilmi can see more things. He could clearly see the existence of his own chi, and at the same time he also noticed that the helmet machine he was wearing also had the existence of mental chi. Ilumi, who has knowledge of Nen, was wondering whether this was a creation of Nen or one with Nen ability attached. Don't think too much, go and experience it and control your own energy. Obeiday, who noticed that Ilmi was thinking too much, immediately reminded him. Ilmi immediately focused his mind and even closed his eyes. Perceive and control carefully. The gas that was originally erupting continuously also changed immediately. At least there was no longer that feeling of continuous eruption, but it was slowly weakening. Slowly emerging on Ilmi's body surface. It took about 1 minute and 38 seconds to enter a stable entanglement state. Obeiday's eyes revealed admiration. As expected of a Zaldik family member, he mastered chi so quickly, which is quite remarkable even with the assistance of machines. After entering the state of entanglement, Ilmi did not immediately wake up from the feeling of controlling the chi, but further contracted the chi. Soon he entered a state of despair. For the Zaldik family, this state does not necessarily require the mastery of Nen to be used. Such a quick grasp of the skill once again surprised Obeiday. The doctor next to him was constantly recording the data. The helmet worn on Ilmi's head is not only to assist in thinking more smoothly, but also has the function of collecting data. By collecting and comparing data, as long as the number is large enough, we will be able to analyze various people to see whether they can chant and how many times it takes to succeed. These are all predictable as long as there is data to support them. And among the disciples who have been deliberately selected and have the ability to open their minds, all of them succeeded in doing so on their first try. The longest time was only 2 minutes and 58 seconds. The auxiliary role of the machine is very large. When Ilmi woke up from the feeling of mastering the mind, his eyes lit up. However, a look of reluctance appeared on his face. Even if you are a genius, it is impossible for you to master the use of condensation in the first time, but it is better to practice slowly and don't aim too high. Obeiday enlightened Ilmi. Yes. Ilmi was very happy at this time. Feeling the mental energy in the body, is this the ability that my father and grandfather possess? Now I have mastered it. Okay, don't waste time, I still have a lot to tell you. Obeiday didn't let Ilmi stay on this floor for too long. Soon he took Ilmi to other places. After getting familiar with him, I told him about the training course. After all, it is a martial arts hall, so there is still physical training, which of course accounts for 1/4 of the total, and the main purpose is to understand the skills and abilities of other schools. Some powerful physical skills are no worse than abilities. Most of the time you are free and you can ask assistants like Obeiday if you have any questions. If you want to use the facilities in the martial arts hall, such as the gravity room, there are time limits. Starting from today, Ilmi must report the name of the superpower flow when playing in the Sky Arena. Chapter 198. Ilmi spent a few days practicing freely. Apart from anything else, this feeling is still a bit strange, but Ilmi did not indulge in it. He kept in mind that he came from a family of killers. This kind of comfort is not suitable for him. After experiencing the effect of the gravity chamber, Illumi's first reaction was that the Zaldik family must also have this thing. It is of great help to cultivation. After a few days of training, Illumi also gained some understanding of the superpower martial arts hall. At the end of each day's training, a physical examination is required, and the daily growth progress will be fed back to Ilmi based on the data. Ilmi can see small changes in himself through data every day. This not only allows us to see our shortcomings in cultivation, but also our progress. Every bit of growth can be turned into a gain to urge us to continue cultivating. Visible growth is truly motivating. Even in the smallest bit of growth. About half a month later. One day, Ilmi woke up early. After half a month and mastering the mind, he finally broke through to the 110th level. But it stuck again for the time being. He didn't know if it was bad luck, but the opponents he met every day these days were all non-users, and most of them were disciples from various martial arts halls. Facing opponents who are older than him, Ilmi still feels a little powerless. He didn't know that this was actually an unspoken rule of the Sky Arena. Basically, any disciple from a well-known martial arts gym can come to the Sky Arena to compete. Then the disciples who are assigned will only be disciples from other martial arts halls, and individual people will rarely be sent. This is also to give individual players a chance to level up. Yesterday, Ilmi informed the staff of the Sky Arena not to arrange his match. Because today he planned to enter the secret realm of the copy to take a look. On the first day of the course, Obey once said that he must go to the secret dungeon to experience it when he has time. After experiencing it, he will understand how rare the secret dungeon is for non-users. When the first secret realm appeared, Shiba was already the first to rush there. He cannot enter the secret realm, but he can prevent others from entering. With Ilmi's speed, it would be impossible for him to enter the secret realm without him stopping him. After all, the number of people who can enter the secret realm is limited. Unless when the secret realm is refreshed, it happens to appear next to Ilmi. Today's first secret place is a little different. It appears in the middle of a river in the city of Keri. When Shiba arrived, there were many curious people by the river. Although the secret realm has appeared for almost 2 months, there are still many people who are curious about it. Because the geographical location this time is different, no one has approached yet. When Shiba arrived, he also saw a familiar figure falling from the air onto the river. And Shiba also walked on the river, came to the secret realm, and waited quietly. As for Kim Foolish, Shiba had already recognized him. We meet quite often during this period. As long as we appear near the secret realm copy, we will always see this person. I have been working hard to enter the secret realm. The scene of them treading water at this time is actually just the practice of transformation ability, changing the nature of Qi. These are also what Silba has learned recently, and he has also recently been learning the abilities of the so-called 6 styles, but only 5 of them are circulated in the outside world. Because the iron block was special, it did not spread out. It is also known as the 5th style of the heart source flow, because everyone knows that it comes from Luchi. Hey! Are you here today too? Jin and Shiba greeted each other. Because we had met several times, and Shiba had an extraordinary aura, he could be considered an acquaintance. At first, Jin was wondering if it was some powerful telepathic ability, and whether he could become a partner and contribute to the research of Greed Island before contacting him. Later I found out that it was the killer who was in Zaldik. After just a brief contact, he realized that the killers from the Zaldik family were different from some ordinary killers. Don't be fooled by the fact that the other members of the Zaldik family in the anime have always restricted Killua from making friends. But the Zaldik family itself also has friends. It's just that Killua's family members are obsessed with Killua and care too much about him, which led to such a situation. Because the selected adventurers are not non-users, they will arrive slower and some will even need to borrow transportation such as boats. Shiba continued to watch Jin's behavior. In his eyes, Jin was using the power of the engraved divine word, seemingly fighting against the invisible barrier and trying to break through. Jin does not think that this secret realm and invisible barrier are the abilities of one individual. No one can do this. The only possibility is that they have relied on the powerful power of the divine word, just like the Basin rainforest. As long as the power is similar, there will naturally be a way to break through. However, after trying for so long, Jin still hasn't found the divine power that he is familiar with from the secret realm and the invisible barrier. To be honest, this was the first time he had encountered such difficulty since he became a hunter. It seems that no method can solve this problem. Shiba just watched the other party perform his actions calmly. The reason why Shiba is still paying attention to the secret realm is that the secret realm is changing, and the other is that Illumi is about to enter the secret realm. The last one is the adventurer. A figure appeared in the sky, someone appeared walking on the moon. On both sides of the river, people were walking on the water. Among them are people who have the same goal as Jin, and of course there are also adventurers. That's right, the Holy Grail chooses those who don't have Nin abilities, but just because they don't have Nin abilities at the beginning doesn't mean they won't have Nin abilities later on. Several people from the air headed straight for the crack. Shiba's energy immediately burst out, and he leaped forward to stop these people. Waiting for Ilmi's arrival. What do you mean? The person who was stopped from falling on the water immediately asked angrily. There were also some steady people, if I'm not mistaken, you are not an adventurer, right? Why are you trying to stop us? As the number of adventurers increases, the number of secret realms is limited, and adventurers will now quarrel over the qualifications to enter the secret realms. Generally, that time would require multiple people to arrive at the same time for it to occur. Otherwise, it will be a first-come first-served basis. After all, the appearance of secret realms is irregular. I just want you to wait a moment. Shiba said lightly. He also clasped his hands together. This behavior is a bit disrespectful. Who do you think you are? Why do you make us wait? As he spoke, someone rushed towards Shiba. Shiba simply dodged sideways a few times, then raised his leg and kicked the opponent into the water. Chapter 199. Although this group of adventurers still have some strength, they are still no match for Silba. Shiba blocked here, waiting for Ilmi's arrival, but this place was in the river, and Ilmi had just learned to read, and had not yet started practicing the transformation system, and he did not know how to tread water. I'm afraid it will take some effort to enter the secret realm. Who are you? Since you are not an adventurer, what's the point of stopping us? The brief fight was enough for them to see the gap between them. All I could think about in my mind were the famous martial artists in Keri City. Unfortunately, Silva is not a martial artist. I just need you to wait a moment. As soon as Silva said this, the faces of these adventurers changed. Were you invited here by the Red Dragon's people? One of the adventurers asked immediately. Red Dragon? What is that? Shiba looked puzzled. Seeing Shiba's expression, they knew that it was not the person sent by the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon is not a single person, but a group of adventurers named Red Dragon. There are quite a few adventurers now, so naturally they have started to form groups. And according to the members of the adventurers, most of them have now reached a consensus. That is, very few people who become adventurers are from various martial arts halls, as if they were deliberately selected this way. For some people who know Lucci well, they understand that this is to support another force, otherwise the Adventurers Guild would not have appeared. It is also because of this speculation that the various martial arts halls did not take the initiative to intervene in the affairs of the Secret Realm copy. Being chosen as an adventurer is good, but not being chosen is nothing either. Even the Conrad family did not take the initiative to intervene. The Red Dragon Adventurer team is the largest among all the adventurer teams now, and they also have a lot of funds. As to whether there is someone behind the scenes, it is unknown. But the opponent's preparation is indeed much better than many adventurers. There is also plenty of money to hire people to deliver the news. At least half of the secret realms that appear every day now fall into the hands of the Red Dragon's people. These adventurers mistakenly believed that Silva was a master of telepathy hired by the Red Dragon to prevent other adventurers from entering the secret realm of the dungeon. Then why did you stop us? Since we can't defeat them by fighting, we can only negotiate and ask. At this time, the sound of a motorboat was heard again. It was driven by adventurers. Drive directly towards the person in the crack. Shiba naturally wanted to stop it. Stop! A mental bullet appeared in Shiba's hand, and the power of the energy seemed a little scary. The motorboat also stopped immediately. There were also people with psychic abilities on board, but of course there was a gap in strength between them and the first group of people who arrived here. What happened? When Silva was threatening the adventurers on the motorboat, several adventurers nearby were planning to rush over. This time, Shiba showed no mercy and knocked him out directly. If possible, Shiba wouldn't mind killing people directly, but this is Keri City. With his strength, he could just kill someone and leave. He believed that he would not be in any particular trouble unless the high-level building owners took action. And they couldn't possibly make things difficult for him just for a few people. I just don't want to cause too much trouble next time. After all, I will be staying here for a while. The speed is so fast, it is definitely at the level of 200 floors. Nowadays, in Carey City, the level of a person's ability is evaluated by the level of his/her floor. In the past, even people who couldn't use Nen had a chance to reach the 200th floor, but now this possibility is rarely seen. Basically, when you reach the 150th floor, all you'll encounter are people with high Nen abilities. The 200th floor is a huge watershed. I originally thought that since there were more people, the other party wouldn't be able to react in time and would let them get through. Other motorboats arrived, but were naturally forced to stop again by Shiba. Your behavior will not be recognized by the Adventurers Guild. Someone tried to scare Silva away by using the name of the Adventurers Guild. The relationship between the copy's secret realm and Lucci has been recognized by this group of adventurers, even though it is true. It took almost 17 minutes for Ilmi to arrive. He jumped on the railing on the river bank and landed directly on a motorboat. Father! Ilmi came a little late. But there was no way. He was not like Shiba who could use the moon step to move in the air and quickly approach the location of the secret realm copy. If he has the chance, he will definitely learn this method. It's so convenient. Only this time. When Shiba saw Ilmi appear, he just nodded lightly and said something. The meaning is very clear. This time, Ilmi blocked other people and gave him the opportunity to enter the secret realm only once. The next time it will depend on Ilmi himself. I understand. Ilmi looked at the crack in the secret realm in the distance. Then I'll go in. After saying that, he jumped again and jumped into the crack of the secret realm. The other adventurers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Then please do as you please. After saying that, he left. The adventurer who reacted the fastest was the one who was relatively strong at the beginning and mastered the moon step. There were 5 people in total, and they all entered smoothly. Then 4 more people entered. The crack turns red, indicating that it is full. Others were also surprised when they saw it. It turned out to be a scale of 10 people. Damn it! If this happens, all the entry qualifications to the secret realm will be occupied by them. Some adventurers were also very unhappy. If this situation does not change, the secret realm copies will be monopolized by a few people in the future. Does the Adventurers Guild have any comment? Explanation? What explanation? It's because we are weaker than others. We are lucky to be adventurers. As for Jin, who was still studying on the side, they didn't take it seriously. This was not the first time they had seen such a weirdo. So what should we do now? Leave? Or wait here? Of course we have to wait. That little devil actually dared to enter the secret realm. I'm afraid he will die in there. There are 10 people this time, so it must be even more dangerous. Someone thought maliciously. Then you may be overthinking it. Since that brat is the son of the master just now, he must be very powerful, and he is also an user. So far, there has been no example of an user dying in a secret realm. Some of the ordinary adventurers felt jealous. If this continues, they will have no chance of becoming non-users. Although it has not been spread out, it has been somewhat circulated among adventurers, that is, after the adventurer passes the secret realm copy, or kills the monster in the secret realm copy, there is a certain probability that the adventurer will open the essence hole and become an ability user. Chapter 200. A feeling of passing through a membrane, followed by a change of surroundings. Ilmi appeared in a forest. Behind him is a secret crack, representing the place of departure. After entering the secret realm, you don't have to kill the monsters before leaving. You can leave at any time. Of course, it is unknown whether there will be any changes in the future. Is this the secret place? Looking at the forest in front of him, Ilmi felt like he was home. The fresh air in the forest and the sounds of birds singing make it feel like you are really in a forest. It's so real. Is this really something that can be done with telekinesis? Such a thought flashed through Ilmi's mind. So let's take action now. Ilmi plans to explore this place. But he was stopped after taking a few steps, blocked by an invisible barrier. Until all the personnel are present, the secret realm copy will not be opened to anyone, and this is also a protective measure. A voice came from behind Ilmi. They are the adventurers who subsequently enter the secret dungeon. The secret realm is not a safe place. There may be danger even at the exit. If there is no protection, you may be attacked as soon as you enter the secret realm. They explained things to Ilmi so patiently, and there was no sign at all that they had suffered a setback at the hands of Silva before. Naturally, they were unhappy with Sheba's behavior. But they also recognized the situation and knew that it was not advisable to offend a powerful non-user. It is better to make friends than to make enemies. Isn't the other party's son an adventurer? Then let's just try to invite Ilmi to join their team, which will also be a guarantee for their team of adventurers. Now that adventurers' teams are beginning to form, it is not necessary for all of them to be adventurers to form a team. There are still many non-staff personnel outside. A typical example is the observers in various areas of Carey City. As long as a secret copy appears, they will immediately notify the adventurers. The gains from the secret realm copy can also be handed over to professionals to handle and sell, which can save them a lot of effort. These suggestions were made with the help of the Adventurers Guild. Soon all 10 people arrived. Ilmi did not talk to them. When the barrier disappeared, he quickly disappeared into the forest. There was no plan to act together at all. This kid really doesn't know how to appreciate a good person. He might die in the secret realm if things go wrong. One of them said. Looking at how fast he left, his strength at this age is terrifying. But I didn't expect that this time the difficulty is 10 people. Does this mean that the difficulty of the secret realm is still increasing, and more people will enter by then? Bale, you are the strongest. This time it is a 10-man challenge. Maybe there will be some changes. We will all follow your command. Because of the increase in the number of people, the adventurers who entered later, although not from the same team, also plan to act together with BAL's 5-man team. No problem. As for the benefits, it depends on the contribution. BAL agreed directly. Their team will not recruit people easily, but they will make friends with other adventurers in the secret realm and develop into allies. Maybe they can fight against the Red Dragon's team together. There is a boss-level monster in every secret realm. Only when it is killed will the secret realm disappear. Have you ever had experience with an 8-person secret realm dungeon? BAL asked. This is a consensus among adventurers: the more people enter a secret realm, the more dangerous it becomes. The minimum number of people required to enter the secret realm is 1 person. The 4 adventurers who came later all shook their heads. We have experienced the 8-player secret realm twice. How should I put it? If it is used to evaluate, then the boss monster in the player's secret realm copy is something that even we cannot defeat. Of course it's not that the monster is very powerful, but there will be other beast monsters around it, so it will take a lot of effort. So far, most of the monsters in the secret realm are still various beast monsters. Even though these 5 people have mastered the moon step, they have only mastered a single moon step, and their performance is not durable enough, nor fast enough. So our goal now is to find the leader and then slowly start killing the monsters around him. Bar shook his head. Of course not. There are many rewards in a secret dungeon. It seems that you are just newcomers and there are some things you don't understand yet. BAL was like a guide, explaining things to them. First of all, in addition to the resources from monsters and beasts, there are other resources in the copy. The secret realm can be completely real, and everything in it can be taken out, even a piece of stone. If you just want to collect resources to sell, you don't have to go through the secret realm. Of course, if you want to make money this way, you still need a certain amount of knowledge. And this method has another benefit, which is that it allows other adventurers who want to fight to enter. But judging from the way you look, you should be fighting. These 4 men were holding swords in their hands, with daggers on their waists, and one of them was carrying a bow and arrow. But he should be considered as having no money, at least he can't even afford the most common divine weapons. After all, killing monsters can make you an user, and ordinary people will not miss this opportunity. We still have plenty of time. Let's first understand the situation in this secret realm. Also, it's best not to act alone in the secret realm. As for the reason, it is that the creatures in the secret realm copy have a certain degree of intelligence, but if they act alone, they are easily targeted by the creatures in the copy. As far as BAL knew, there was a secret realm for 8 people. The first team that entered was ambushed by many groups of monkeys, and 3 people died. And on the other side is Ilmi. He was a bit daring and after leaving, he jumped directly onto the tallest tree, intending to see the secret place from a high altitude. Is there still the sun? Ilmi looked up at the sky. Looking into the distance again, all you can see is the endless green sea. But after only 10 seconds, there was a sharp gust of wind in the air, and the eagle in the sky stretched out its sharp claws and grabbed Ilmi. The nails on Ilmi's hands suddenly became sharp, which was due to changes in his bones. He stabbed it. I still used the entanglement method. An eagle died in Ilmi's hands, and there was blood on Ilmi's hands. The eagle's body, which was nearly half a meter in size, was held in Ilmi's hand. It was so real that it didn't seem fake at all, thinking of the meat of various creatures obtained by other adventurers from various secret realms. It really exists. This is too scary. If it was just one secret realm, Ilmi could understand it, but with such a large number of them, and one every day, how on earth was they able to do it? Chapter 201. He threw away the eagle's body in his hand and climbed down from the tree. Start exploring in this forest. We saw some wild animals and were also attacked by some beasts, snakes, and insects. But for Ilmi, it was just a common experience. Soon he discovered some traces of human footsteps in the forest, which could also be called roads. Not long after he set out, he made a discovery. Carefully hide in the dense leaves and use dew to dissipate all your breath. Not far away, there was a battle going on, with humanoid creatures hunting. They were humanoid creatures with bull heads, which could be called bullheads, and a small tail. They held stone weapons in their hands. At the same time, there are animal skins on the body. Their hunting target was a wild boar that was 3 meters tall. Ilmi had also seen some intelligence information about the secret copy from Silba, and this situation had never happened before. The secret realms mentioned in the intelligence materials are basically inhabited by wild beasts, and humanoid monsters rarely appear. Even if there are, they are individual entities and there won't be such a large number of them, especially when there is an aura of civilization. This will naturally make people consider whether they can communicate. Ilmi chose to observe secretly, wanting to see what the situation of this secret dungeon was like. The battle situation here would naturally attract the attention of the BAL team nearby. They were also rushing in this direction quickly. Of course, they were also trying their best to reduce the noise of their advance, so as not to be discovered by the enemy. When Bal and his men arrived, the minotaur below had already dealt with the wild boar. These minotaurs have thick skin and great strength, just like savage beasts. This group of minotaurs were heading back to their tribe with their prey. Ilmi followed suit. Bal and others who arrived later discovered traces of battle left behind, and based on the traces they saw, they also tracked the past. And in places that cannot be seen. Lucci was also observing this secret dungeon. The secret realm copy is still being upgraded, and Lucci also wants to see how these adventurers will deal with it. And it's time for something a little weird. This 10-person secret dungeon is quite special. In this big forest there is a Tauran tribe of over 100 people, but of course they are not actually real entities. It is still a holy grail creation. They do not have their own consciousness, but have been programmed. However, in terms of intelligence, it is much stronger than the NPC in Greedy Island in the future. When Ilmi and Bal's team found out, they were all very surprised. This is the first time I've seen this situation, so how should I solve it? So we have to fight these monsters. As for the Tauran, the adventurers simply called them monsters. Is everything here really fake? Some people couldn't help but doubt. He has a two-faced attitude towards the truth and falsehood in the secret realm of the copy. On the one hand, one naturally firmly believes that these are all false and were created by telekinesis. But some people may wonder, can telepathic ability really reach this point? Those things brought out from the secret realm are not fake. On the one hand, they naturally believed that all this was real. The so-called entrance to the secret realm was actually a space gate. They just went to somewhere in reality through the space gate. But even if it is recognized as true, there are still many things that cannot be explained. Because some secret realm copies have been repeated, some people have entered them many times and recognized them. A place that was once destroyed by them could not possibly recover so quickly. Many people want to know what is going on and whether it is true or not. Unfortunately, they cannot meet Lucci, and even if they can meet Lucci, he may not answer them. Only by killing them all can we pass this copy. Ilmi jumped down from the tree and asked. His action immediately attracted the attention of Bal's team, and they instantly became alert and fearful. It was actually someone who touched me. Don't think that the adventurers who enter the secret dungeon are from the same camp. Sometimes adventurers will fight each other in the secret dungeon. Some do it for gain, others do it to settle personal grudges. Even if you are a fellow adventurer, you must never let your guard down. As for those who could read, they were amazed at Ilmi's use of Jew. They didn't even think about or notice his existence. That man's child can't possibly be a weakling. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid these monsters have their own wisdom and may be difficult to kill. One of them was looking at the size of the tribe in the distance. Just looking from the outside, there are definitely hundreds of people inside. And judging from their size, they are much more difficult to deal with than the goblins in a previous 8-person Secret Realm copy. And judging from the size of these Minotaur monsters, the leader-type monsters among them can probably only be fought by those with psychic abilities. The reason for this conclusion is because of some previous experiences in secret dungeons. But can their meat be sold? Will people outside accept it? It seems that there has been no news of goblin meat appearing on the market before. Everyone else was thinking about how to kill these minotaurs and pass through the secret realm. Only one person had a different idea. It was Bal who was leading the group. Wait a minute, it's too early to think about this now. The number of people in the dungeon has increased this time, and the dungeon is also changing. Some rules may also change. Bar raised a possibility. In the past, Secret Realm copies required killing the boss monster to end. Now there may be changes, with other clearance conditions. And judging from the traces of hunting just now, they may be intelligent. Do you think they are capable of communicating? Bale put forward a hypothesis. Communicate. The others also started to think about it. They were all old people who had lived in Carey City for many years and were not newbies who knew nothing. I have heard about Warcraft and fantasy beasts. Even if they are not magical beasts or fantasy beasts, some powerful wild beasts and creatures do have spirituality and can communicate. A typical example is the patch hunting dog. Now in Cree City, patch hound puppies are very popular. Of course, it is also another kind of battle based on the power of Nen, a fighting method that combines the power of Nen and pets. Even without their telepathic abilities, these puppies are also very good bodyguards. If you're lucky, you can make the puppies awaken their telepathic abilities. Then this bodyguard is more reassuring than anyone else. Even ordinary creatures can reach the point of communicating. Then these World of Warcraft should be fine. Of course, the premise is that these are real monsters, not fake ones. Chapter 202. But do they really exist? The previous Goblin Secret Realm was not real. Someone raised the question. They have never been to that secret copy. But this copy of the dungeon is the most discussed issue in the adventurer circle. After all, it was a copy where casualties occurred, and the leader needed a psychic user to kill him. As for more information, they don't know, and perhaps there will be more secret information. So we need to find a way to give it a try. We don't have much time. Someone mentioned the countdown on the secret dungeon. There's not much we can do, but there's no other way. We have to try. And with our strength, I'm afraid we can't defeat them. Bal thought a lot. This was obviously the more difficult goblin copy that was rumored. Even if this group of people worked together seamlessly, it would not be so easy to solve. Are you planning to act with us now? Bal asked Ilmi again. Ilmi nodded. If he had thought about hunting wild beasts before, there would be no need to go through so much trouble and he could just act alone. But in the current situation, let's just observe the situation. He also agrees with Bal that their group of people cannot solve these monsters. First of all, we need to understand the basic situation of these minotaurs. Scatter around the tribe and observe. Especially Bal's team, they brought binoculars, which allowed them to see the situation of the Tauren tribe more clearly. We soon got a lot of information. First of all, this Tauren tribe has a population of more than 500 people. Of course not all Tauren are combatable. They also saw some children, or female minotaurs. Just from observation, there are only about 100 minotaur who can fight. At the same time, they also discovered a being called Chief, who was much taller than other minotaurs, more than 2 meters tall, and covered with muscles. Unlike the stone weapons of other minotaurs, his was a steel fork. The contradiction arises again. By observing the situation of the tribe, everything is so real, but the steel fork of the leader Nyudu is so discordant. It doesn't look like their product at all. And I also saw the telepathic energy from this Minotaur leader. Some traps were also found near the tribe. This means that they must be intelligent. Finally, they developed a simple plan, pioneering the beasts to see how the Minotaurs would respond, and then make a judgment. Seeing this, Lucci was also cautious. If they really dare to take action, with the strength of their team, they will definitely not be the opponent, even Ilmi will be in danger. These minotaurs who are capable of fighting have the strength level of a 100th level fighter. Even a little minotaur has a strength of 20 or 30 levels. In short, there are no ordinary people. The leader, the minotaur, is an user, and a powerful enhancement type user at that. Lucci still wanted to see how they would respond. He also noticed that the Holy Grail opened the second secret realm of the day. And this time it is still a different secret realm copy. The secret realm copies that have appeared before are basically various wild environments, facing various wild beasts or subhuman monsters. But this time it's in a modern setting. And it is also the city of Kerry that is familiar to many people. To be precise, this copy can be called a doomsday zombie copy. Of course, there are no real zombies, and everything is a false existence. Lucci made further changes to the copy. Of course, it is also a further exposure, telling people that these are all fake things. Return to the instance where Ilmi is. After seeing how the minotaurs killed the beasts, several people in Bal's team backed off and would not blame the 4 people. This is not something we can resolve. We can only give up. Sorry, everyone. Of course, they didn't plan to leave this copy. In any case, they still had to take some things out and treat it as a hunting trip. And there might be good stuff in this copy, after all, the difficulty is for 10 people. These minotaurs have their own language, but unfortunately it is not known to us. Bale said regretfully. When he said this, it was obvious that he had made up his mind to have an exchange. Little brother, what are you going to do? Bal asked Ilmi again. Should I follow them or leave with the 4 people before? Let me try. Ilmi is skilled and bold. In fact, he also wants to give it a try. After all, he has not seen the benefits of the secret realm that Obede mentioned so far. You're coming? Then how do you plan to make contact? We don't speak the same language. In other words, the current Illumi has not developed any abilities. If it were the Illumi in the anime, he could probably just try to disguise himself. How do you calculate time in the secret realm? Ilmi asked. The information he had seen mentioned very little about the time in the secret realm. But one thing is clear, it basically happens during the day and rarely occurs at night. Even if it is night outside Kerry City, it may be daytime after entering the copy. Ilmi plans to use his assassination experience to sneak in and take a look. There was no intention to communicate at all. It seems that it is always daytime in the secret realm, and night rarely appears. Even if it does appear, it may be because the environment is suitable for some beasts and monsters in the secret realm. Bale was telling Il about the mystery. It's too risky to let you go alone. Let me do it. Bal planned to go himself. Maybe this is also an opportunity. If it is a being that can communicate, will it cause any major changes and alter the current situation of adventurers? Bal is more inclined to believe that these are real existences. His teammates naturally support him. As for Ilmi, he is silent and has no plans to take action for the time being, so let's just observe. The method chosen by Bal was great and simple. First, he hunted a prey, then he made a fire in the forest near the Minotaur and started roasting the meat. When Ilmi saw Bal taking out various spices from his backpack, he showed a strange expression. Haha, our boss has won the chef competition championship many times, and he wants to be a food hunter in the future. Someone in the team told Ilmi with a smile. Food hunter? Ilmi thought of something. While grilling the meat, he held a simple fan and fanned the aroma of the barbecue towards the Tauran tribe. Of course, in front of them while they were grilling, there must be someone watching the reaction of the Tauran tribe. Depending on the situation, they will make different judgments. Even Lucci noticed Bal's behavior and couldn't help but praise him. Chapter 203. Now it depends on what effect it can have. The Minotaur in this secret realm is not the previous monster NPC, and is even different from the goblin humanoid monster that appeared before. The page of the Book of Sacrifice has been completely analyzed and absorbed by the Holy Grail, and the memory ability in it can also be used. In other words, Lucci has deliberately restricted it. Otherwise, the Holy Grail system could turn into the evil Holy Grail at any time. Lucci couldn't be completely sure whether a person's existence was composed of memories and thoughts. But memory and thinking can help the Holy Grail build intelligent NPCs. Ability to respond differently to what you encounter based on memory and thinking. This group of Minotaurs is just like this, but it is worth mentioning that they do not have a self and are not real living beings. As for the source of memory and thinking, it must come from humans. And there is no shortage of these people in Carey City. Whether in the past or now, the peace of Carey City is only because the order is well maintained. There are still many dark things happening in secret. Once those criminals fall into Lucci's hands, they will naturally end up as materials. Sort of like an evil villain who conducts human experiments. These minotaurs may look different, but their inner existence, memory, and thinking are dominated by humans, so they are naturally sensitive to the aroma of food. The aroma of the roasted meat immediately attracted the attention of the Tauren in the tribe. Soon 3 minotaurs walked out of the tribe and approached the direction where Bal and others were grilling meat. The team members who observed this action immediately gestured to tell Bal and the others. At the same time, they also told Bal that there were only 3 minotaurs coming out. Even if the communication was not successful and a battle occurred, they could quickly kill the minotaurs and retreat. Bale and Ilmi immediately went on alert, waiting for the arrival of the 3 minotaurs. The 3 minotaurs all had expressions on their faces and were swallowing saliva, obviously mesmerized by the fragrance. The 3 minotaurs are all warrior minotaurs, each holding a stone weapon in their hands. Maybe because he didn't feel there was any danger nearby, he wasn't overly cautious. Soon they saw Bale and Ilmi who were grilling meat over a fire. They turned their faces away in surprise, and then the 3 of them said a word or two to each other. This made Lucci feel very interesting. At the same time, I also feel the power of the Holy Grail. Or it can also be said to be the power of the third law. This is the most powerful force that Lucci has signed in on his birthday so far. The core of the Holy Grail system is naturally the Holy Grail. The third magic is the materialization of the soul and the perpetual motion of the soul. This means obtaining an endless source of magic power and achieving true immortality. The Holy Grail came from Einsburn, and was created by the third magician, and the androids in it were created in an attempt to replicate the third magic. The authority to create is contained therein. Seeing the changes in these minotaurs, Lucci thought of the psychic floodlight in the Sword Art Online Alicization arc. It is no exaggeration to say that those beings that can break free from the system are real life. So do these minotaurs have such a chance? Will there be such an opportunity for the Secret Realm copy characters created in the future? The thought of this Holy Grail system may need to be further expanded, and I may also need to make some changes to it. Although this world has no roots, perhaps one can try to obtain the third law through the Holy Grail. But Lucci hasn't thought of a clear and good solution yet. While Lucci was thinking, in the Secret Realm, the Tauren, Bale, and others are already communicating. There was no mutual attack, because these minotaurs had a certain level of intelligence and were not designed to be murderous beings. It's just that we don't speak the same language. Lucci gave the intelligent creatures in the Secret Realm the ability to speak language. Of course, despite the language barrier, it is not completely impossible to communicate, for example, using gestures. Lucci manipulates the Holy Grail system to figure out the reasons for these minotaurs' reactions. It turned out that it was because they were too tall, while Bale and Ilmi were relatively short, so they were considered non-threatening. Because they feel there is no threat, they are so relaxed and communicate with gestures. The one negotiating was Bal, and even though the communication was just simple gestures, it was enough to shock him and make him more convinced deep in his heart that these were real. Bale was very friendly and gave the barbecue to the 3 minotaurs to taste. Lucci saw this scene. Because they are just simple memories and thoughts, are they so simple? These minotaurs are NPCs woven by the Holy Grail itself, and Lucci did not take the initiative to intervene. There was no plot set for them. Lucci did not expect that the Minotaur would quickly trust Bal and the others. But if that's the case, different adventurers should appear. The situations of adventurers vary. Some adventurers have only one word for the creatures in the secret dungeon, and that is kill. However, some people who believe in the reality of the secret realm and think that they may encounter truly intelligent and friendly creatures have different ideas. And now that it has really appeared, I'm afraid there will be a big dispute. After eating the barbecue, the 3 minotaurs started to fight. They wanted to learn Bale's barbecue skills. The Tauren have a simple civilization, so they naturally eat cooked food and use flames to grill meat. It took me a long time to understand what the Minotaur meant. And was also invited to join the tribe. Even though Bale and Ilmi felt it was dangerous, they planned to enter. Bale simply wanted to contact these intelligent creatures of the mysterious realm, while Ilmi wanted to know more information. When the time comes, I will go back and ask my father if all these can really be done by relying on telekinesis. Now Ilmi also has some doubts about whether this place really exists. Baal and Ilmi who entered the tribe naturally attracted a lot of attention. Seeing these curious eyes, they no longer doubted that this was real life. They also met the leader of the Tauran tribe as they wished. Just based on his accent, he is called Bull Demon King. It's a pity that there is no linguist in our team, otherwise the communication would be smoother. This is Baal's pity. The companions outside were a little anxious. Because they don't know what to do? And Baal simply continued to teach them in the Tauran tribe. In addition to the barbecue at the beginning, there are other ingredients to cook, and even a few cooking tools are made. It made the Minotaur exclaim. Chapter 204. And Ilmi just watched. Several hours passed like this. The 4 people who had left the team earlier had already collected a lot of herbs and hunted some animals. They did not choose to leave the secret realm and exchange with adventurers outside, but instead met and communicate with Baal's team members. They also want to know a situation. Because the secret realm I encountered this time was really different. First of all, this time they did not reach the boundary of the secret realm copy at all. At the same time, they also encountered danger in the forest. There were powerful animals in the forest, and even animals that could control energy. That is to say, they have some experience and are well prepared, otherwise their lives might be in danger. The main reason they came here was to see if the leader monster here could be dealt with, so that other people wouldn't be needed to deal with it later. The situation this time is very different. A young man in Baal's team said to everyone. It has been 5 hours since we entered the secret dungeon. We have been observing this Tauran tribe. They really have intelligence. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid they won't be like the previous one. It is already shocking that these Minotaurs have intelligence. These hours. They also saw several Tauran running out of the tribe to cut down trees and then dragging huge trees into the tribe. Through the telescope, they also saw what Baal was doing. Could this really be a place in the real world? An adventurer couldn't help but mutter to himself when he thought of the rumors about the secret realm. I have only failed to pass the dungeon twice. On both occasions, once the time was up, the adventurers were directly transferred out of the dungeon's secret realm, while the monsters in the secret realm came out through the crack gate. Will it be different this time? They will only know the answer to this question when the time comes. At the same time, the answer to this question can only be known by Lucci, the mastermind behind the scenes. This time there are naturally changes. When it was almost 8 hours, Khan had to take out a firework and shoot it into the sky to remind Baal and Ilmi that it was time to leave. Of course, they can choose to wait until the time is up and the secret realm will directly expel them. But this time the secret realm copy is different. Who knows if different situations will happen? The best way is to leave the secret realm copy directly. But this time, their team could be said to have gained nothing. The movement of the fireworks will naturally attract the attention of the Minotaur. Baal immediately gestured to the Minotaur, indicating that he was about to leave. At the same time, he was also ready to burst out his mental energy at any time. Who knows if these Minotaurs will let me go? His eyes have already chosen a path, and if the Minotaur refuses, he will explode instantly. The same is true for Ilmi. He even didn't mind using those Minotaurs as a threat to anyone who dared to stop him. The Minotaur naturally refused to leave when Baal and Ilmi proposed to leave, but he did not show any malice either. Instead, let Baal and the others stay here, continue to teach them, and join their tribe. It was not until the Minotaur leader stood up and persuaded those Minotaurs who wanted to stop Baal and Ilmi from leaving. At the same time, he said something. But it was enough to make Baal and Ilmi's expressions change drastically. Is it because the time is up? Thank you very much. The Bull Demon King expressed his gratitude to Baal and Ilmi. And both Ilmi and Baal could understand this sentence. The mental energy of both of them appeared. As expected, you are not truly weak. You are worthy of being God's messengers. The reason why Baal and Ilmi did not flee immediately the moment the Bull Demon King opened his mouth was because they held back. If they could communicate, they would be able to know a lot of things. They want to know. Curiosity and thirst for knowledge made them hold back even when faced with danger. I have to say that their behavior is really a bit of a gamble. Messenger of God? Baal asked. Are you talking about these adventurers? Yes, the mark on your hands means that you are God's messengers. Only God's messengers can come to this land. Obviously, this Minotaur leader knew some information. And Ilmi was even more keenly aware of a difference. As a killer, he also learned lip reading, and he immediately realized that the Minotaur leader in front of him was not speaking their language. It is a certain ability that allows them to communicate with each other and understand each other. It sounds like a translation ability, but to Ilmi it is absolutely terrible. In return for your teaching us, I have a gift for you. The Minotaur leader gently pointed the steel fork in his hand at the ground. A black stone appeared. Ilmi and Baal naturally didn't understand what this thing was, but they could both see that there was energy on it. Only Baal has this gift. After all, Ilmi did nothing. Stretch out your marked hands. Because they felt that the Minotaur leader had no ill intentions, Baal and Ilmi did as they were told, although they did not let down their guard. The steel fork also lightly touched the back of their hands. There is some kind of power that is integrated into the marks on the backs of their hands. What exactly is this? But the Minotaur obviously had no intention of explaining. You can leave now, but you'd better leave while there's still time, otherwise you might have to stay here. The Tauran leader also gave a warning. Baal had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but it was obvious that the Minotaur leader did not intend to answer them. He just let the rest of the Minotaur lead them away. Baal and Ilmi left with a lot of doubts. After entering the forest and reuniting with their companions were also full of doubts. They also used telescopes to observe the situation in the tribe, and if a fight broke out, they would take action immediately. This is not the place to talk, let's leave first. Is there no problem here? They won't appear in the outside world, right? This is what Khan was worried about. I don't know either, but it shouldn't be. Although Baal was not sure, he had a hunch in his heart. The team left quickly. The previous group of 4 were already waiting at the entrance to the secret realm. If the situation is not right, they can leave quickly. Now that Baal has appeared, it doesn't seem to be the worst case scenario. The reason why they are so harmonious is that Baal's team is somewhat famous among the adventurers. As he left, Baal asked another question. Do you need help? Don't forget that there is a river outside the secret realm. Chapter 205. When leaving the secret realm, there will be a moment of loss of consciousness. There were several plop sounds, and even Ilmi was no exception. They're coming out. And there were other people surrounding outside. There were nearly a dozen motorboats, all in the outer areas. As they approached the crack in the secret realm, there were about 20 figures. Most of them were adventurers. The fact that they were able to stand on the river also showed that they were non-users. Baal and others who had just come out turned around and looked at the secret crack behind them, watching the countdown end. Even the few people who fell into the water did not swim towards their motorboat. The adventurers outside took a look at the situation of Baal and others, and saw their behavior, and their expressions changed slightly. He immediately asked loudly, "Didn't you guys clear the secret realm dungeon?" This is because they are worried about the appearance of monsters in the secret realm copy. Bar and the others did not answer. The secret realm soon entered a 10-second countdown. As the countdown ended, the imagined copy monster did not appear in the real world, and the copy cracks were slowly dissipating. There really is a change. Baal clutched his backpack tightly. Here is something that the Minotaur leader gave him. It doesn't look like a simple thing at all. Only after seeing the secret realm disappear did the others surround it. They all came to ask Baal and others about the news in the secret realm. Naturally, Baal would not reveal the information easily. Instead, he helped the 4 men carry their things onto their motorboat, and then drove away directly in the motorboat. Although they did not gain enough from the secret realm copy this time, the intelligence alone was enough to sell for a considerable price. I just don't know if all the copies today have such changes. And Ilmi was also invited to board the motorboat. We had only driven a short distance. Suddenly, a burst of energy emanated from a person's body. Finally, the other party also became excited. Aren't they trying so hard to enter the secret realm just to be able to awaken their thoughts? This is the first time that Ilmi has seen the awakening of consciousness from a secret realm copy. Is this the situation that Obeiday is talking about? But awakening shouldn't make him so mysterious, right? Seeing Ilmi's surprised expression. In order to recruit Ilmi, Baal didn't mind telling him some secret information about the secret realm. It's not something to be surprised about. From the moment we were marked with this mark, it actually means that we are under the influence of some kind of energy. However, the influence of this energy is harmless. Baal showed the adventurer's mark on the back of his hand. Ilmi had felt this mark many times before becoming an user, and it was as if it did not exist. Even if he used Nan to inject it, the result was the same. Entering a dungeon and killing the monsters there is a result of accumulation. When it accumulates to a certain level, you can awaken your thoughts, and even if you fail to control it, it will not cause any impact on your body. It's completely harmless. This information is not uncommon among veteran adventurers, and even he was awakened by this situation. Of course, it takes a relatively long time for the people in their team to be selected as adventurers. You probably haven't registered formally with the Adventurers Guild yet. Bal said with certainty. Ilmi nodded. The Adventurers Guild appeared together with the Secret Realm and Adventurers, but it has other functions. Or should we say that only those who truly register with the Adventurers Guild can be considered true adventurers? Of course, at first Bar didn't understand what the difference was. In fact, there are many adventurers now who have not registered with the Adventurers Guild. At most, they sell some of the spoils from secret dungeons to the Adventurers Guild. But today Bar finally understood. The Minotaur leader finally looked at the power injected into the Adventurer's mark. Ilmi naturally thought that since this secret copy was related to the magical Lord Lucci, the establishment of the Adventurers Guild would naturally play a role. Oh, is there such a secret? Can you tell me what's different? A strange voice appeared on the motorboat. Put everyone on the motorboat on alert immediately. The same was true for Ilmi. There were too many masters in this city, and he didn't even notice that he was so close to someone. I'm very interested in your information. This time the 10-person Secret Realm copy is indeed different. As long as you are willing to tell me, I'm willing to pay any amount of money. Jin Fulishi walked out from the shadows, and he didn't know when he got on the boat. Bal and the others recognized this person. He is not an adventurer, but he does spend a lot of money in the adventurer circle just to learn more about the secret places. From the information he already knew, the other party had already spent nearly 70 to 80 billion yuan, or even more. No comment. Bal did not intend to tell the information to others for the time being. Jin then asked the others, and the 4 people who couldn't read were somewhat interested. After all, they knew that Jin was willing to pay a high price to buy the information. Of course they also need to obtain the consent of Bal and others. They didn't do much in the dungeon this time, and most of the information about the Tauran tribe was obtained by Bal and his men through trial and error. Seeing their expressions, Bal knew that he could no longer hide it, but the most important information, the adventurer's mark, was now known only to him. Okay then, but the information this time is very expensive. Jin directly expressed his willingness to pay 100 million yunis per person to purchase the information. He is really rich and powerful. Soon Jin learned enough information. First of all, the scope of this secret realm is the largest, and there are more wild animals that can chant. There is also the intelligent Minotaur race. If Jin Qing could not achieve this by combining his thoughts with the power of the divine word, he would also doubt whether the secret realm was a real world. Of course Jin knew they must be hiding information. Jin found out with just a few words that the Minotaur gave them a reward. Can you let me see what the Tauran tribe gave you? Jin expressed that he was a little curious and wanted to see it. Naturally, it was rejected by Bal. They will never tell anyone else about this thing until they know exactly what it is. Jin did not ask any further questions. Seeing Bal's stern refusal, he finally gave up. But I also got some good information. The Secret Realm dungeon has evolved again. Or should I say it has been updated again? At this speed, don't we need to wait? With doubts, Jin left the motorboat because he had another 10-person copy to wait out. Chapter 206. After saying goodbye to the 4-member group, Ilmi followed Bal and the others. I didn't say I wanted to join them, but I didn't refuse either. And now they are going to the Adventurers Guild to register. At the same time, Bal also wanted to know what that stone was. Bale believed that the Adventurers Guild might know about this. Of course there is also the issue of the Adventurer's mark. And sell the information just sold to Jin to the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers may be concerned about various problems when selling intelligence among each other, so they eventually choose a middleman, the Adventurers Guild. At the same time, the privacy of adventurers will be protected. It won't be easily known. When Ilmi registers, he needs to drip blood onto a crystal ball. This approach will also be rejected by some wary people. Ilumi watched as the drop of his blood merged into the crystal ball. This thing was at least a telekinetic device. At this time, A1 emerged from the crystal ball. This is a situation that has never occurred when previous adventurers registered. What on earth is this? Bal and his team were surprised. Only Bal reacted instantly. And Ilmi inexplicably had an extra piece of information in his mind. As his mind moved, a screen of light appeared before his eyes. There is a portrait on the light screen, and then some introductions, mainly a series of introductions about his body. Physical strength, power, mental state, physical strength, and even mental energy. Can you see it? Ilmi asked. He wanted to confirm whether he was the only one who could see the light curtain or whether others could see it as well. What? Bal and the others didn't understand. I didn't expect that the first person to become an Iron Rank adventurer would be a child. The registration staff was a young woman. Of course, don't underestimate her just because she is a woman. She is also an adventurer. Unlike others, the staff here know more about secret places and adventurers. Adventurer Bale, put your hand on the crystal ball now, the staff reminded. Bal guessed and placed his hand on the crystal ball. Soon, like Ilmi, he could see the light curtain that belonged to him. Or it can also be considered as an adventurer's attribute panel. What exactly is going on? I thought I would have to wait a few days, but I didn't expect an Iron Rank adventurer to show up today. Now you all know that if you kill monsters in the dungeon and accumulate enough energy, you can awaken your mind and become a user of mind power. So what happens next? Can we continue to accumulate? Ilmi said the key. The staff member snapped his fingers and said, Bingo, you got it right. Keep accumulating your knowledge, and when you reach a certain level, you can become an Iron level adventurer. Of course only adventurers registered with the Adventurers Guild can do this. Do adventurers also have levels? Of course. Although I don't know much about the Secret Realm dungeons, I know that as time goes by, the difficulty of the Secret Realms will definitely increase, and there will be conditions for adventurers to enter at that time. This is important information for Bal and others. So how many levels are there for adventurers? The staff member answered smoothly, there are 8 levels in total, namely Iron, Copper, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Mithril, Mountain Copper, and Fine Steel. Adventurers of each level will receive different benefits, and what you are seeing now is your adventurers panel. As for the benefits of higher levels, I am still unclear. And after becoming an Iron level adventurer, if you want to upgrade to a higher level, you will need other conditions. She also didn't know this. After all this was only created 2 months ago. Looking at this attribute panel, just being able to know one's own situation is of great help. However, they do not level up by killing monsters. But now the relationship between the Secret Realm copy and the Union has been fully confirmed. Bal immediately asked his question. Suddenly, there was a sound in the staff's headset. I don't know the answer to this question either, but the president plans to meet with you. Maybe he will talk to you about it. The staff asked them to go to a room on the 2nd floor. As the president of the Adventurers Guild, after the Adventurers Guild appeared, it was natural that many people would inquire about the news. One of them was easy to determine, that is, the guild leader was a young man from the Conrad family. As for the staff of the Adventurers Guild, some were from the Conrad family, and some were from the Sky Arena, but mainly the latter. That's why some people firmly believe that this must be related to Lucci. A group of people entered the president's office. There is also a crystal ball in front of Yeti Conrad. Is it something similar to the crystal ball that I registered before? And Yeti's gaze was directed towards Bal. Is the real master finally here? Today, Yeti Conrad looks like a teenager and seems not to have grown much compared to before. In fact, this is also a common problem among the psychic users in Carey City. Carey's current ability is that even if he is not a user of the transformation system, after practicing this system, he will focus most of his energy on the transformation system. It can be said that Biscuit's ability to change body shape is mainstream in the transformation system. The ability to slow down growth alone is enough to encourage many non-users to practice. Even though maintaining your form will make you weaker, who doesn't want to live longer? And as the practice of the transformation system becomes more varied, this kind of practice can also help the practice of other chi properties in the transformation system. At worst, if you haven't practiced well enough, you can also convert it into a massage ability. It is not Miss Cookie's ability, but simply the effect of the transformation ability applied to massage. It can be said that if you want to make money, you can first practice the transformation system and develop the massage ability, relying on the power of money to increase the speed of cultivation. Of course, it is not the idea to maintain this state, but he is now considered as Lucci's disciple. Certainly not the formal kind. If you look closely, you can see a red dot on Yetai's forehead. Some things can also be studied. This is the Nin version of the Yin seal that Lucci developed based on the Yin seal. But Nian's prophetic poetry is of a different kind. It is too powerful to have the ability to predict. The only difference is that it is uncontrollable, and the other is the need for qi. In the previous few years, he had only seen one prophetic scene, but now, as long as he had enough mental energy, he could see the next one very quickly. Of course, whether it is useful to him is not certain. Just now he saw a new prophecy picture. Chapter 207. Come to think of it, this was the first relatively big prophecy he had come across since his last contact with Lord Lucci. His ability is to see the future. After many experiments, he has figured out his abilities. A skill that sounds very high-end. He cannot predict himself. All he can see are the people he can come into contact with and the influence he may have on them. There are good and bad things among them, and very few of them have really had a significant impact on him. And this ability has been uncontrollable so far, but there are some rules, that is, at most one can see one prophecy picture within a month. And the scenes he sees in the future will definitely change as long as he decides to participate. Although there is not much data to prove it, as long as the future he sees involves important people, then it will change 100%. The more powerful people participate, the greater the change that occurs. This is a relatively useless ability for Yeti Conrad. I didn't expect that because of the Adventurers Guild, I would come across a new big prophecy. Yetai's gaze stayed on Bale and Ilmi for a longer time. Although we have seen relatively few scenes, it seems to be a very dangerous thing. But he didn't seem to have any involvement in the prophecy. Why? Congratulations on becoming the first Iron-level adventurer team in the Adventurers Guild. Yetai first congratulated Bal and the others. The Adventurers Guild was established not long ago, and there are still many parts that are not perfect. Our goal is to create an organization similar to the Hunters Guild. Yetai Conrad stated his goal. This was also what Lucci said, and after taking over and learning enough information, Ida Conrad also felt that he could do it 100%. Maybe even surpass the Hunter Association. You should be able to guess that the secret dungeon that appeared in Carey City has a certain relationship with Lord Lucci. I can tell you for sure that it is indeed the case. Perhaps you cannot understand it, but Master Lucy will change this world. Yetai Conrad looked a bit like a fanatic at this time. But after the frenzy, he quickly calmed down and introduced some simple situations to Bal and the others. First, tell them an important message. That is, secret realm copies are not necessarily about simple fighting and killing. There are other ways to pass the secret realm copies. Secret realm copies with more than 10 people are all different. They might even enter the secret realm they entered today. This is definitely important information for Bal and his team, but unfortunately they don't know how the secret realm was formed. I have to say that you are quite lucky. This stone is called the Mind Crystal Stone, and it is a unique material in the secret realm. It is also said that Bale obtained the Black Stone from the Minotaur leader. There are many things that exist in reality in the secret realm. In addition to creatures like the Minotaur, there will naturally be some special creatures. It was also created by the Holy Grail system. It can also be said that it was created by the power of thought. This is not surprising. Even Greedy Island has a unique gem called Blue Planet that is not found anywhere else. This is a forging material, and of course it is also a training material. I am telling you this because you are the first Iron-level adventurer team. It's a little reward for them. This can be used to create divine objects, and its applicability is better than many materials in the real world. At the same time, it can also be used for cultivation, that is, used as a consumable. When your own energy is insufficient, you can absorb it intact to replenish your own energy. In fact, there are various different uses, but they still need people to discover. If we really want to make an analogy, it is similar to the magic stone in the magical world of fantasy. If you are willing to sell it to our Adventurers Guild, the price for this size would be around 90 million ringies. The mind crystal in Bal's hand is not small. And smart people, after hearing Yetai Conrad say this, can easily guess that he has seen the mind crystal stone. Then Bal and the others asked about the upgrade of adventurer levels. The answer he got was that he needed to take the assessment of the Adventurers Guild, as if he was really developing into the Hunter Association. After Bale and his companions left, he never told anyone about the prophetic scene he had seen. He planned to talk to Lucci. When he was about to find Lucci, The figure has disappeared in the room. When he appeared again, he was already in a mysterious palace. That is the palace where the Holy Grail is located. And yet Conrad immediately knelt on one knee to show his respect to Lucci. Lord Lucci. There is no need for Lucci to do anything. With the growth of Lucci's strength and various external performances, it has become difficult for ordinary people to maintain a normal mentality in front of Lucci. And yet feelings were even deeper. This was not the first time that he had received such a special reception. He did not seem like an ordinary person at all. As soon as I had the idea, Lord Lucci teleported me here. In fact, it is not a big deal. With the deployment of the Holy Grail system in Carey City, it is particularly sensitive to emotions. It can be said that nothing in the entire city of Carey can be hidden from him. With the power of the Holy Grail, Lucci is somewhat omniscient in Carey City. And when Ida Conrad's ability was activated, Lucci naturally noticed it. Of course, he was not able to directly see the scene when Yeti's ability was displayed. What's the matter? Lucci's mind was not here. With Yeti Conrad returning to Carey City, it also means that the Bassan Rainforest should have been arranged. All that's left is to start it. The Bassan Rainforest is now directly considered as Lucci's territory, and the Holy Grail system has also been deployed there. If the arrangement of the first Holy Grail system still required a lot of trial and error, the second time it would only require copying. It's related to the Bassan Rainforest. I don't know the exact time, but it's related to dangerous species. Yeti described what he saw. The scene is of a battle with Baal and his men fighting against non-human creatures. And they are at a disadvantage. There were some dead bodies nearby. Unfortunately, there is only a short clip. But it could also be a monster in the secret realm. This is the reason why Yeti did not change the fate of Baal and the others. If you are in a secret realm, it is not surprising to see monsters appearing. Chapter 208. Is it related to the Bassan Rainforest? Lucci didn't take it too seriously. That place was also his territory, and now there was a Holy Grail system in place. Even if anything happened, he could solve it quickly. That's how confident the expansion of strength is. And that night, the entire adventurer circle in Carey City was undercurrent. 2 10-person copies appeared, which were extremely different from the previous copies. The information about the secret realm copy of Baal and the others is naturally worthy of attention. But the other 10-person copy is really terrible. Because people died in it, as many as 5 of them, the information could not be concealed. A city called Carey occupied by terrifying zombies is like the end of the world. Adventurers do not have a clear concept of zombies, but they all know that they are people after death. There are a huge number of zombies, and some of them have the ability of mind, superpowers. Even if a person with the ability of mind enters them, it will be very dangerous. And this copy does not require killing any boss monsters, the secret copy will automatically disappear when the time is up. As a modern secret realm copy, what are the benefits? Not only is there, but it's huge. First of all, no copy has so many monsters, and ordinary zombies are easier to kill than some beasts in secret realms, provided that there are not too many of them. But as long as you can find a suitable location and then find weapons in the secret realm, there will naturally be no problem. All previous copies were in the wild, but this time the secret copy is in Carey City, so naturally there will be many other things. It is even possible to find divine weapons and equipment. Of course, this is just speculation, after all, no one has actually found it yet. Another biggest gain is that when these zombies die, they will not leave behind corpses, but will turn into light particles and disappear. Among them, zombies with telekinetic abilities, superpowers, will leave behind telekinetic crystals after death. Because this secret realm copy appeared later than the secret realm copy where Baal and the others were, and ended later. Otherwise, Baal and his companions might not be the first iron-level adventurers. That night, there were other people who became iron-level adventurers. The news about adventurer levels and benefits also spread outward. If some people thought that the secret realm was real before, now many adventurers directly make qualitative guesses. Things like the zombie secret realm were definitely created by telekinesis, and of course it is also very scary and unimaginable. And those secret realms that seem real do exist in reality. The cracks in the secret realms are just a gate that allows them to quickly reach those places. Of course, even so there are still many things that cannot be explained, but many people have chosen to believe it. The disclosure of this information is enough to amaze all the non-masters in Carey City. Many people sigh that the gap between people is really huge. A few more days passed, and new 10-person copies were constantly being revealed. This time, even the martial arts halls were somewhat interested. Because the things in the secret realm are getting better and better. Ilmi did not refuse to join Bal's team, which was considered as tacit joining. Unfortunately, due to his lack of strength, he was unable to secure a qualification to enter the secret realm in the past few days. He still had his own cultivation to do, and he didn't know how to do the moon steps. Even if he knew where the secret realm was at the first moment, he wouldn't be able to get there quickly. Every time I arrived, I was unable to enter. It is worth mentioning that the number of secret realms appearing every day is still increasing. Now the number has been maintained at 28. Today he had finished the Sky Arena match, a battle on the 160th floor, and he lost again. In recent years, Ilmi has been practicing his mind ability, and from time to time he also tries to practice the moon step, with the help of mind energy, and has achieved some results. It just can't last long, at most 30 seconds, and the speed is not fast enough. I don't know how Bal and the others practiced, but they mastered it so quickly. Covered in sweat, he walked out of the gravity training room. I feel a little tired. Quickly go to the massage lounge where there are special people to help them with massage. Quickly recover from fatigue. And in the massage lounge, Ilmi was not the only one there were already people there before. He is a short-haired beautiful boy. He is also the signature figure of the Superpower Martial Arts Hall. His name is Chris. He is only 14 years old, but he is already a player on the 200th floor of Sky Arena. But compared to the well-known Athena and Chong, it is a bit ordinary. Illumi remembered that the other party's ability was enhanced speed, which could not only enhance himself, but also enhance others. This ability doesn't feel like a superpower at all. I don't know if it's because he has stayed in Carry City for too long, or because he was not strictly taught the killer's code of conduct, but Ilmi now has more of a teenager's mentality, and it's rare for him to have any psychological complaints. I just lay down not long ago. Unexpectedly, Chris started talking to him. And a bit familiar. I heard from Yilmi that you are an adventurer. I have recently become an adventurer too. Do you want to team up and go on an adventure in the secret realm together? After hearing this, Ilmi noticed that there was an adventurer's mark on the back of Chris's hand. But how is this possible? Isn't Chris an user? Why did he become an adventurer? Are you curious? Seeing Ilmi's expression, Chris smiled with satisfaction. That was yesterday. Each martial arts gym got a place as an adventurer, except for one. And I got the place for our martial arts gym. Chris seemed to be talking about something big. After being shocked, Illumi quickly figured out in his little head that it must be the top leaders of various martial arts halls who found Lucci, the culprit. For the top executives of each martial arts gym, as long as they have witnessed the changes that Lucci has brought along, they will take advantage of the opportunity to ride on the bandwagon of Lucci. After all, no matter how you look at it, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. The forces of adventurers are likely to undergo a major reshuffle. But it has little to do with Ilmi. I already have a team. This sentence actually has a bit of a rejection meaning. Perhaps because of his background, Illumi's relationship with other people in the martial arts hall is very ordinary, one could even describe it as stranger. He always felt that there was something strange about this martial arts gym, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. Then let me join your team. My auxiliary ability is very strong and I will definitely play a big role in the secret realm. Ilmi had no way to refute this point. On this day, Ilmi was completely entangled by Carry City, forcing him to agree to join. And in the Adventurers Guild, Jin finally became an adventurer. Chapter 209. Ilmi and Chris were walking towards the area where Bal and his team were. He was wary of Chris's sudden request, or rather, he was used to looking at people from such a malicious perspective. Besides, is it so easy to decide an adventurer spot like this? Ilmi said that he also didn't understand what the people inside the Superpower Martial Arts Hall were thinking. Isn't there any dispute at all? The adventurer team is now considered a new group in Carry City. Those who used to fight alone have now basically started to work together. Even ordinary people who have just become adventurers and have never entered the secret realm will start to inquire about the news about the adventurer team and try to join. Unless they are very strong, most adventurers will choose to act in groups. On the way, Ilmi and Chris were chatting idly, and Ilmi was also asking Chris questions. Chris seemed to be unaware of Ilmi's behavior. He easily told Ilmi what he knew. For example, the adventurer qualification of their martial arts hall did not need to be fought for among the 7 of them. It fell into Chris's hands directly by drawing lots. Originally, Ilmi could also participate in it, because the Budokan is limited to those who compete in the Sky Arena. But Ilmi was already an adventurer, so he was naturally excluded. However, Chris knew a lot of information about some secret realms, including information about adventurers. In fact, these were all collected by the Martial Arts Hall. You may not know this yet, but our Martial Arts Hall is actually owned by the Exploration Group. Explore the group. Various information immediately flashed through Ilmi's mind. This one is also a behemoth in Cary City. There are many corporate groups and industries in Cary City, but most of the well-known industries are local to Cary City, and a small part are some large groups from other countries. Ilmi is naturally familiar with the Exploration Group. This group is a local industry, and the person behind it is Beyond Netero, the son of the most powerful man in the world today. This is all Ilmi knows about Bai's information, and he knows more about the Exploration Group. Like the Conrad family and various martial arts halls, they all have cooperative relationships with the Sky Arena. It is an important part of Cary City, and is also one of the groups that sell most of the divine creations in Cary City today. According to the information from the Zaldik family, this group is also a group of non-users. Then it is not surprising to get some special news. The city of Cary will become more and more interesting in the future, Chris said with a smile. Just walking on a street. Suddenly, a blue light appeared at the entrance of the street, and a crack in the void appeared out of nowhere. Soon, a door to a secret dungeon appeared before their eyes. Ilmi, it seems we are lucky. The secret realm copy actually unfolded right in front of them. The time in the secret realm has been extended this time. Looking at the countdown on the secret realm, it has become 24 hours, a full day. It seems that this secret realm should be quite difficult. Let's go in and take a look. I am very interested in what happens inside. Chris took the lead and prepared to enter. Then please wait for me. Ilmi immediately took out his cell phone. I called BAL's team, and of course the person who answered was a non-staff member hired by their team. Ilmi only informed them of the emergence of a secret realm. As for whether they could get there, it was not within Ilmi's consideration. The 2 of them stepped directly into the secret realm. The people watching all had envious expressions on their faces. If possible, they also wanted to be adventurers. In a city like this, who would be willing to be ordinary? Ilmi, who entered the secret realm, was still thinking. He didn't know how many people were in this secret realm. He hoped that it was not the kind of secret realm where he had to fight all the time. What Ilmi was thinking of was that kind of zombie secret realm copy. And after entering the secret realm, the first thing you notice is the darkness. Looking at the moon and stars above, I didn't expect that this secret place would start with darkness. This situation is still relatively rare. And the environment around them is not in the wild. But it is next to a road, or inside a parking lot. The door to the rift was behind them. The surroundings seemed a bit desolate. A station in the middle of nowhere? Ilmi tried to move around, but soon touched the barrier that blocked their actions. That is, not all the personnel were present, so they were not allowed to take formal action. The secret realm of Ilmi seems a little different. We can't leave now. Chris's voice suddenly came. Hearing this, Ilmi immediately walked towards the crack in the secret realm, and a barrier prevented them from approaching. This has never been the case. My luck seems to be very good. I always encounter such changes in secret realms. Ilmi couldn't help but become suspicious. This is certainly not because Ilmi is lucky, but because someone arranged it behind the scenes. Just like a fun-loving person, Lucci directly arranged a little fun for Ilmi. And this is not a good sign. If you are lucky, everyone is here, the barrier is removed, and you can leave if you can. If you are unlucky, you will have to complete this copy and meet certain conditions before you can leave. If it is the latter, then this copy is definitely not simple. As the difficulty of the dungeon secret realm continues to increase in recent days, the number of deaths has also begun to increase. Chris and Ilmi could only wait quietly. They didn't have to wait long. Soon someone else came in. Until Ilmi saw someone familiar. That is, Bal and others. They actually came? In fact, Bal and his team were already on their way to another secret dungeon, but they rushed here only after Ilmi notified them through a phone call from the team base that this secret dungeon was closer. But the number of people has exceeded the limit. Because the number of people at this time has reached 27, and it has not yet reached the upper limit. Moreover, the inability to leave also made some adventurers feel uneasy. Most of them were ordinary martial artists. Faced with this extremely difficult secret realm copy, it is easy to imagine how dangerous it is. Soon the number of people reached 29. Still not turned on. Does it take 30 people? When the last person entered the secret copy, everyone lost consciousness instantly. But it was only for a moment. Are you awake? Ilmi woke up from unconsciousness, and the first voice he heard was Chris's. Chapter 210. In the Holy Grail Palace. It's really fast. I can catch up with it. Lucci was looking at the light screen as if he was watching a movie. At this time, we were inside a big bus. A young man with a short haircut and not too tall was walking around in the car, and people in the bus were waking up one by one. The changes in this copy were naturally due to Lucci's intervention. The original Secret Realm copy is almost becoming like the main god space. But there is no difference. It's just that it can't decide the life or death of the adventurer. Inside the bus, Illumi woke up from losing consciousness. Be alert immediately, enter the state of entanglement, and then quickly look around. Don't worry, Ilmi, there is no danger for the time being. Bingwen, who was sitting in the front seat, said to him. Bingwen, the only female member of Ball's team. Ilmi also immediately stood up from his seat, stood directly on his seat, and began to look at the surrounding environment further. On the bus, many people were unconscious, and these people were adventurers who had entered the secret dungeon. At this time, 9 people were awake, including him. Needless to say, these 9 people are all non-users. 5 members of the BAL team, Ilmi and Chris, Fred, Caswell, and Akim Freeze. So what is the situation now? Ilmi clearly remembers that when the last person entered the secret realm, an irresistible force swept them away. When I woke up, I was in the car. It seems that the order of waking up has a certain relationship with strength. Bal made the judgment naturally. I never expected it to be such a secret place. Will it be really dangerous this time? Bingwen was already a little worried. Don't underestimate them because they are psychic users. But they have only mastered it for a short time, and even their telepathic abilities have not been developed yet. It's impossible to wake them up. Their seats are blocked by barriers, which should be for their safety. Khan was talking about some of his discoveries. The one who was most deeply touched was Jin in the car. As the strongest person in the car, this was definitely the first time he had seen such a situation. He suspected that he was affected because of the adventurer's mark on his hand. But Jin really overestimated himself. That power came from the Holy Grail system. Even if it was several times stronger, it would be the same under the power of the Holy Grail system. What's more, he is still in the secret realm constructed by the Holy Grail system, so he must abide by certain rules. Jin's strength is simply not enough to break these. This time, the secret realm is an emergency. There must be danger. If we want to leave completely, I'm afraid we can only do so by working together. Barrett from BAL's team immediately invited others. Chris naturally agreed easily, after all, he was related to Ilmi. The other 2, Fred and Caswell, were in a similar situation to Bal and the others. They were martial artists who became adventurers early on and then slowly turned into non-users. He has also not yet developed his abilities and is still cultivating the basics of non-ability. Jin agreed immediately, but did not show any intention of expressing it, as if he wanted to see the situation first. That is, a verbal agreement to help each other. Everyone was trying to figure out the situation in the car. The entire bus is like an independent space. First of all, there is no need to think about leaving the bus, it is absolutely impossible. There is an NPC-style driver in the car. Because they were afraid that something else might happen, they had not yet taken action against the NPC-like driver. But it can be seen that they are getting farther and farther away from the station where they came in. Soon, the other people in the car woke up one after another. After the panic, they naturally expressed solidarity verbally. As for whether they could actually do the same if something happened, it was unknown. BAL's team has the final say in this big group. There is no way around it because they have more people and most of them are psychic users. After some questions and answers with the driver, they got some information. At this time, their bus was heading to a city called Kerry to participate in a fighting competition. This sense of familiarity is overwhelming. When they all woke up, it seemed as if the journey was very close. After only 10 minutes, they saw the silhouette of a building and then drove towards a ruined city. It was completely different from what they had imagined Kerry City to be. When they arrived at the station, they could get off the train and move freely. What should we do next? Since the driver told us that we are here to participate in a fighting competition, then we must naturally participate in that fighting competition. Let's first find the location of that fighting competition. With the prompt, they have a clear goal. The city of Kerry is a very ordinary city. There are no tall buildings. It can be called a county town. There are still many residents in Kerry City, and they all go to these residents to ask about the news of the fighting competition. Also, unlike the drivers, the people in this city seem to be real people. They are not like the drivers who can only answer certain fixed words. It's like having a real consciousness of its own. But unfortunately, they did not find out any information about the fighting competition. There has never been a fighting competition in their city. When they wanted to find the driver, he was nowhere to be found. In order to obtain more information, everyone has to act separately, and each team will have tune and users. The night gradually deepened. The hustle and bustle of the entire city began to slowly come to an end. There was no choice but for everyone to get together and find a place to stay, or a temporary gathering point. After all, they don't need to rest, and they can continue to learn about the situation in the city of Kerry at night. At least at this stage, there is no danger. As time passed, they continued to inquire in Kerry City, but they could not obtain any useful information. Of course, it can also be said that they did not pay attention to the truly useful information. Then something terrible happened. That is, 24 hours have passed, and they are still in the secret realm and have not been sent away. The horror of being trapped in a secret realm appeared in their hearts. Once this mentality appears, some things are inevitable. Some people plan to leave directly, thinking that this was the real world, and that their initial encounter was merely the influence of the power of the secret realm. And from what they knew, they were still in the territory of the Republic of Badokia. However, there were a few adventurers who could not help themselves and resorted to force to take action against the people in Kerry City. But still nothing works. As time goes by, even people like Bal who use Nan have different opinions. Chapter 211. It's been 3 days. Ilmi and others have been trapped in the secret realm for 3 days. The number of people in their team remains at 10. The other 10 people chose other ways to leave the Kerry City and no news about them could be found. 10 people gathered together and expressed their opinions. Although everything here is real, it is certain that this place is not somewhere in the real world, Jin said with certainty. Why do you think so? The first thing is of course the phone call. I actually told Xiao Ke that if he goes to the next city, he should call me. Jin showed the phone in his hand. The mobile phone in his hand was bought in this city. As for the man named Xiaok, he was also a member of their previous team. In addition to this, of course, there is also the location of this city. If we follow the real-world location, this place, Kerry City, doesn't actually exist, because I have been to this place in reality. Even though this fact is already known, Jin was still surprised. He was no longer the newbie who knew nothing. He even knew what the secret realm formed by out-of-control thoughts was. Although I have never actually seen it, I have read written records of it. Previously, he thought that the secret copy in Kerry City should be similar to the Greed Island they created. It's just an additional ability of a special space. But after actually entering this time, he felt that he had underestimated it. This is completely different from the Greed Island that he and his companions wanted to create. This is the real secret realm. In this kind of secret realm, there is absolutely no trace of the word God, it's like a miracle. Looking back now at the Basin rainforest, he could still find traces of the related divine characters, but there was nothing in this secret realm. Or has Lucci's use of the word God gone beyond comprehension? The reason I think so is that I know that the Sky Arena has been studying the word God for a long time, otherwise there would not be any gravity training room and various God creations. Can the ability of mind really reach this level? The people living here feel alive. Ilmi also spoke. In order to find clues and explore the truth of the world, some of them killed people. Of course, they just killed secretly and then observed the reactions of the family and friends of the people they killed. This can be considered a rather cruel method. What's the use of knowing this? It still won't help us leave. But it is certain that leaving here is not a complete option, and it may even be dangerous. There is no airship airport in this city. Vehicles are the only ones entering and leaving. There are relatively few vehicles coming in and out. In short, summarizing information from all sides, this world is fake. Now they just want to get out of here. Actually, there are ways to leave here. Jin Shi suddenly spoke. Is there anything you can do? Actually, it's not a solution. But do you still remember what the driver said about why we came here? Jin reminded. Come here to participate in the fighting competition. Yes. But here, we have all known it many times, there is no such thing as a fighting competition. In other words, they all have some skills, otherwise they would have gone hungry these days. I understand what Brother Jin means. Since there is no fighting competition, let's host it. Chris was the first one to react among the crowd. Everyone was stunned, including Ilmi. Is this still possible? It doesn't matter if we give it a try, right? We can't leave here now anyway. Chris said indifferently. I'll leave this matter to you. I still need to learn more about the situation here. I'm not sure if this method can help me leave. Jin said he would not participate in the fighting competition rules, but would continue to gather intelligence. Soon he was acting alone again. No one else had a good idea, so they could only give it a try. Of course, they could all see that Jin was not simple. Jin continued to explore the city of Kerry. This city is so real, and even the people living in it are so real. Jin even found information about some people having relatives in other cities. In fact, he had tried to leave the city, but as long as he left a certain area of Kerry City, his keen intuition would remind him to go back. Otherwise there will be danger. He chose to respect his instincts. As for asking other people in the city for help in leaving the city, you can do that, and you can even call him, but it doesn't make much sense. In fact, Jin has always had a doubt about what kind of state they are in the secret realm. And Lucci was watching all the time. I have to admire Jin's strength. In other words, the world created by the Holy Grail system is real enough, otherwise they might not be able to discover the true truth. 3 days have passed for Jin and others in the secret realm. But in fact, in the outside world, only 3 hours had passed. Even if Lucci uses the power of the Holy Grail, he still cannot control time. It's just because Jin and the others are actually in a state of sleep, so it's not appropriate to say that they are completely sleeping. Without the power of the Holy Grail, with Jin's sensitivity, he would probably be able to realize that he was actually dreaming. Of course, even if you notice it, it's not easy to wake up. It looks like it doesn't need to take 24 days, which is a shame. There was a slightly regretful expression on Lucci's face. This copy was extremely special. If they did not complete the task within 24 days, the time in the secret realm has all ended, but it will not disappear. Instead, it will enter another stage. At that stage, there may really be casualties, and the world will begin to change. Lucci's light screen perspective stayed on Chris. Has it come to this? It looks like it will be soon. In the secret realm. As for hosting the fighting contest, Bal and others did not proceed hastily, but completed it seriously. They also relied on Bal's cooking skills to earn enough money to serve as rewards for the fighting contest. Later, Jin also helped a little, which was to use the forces and officials in Kerry City to promote this fighting competition. This is also Jin's discovery. Since they are so real and have their own emotions and joys and sorrows, they can communicate, and if they can communicate, they can try to cooperate. The fighting competition also seemed to have ignited the vitality of the city. It took 10 days to prepare. The fighting competition lasted for 7 days in total. Everyone participated, but none of them chose to win the championship. It was King who suggested it. And when the champion was announced, everyone lost consciousness again. Chapter 212. At that moment, Jin felt something and burst out his mental energy with all his strength. Unfortunately, that was in a dream, and even if I exerted all my strength it wouldn't be of much use. What? What? There's a ghost. Suddenly there were all kinds of exclamations. Everyone woke up at the same time, and some people immediately retreated after waking up, or wanted to attack others around them. Jin and the others naturally woke up as well. The 30 people who entered the secret realm at the beginning all stayed in the station, just like when they first came in. The same is true. Only Jinze glanced around and immediately understood. So that's what happened. I'm alive. back alive. Some adventurers said they survived the disaster, and some even shed tears. After everyone found that the situation was safe, they all started asking questions. Among those adventurers who left, some chose to leave on foot, while others chose to leave by public transportation. The results were not good. On the way out, they all encountered supernatural events, and the results were naturally quite cruel. Let them experience the feeling of shock and death. It also made Bal and the others realize that this is the consequence of leaving. Jin was also glad that he chose to trust his intuition and did not risk leaving to explore for information. Otherwise, considering the power of this secret realm, he would be completely unable to resist it. After asking those who left, it is natural to also ask about what happened to those who did not leave. However, Bal and the others did not choose to answer. Not even a word was said about what they did while they stayed in Carey City. For them, this is extremely useful information. Because Bal and others were non-users, no one else dared to ask any further questions. As for their gains, when they woke up, they each had a card in their hands, or to be more precise, a ticket. These 10 people were smart, and in the panic moment when everyone woke up together, they all chose to keep the cards. No one else noticed. Jin looked at the time on the crack of the secret realm. There was still time before the end of the secret realm, but the time had changed from red to blue, which meant that he could leave. This secret realm will disappear after everyone leaves. Some people, seeing that they could not get any information from the secret place, also began to leave the secret place. Looking at the highway in the distance, Jin was thinking, now he is not in a dream, so if he goes along this highway, can he reach the city of Carey? The curiosity in his heart made him want to take action. Just as he had this thought, a bus came from a distance, and it looked the same as the bus they encountered in their dream. When Jin wanted to look more carefully, the world started spinning and they found themselves on the street outside the secret realm. The entire secret realm has disappeared. Jin felt it was a pity, his curiosity had been aroused and he really wanted to find out what was going on. Without waiting for other adventurers to come forward and communicate with him, he simply left quickly using the moon steps, taking advantage of the time to see if he could enter the next secret realm. Is the secret realm encountered this time special? Jin in the air took out the reward card from his pocket. There is a picture on the card, which shows the iconic building of Carey City, Sky Arena. It is worth noting that the Sky Arena on this card has a reflection. Jin tried to inject his thoughts into it. Then I got a piece of information directly. Tickets to Sky Arena. Related to the Sky Arena, and only works at night. That secret realm is indeed not that simple. Jin is looking for the next secret realm. Bal and his team took Ilmi and Chris to their team base, which was actually a single-family apartment. They may not have been able to afford it before, but after they became non-users, even if they did not compete in the Sky Arena, they could still make money in other ways. It was a natural progression for Chris to join their team. After getting to know him, Ilmi found that Chris was like a lively young man. Of course, I feel a little uncomfortable with him. When they returned to the base, the first thing they summarized was the gains from this secret realm. You should have discovered that this secret realm is very different. Yes, it seems that it requires more brains, similar to the previous time in the Minotaur secret realm. Jackson also agreed. It's far from it. This time is even more dangerous than the last time. Bingwen said directly. Ah? Is it dangerous? Do we need to fight? Khan and the other two didn't quite understand. They felt no danger at all. Didn't you hear what happened to the adventurers who left? A supernatural encounter. Gwen, have you discovered anything? Bal also felt that there was danger. The main thing was that if he didn't realize that he was holding a fighting competition, he might really be trapped in the secret realm, but he hadn't noticed the danger too much. It should be related to some stories in the city. There are actually some rumors of ghost stories in that city. Chris answered for Gwen. The others didn't react at first, but they weren't stupid. Especially the experiences of those who left made them react immediately. If we don't complete the task within the stipulated time, then there is a high chance that we will encounter those things as well. This was Gwen's guess. As a woman, her mind was more delicate and she thought of more things. In addition to this, there are also some of your behaviors. I later inquired about it and there are already rumors. Gwen said this to Ilmi. But this is nothing, right? Haven't we completed the mission and returned? Khan said carelessly, thinking that Gwen's expression was a bit too heavy. Gwen, I think you are afraid of ghosts. This is indeed a weakness of Gwen. This secret realm might be a sign. Gwen said worriedly. We'll talk about it when we meet again. Gwen, don't worry. Even if we enter such a secret realm again, we have experience and can solve it in advance. Bal told Gwen not to worry too much. This is what we need to discuss now. Bal took out their reward. It's the ticket to Sky Arena. I always feel that the value of this thing will be very high. Tonight, let's go to the Sky Arena together. They continued to discuss the situation of the secret realm, especially the dream, and they naturally realized that the secret realm this time was very different. At night, everyone set out together. Chapter 213. There are far fewer people in the Sky Arena at night than during the day. But the area near the Sky Arena is also a city that never sleeps. There were no competitive arena matches in the evening. Ilmi and his companions had already arrived near the Sky Arena. There are 4 entrance gates to the Sky Arena. They are located in the East Gate area on the first floor of the Sky Arena. How do I use this thing? Khan and the others were holding tickets to the Sky Arena. After injecting the thought, no reaction was seen for the time being. Look there. Bal pointed to a location. There was no door on the first floor, only entrances and exits. However, at one of the entrances and exits, they saw a familiar secret crack, which was blue and had countdown numbers on it. At the same time, they can also see people going in and out of the secret crack, but they do not see the secret crack, nor will they be affected by the secret crack. Is that really the case? Bal shared his findings. As long as you hold the Sky Arena ticket in your hand and inject thoughts into it, you will be able to see where the secret crack is. But once you stop injecting thoughts, you won't be able to see it anymore. Judging from the fact that there is no countdown, does this secret realm exist forever? With many thoughts in mind, they quickly walked towards the secret realm. Want to go in? There shouldn't be any danger, right? The unknown still holds certain dangers. There shouldn't be any danger. After all, this secret realm is in the Sky Arena. Bal couldn't help but look up at the sky. I couldn't help but ask myself this question. What on earth was the purpose of Lucci's building owner doing all this? Let's go. As the leader of the team, Bal led the team there. Walked towards the secret realm. He quickly passed through the secret realm and entered it, disappearing from everyone's sight. They didn't seem to notice us. Ilmi keenly noticed that the pedestrians around him seemed to have completely ignored Bal's disappearance. This is not the ability to eliminate aura like Ju, but the power to directly eliminate a certain existence. Others also entered one after another. At the same time that night, Jin also found the secret realm on the first floor of the Sky Arena, but he was in the South Gate area. As for the other people who passed through the secret realm with them today, they did not come here. Either he is not an user and cannot understand what the cards in his hand mean, or he has not yet discovered their function. But when Ilmi and his friends entered the secret realm, they found that the difference seemed to be just a matter of lifting their feet. At this time they were still in the Sky Arena, the only difference was that all the noisy people around them had disappeared. The Sky Arena was very quiet at this time. What is this? The others looked around, totally confused. The secret realm crack was still in front of them, which meant they could leave at any time. Outside the Sky Arena, there was a complete grey fog. No sight of Kerry City could be seen, and there seemed to be great danger in the fog. If you step in rashly, you will be in danger. Welcome to the Tower of Shadows. The woman with long black hair and wearing a black dress walked out slowly. Everyone became alert. The Tower of Shadow. That's right, the Shadow Tower. This is the reflection of the Sky Arena, which is the Shadow Tower. I am a staff member here. My name is Regina, and I am also your guide. Regina replied with a smile. If we talk about the biggest secret place in the entire city of Kerry, then this is undoubtedly the biggest one. Over the years, the entire Sky Arena has been renovated under Lucci's command, with the entire tower building being replaced every year. All of them were replaced with materials and buildings that could be engraved with divine words. Later, the power of the pages of the Book of Sacrifice was integrated into the Sky Arena, forming the Shadow Tower. It was not until Lucci mastered the Holy Grail system and incorporated the Sky Arena into it that the Shadow Tower was finally formed. Guide? We are here, what are you going to guide us to do? Regina smiled. Since it is actually a reflection of the Sky Arena, then what you have to do is naturally challenge the floor. Is it also a fighting competition? Regina shook her head, of course not. Come with me. In another area, Jin also met another Regina. Apparently, Regina here was also given extraordinary authority by Lucci. The location they were in now was the gate area. After following Regina into the first floor, they discovered that the structural layout of the first floor was completely different from the first floor of the sky arena they knew. What appeared before them was the entrance to a huge maze. Regina informed them as well. Challenging the maze and entering the upper levels is the basic gameplay of Shadow Tower. There are many monsters in the maze, as well as boss rooms. As for how to enter the next level, they can only discover it by themselves. And there are naturally rewards for challenging the maze. Regina briefly mentioned some rewards. The simplest one would be the Mind Crystal. These things were actually just formed by the Holy Grail condensing the Earth's energy and veins. Oh, by the way, the ticket you have gives you 10 entries. The ticket does not give them unlimited access. The opening hours here are from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. Of course, you can choose to stay here overnight, but if you want to leave, you can only leave during the opening hours. If we understand it in terms of an online game copy, it is a limited time activity copy. The ticket for the copy must be obtained from the ordinary copy. At the same time, Bal and his team received a piece of important news from Regina. Then you can also get the Secret Realm ticket here. It means that you can enter a secret realm anytime and anywhere. Bal and the others were shocked. On the other side, Jin was hit hard. This is simply a competitor. Compared to the Greed Island they prepared, this place is obviously more advanced. And it targets even more people. It seems that I need to have a good discussion with my companions. Greed Island certainly cannot be abandoned, but some things need to be redeployed. Originally, he had not thought about meeting Lucci, but now he felt that he had to meet him, otherwise it would feel like their efforts were in vain. So are you going to enter the first level of the maze now? Regina asked. Bal's team decided to give up temporarily and leave first. As for Jin, he did not choose to challenge. But he held the ticket and asked Regina, is this also available for purchase? Regina smiled knowingly, you are very smart. Chapter 214. The Shadow Tower did not cause much waves. After all, very few people know about the situation. Bal and others were collecting information about various secret realms, wanting to see if other people had similar gains. However, they have little money and cannot collect intelligence as quickly as Jin. With Jin Da's spending, he collected information about many secret places. First of all, it has been basically determined that the upper limit of the number of secret realms that appear every day is 50. The maximum number of people that can play in a copy is no more than 50. There are some copies that are considered to be fixed, that is, the copies that require fighting, and they are all kinds of beasts and beasts that control thoughts. Basically, there will be 1 to 5 special secret realm copies appearing every day. There are special secret realms with intelligent creatures, or those that require decryption, or supernatural types, or battle types, etc. The benefits of these special copies are different. Some special items can be obtained from them, including but not limited to mind crystals and various divine creations, or materials that do not exist in reality. This also includes Sky Arena tickets. Based on several days of observation, Jin has determined that these secret realms will not be upgraded again. It's been fixed. The real big secret realm is the Tower of Shadows. The Tower of Shadows with many mazes. Jin believed that it would not be surprising to see maze hunters appear in the future. This is the power that truly changes the world. Even Jin had to admire what Lucci showed. In the past few days, some teams have naturally begun to try to conquer the maze in the Shadow Tower. But the news about the Shadow Tower was kept secret, and only a small number of adventurers knew about it. But Jin probably won't be able to keep it secret for long. After all, some people in the Adventurers Guild have already spent a lot of money collecting tickets. And today Jin is going to meet Lucci. As for Lucci, he still stayed in the Holy Grail Palace. It can be said that he spends most of his time here now, even when he is practicing. Or you can go to the Basin Rainforest to arrange it. Now his cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and external objects can basically no longer help him in his cultivation. Every day he basically practices iron block to make all the chi in his body flow smoothly. The huge life energy makes Lucci look like a young man even without using the transformation system. You know, he is already over 30 years old. The practice of iron block can really delay aging and increase lifespan. This phenomenon is not only seen in Lucci, but also in Netero. I don't know if Bai has arrived at the Dark Continent now? Lucci suddenly noticed that the Holy Grail lit up. Does this kind of probability also occur? Lucci sensed it and instantly understood the reason. It turned out that a person with telepathic ability died in the secret realm, and there were still some residual telepathic abilities left after his death. But unfortunately, the thought after death can be said to be a collection of emotions, which will definitely be absorbed by the Holy Grail. It will be absorbed by the Holy Grail without being able to do anything. It became the power of the Holy Grail. Afterlife thoughts, you can also call it the obsession of resentful spirits, but it's a pity that they can't exist for long. Unless one is like Kurora who has incorporated the power after death into his own ability, otherwise it will disappear after completing the goal. It's like Catwoman wants to kill Gon. Of course, facing the strengthened and grown Gon, Catwoman's thoughts of afterlife are useless. Assuming that Catwoman's thoughts of afterlife can kill Gon, after killing Gon, she will disappear and will not exist forever. Compared to ordinary emotions, the emotions achieved through this afterlife are richer and can provide more to the Holy Grail. Furthermore, these things can also be utilized. These are also memories and can make the Holy Grail more vivid. I'm afraid that artificial humans will soon be a reality. This is just the beginning. Lucci believes that once the base number is large, it will only increase. The entire human world is his training base and they will all help him grow. Just develop slowly, and eventually he will conquer the Dark Continent by mastering powerful forces. At least Lucci felt that with his current strength, it would be no problem for him to make his way in the Dark Continent. Even the 5 great disasters don't seem so scary to Lucci now. Even though the universal wishing machine of the Zaldik family has not yet appeared, Lucci is not so afraid of it, not to mention whether there is an upper limit to its rules. Now that he possesses the Holy Grail, it can be said that he has mastered the rules. Lucci looked at each secret realm again, and then looked at how the 7 people were doing now. Soon he received a message from his secretary. Kim Foolish wants to see him. Haha. Lucci smiled knowingly. He was not surprised that Jin wanted to see him. Under the current circumstances, even if Greed Island was released, it actually didn't matter. Of course, Lucci is still curious about Greedy Island and wants to turn the knowledge of Greedy Island into nutrients for the Sky Arena. Lucci disappeared into the Holy Grail Palace. Still in that martial arts hall. Compared to the unkempt Jin, Lucci actually looks much younger in front of Jin. Long time no see, Jin. Lucci did not show any unfamiliarity. Let Jin understand that this person might have been paying attention to him. It's been a long time since I last saw Examiner Lucci. He did not call Lucci sir like many people did. Even though the strength displayed by Lucci is so powerful and mysterious, Jin will not be convinced. Tell me, the purpose of your coming today. Lucci said casually. Jin had tried his best to appear normal in front of Lucci, but he was actually very shocked. Kneeling in front of Lucci, he could feel some kind of suppression coming from Lucci. He had only experienced this feeling when he first saw the huge flying dragon. That is a kind of surrender of lower organisms in the face of higher organisms. To Jin, Lucci no longer felt like a human being, but rather some kind of higher being. He had experienced this feeling from another person before, Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, but he was not as strong as Lucci in front of him. The current gold is not one of the 12 zodiac signs, or it can be said that the current 12 zodiac signs have not yet fully appeared, but the person that Netero considers as a fun has actually slowly appeared. As for the metal of High Pig, if it weren't for Lucci's influence, it would probably become one of the 12 earthly branches in a few years. Despite the suppression, Jin is not an ordinary person. He tries his best to resist this feeling, and this feeling is also like a kind of practice. Then he began to slowly explain his purpose. The original plan was to sell Greed Island consoles in the future. But now Jin decides to merge Greed Island into the secret realm. These are decided together with your companions. Chapter 215. They had been preparing for Greedy Island for many years, but they didn't expect that when it was about to be released, they would encounter the secret copy of Carry City. Of course, if we really want to discuss it, the rewards in Greed Island are much better than the rewards in the secret copy of Carry City today. But the current environment is completely different from the situation in the anime. Although no one has conducted statistics in this regard, Jin can make a judgment based on what he has come into contact with. That is, the number of people with an ability is increasing. Of course, in addition to this, there is also the Greedy Island they produced. According to the original plan, 100 game consoles were to be released. Only 100 sets will be sold. The upper limit is only 800 players. But now there is a problem. The Secret Realm copy has become its competitor. Another thing is that, although I don't want to admit it, the difficulty of Greedy Island is really high. It's really not too big. If the players on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena formed a team to attack, Lei Zha might not be able to hold on. The appearance of Lucci has increased the number of people with an ability, and because of decades of accumulation in the Sky Arena, there are a large number of masters among them. In this case, they should continue to release the game. It would be better to directly merge Greed Island into the Secret Realm. Of course, Jin and his companions were also very curious about how that kind of secret space could be created. Facing Jin's little thoughts, Lucci agreed immediately. Of course, it is impossible to merge Greedy Island into the Secret Realm, after all, they belong to different areas, but it can be merged in another way. The game qualification of Greed Island was directly placed into the drop of Shadow Tower's maze. Similar to a special secret place ticket. I'm afraid Greedy Island will be quite lively in the future. Of course, it will take time to integrate. Through this plan, Lucci finally got to know Greed Island. I have to say that Jin's team is very powerful, and each of them is a very powerful non-user. Of course, this strength is not simply reflected in combat, but in certain areas. Otherwise, in terms of strength, what force can surpass the group of building owners of the Sky Arena? For Lucci now, Jin's choice is just an episode. The city of Kerry is changing every day. The Night Sky Arena also gradually became known. 3 months later, there was another stir in the Sky Arena. Naturally, it was the secret realm called Greed Island that excited many adventurers. After 3 months, the first level maze of the Shadow Tower was conquered. And they are a local adventurer force. It was from Kim's team. During this period, becoming an adventurer is no longer a random process. You can choose to register at the Adventurers Guild. In a secret place, Jin and his teammates consisted of 5 people. The others needed to maintain Greedy Island and did not participate in the challenge of the Maze Lord, but they had all been there to explore the maze. Finally, I succeeded after 3 challenges. This is too difficult, right? Duan sat on the ground with a look of relief. If possible, he didn't want to be so tired. In front of him, a tall giant was slowly turning into particles of light and disappearing. We can't help it. This maze leader is actually at the 2nd and 3rd stages. It's like he suddenly has 2 powerful abilities. It's really hard to deal with him without any information. Everyone else was standing. This battle was actually easy for them and just took a little time. As for why it took so much time, it was naturally because the leader of this maze actually had a health bar. Or you can think of it as a capability. As long as the health bar is not empty, it cannot be killed. This is some kind of rule ability. Everyone, come and have a look. The leader will definitely drop something good. Perhaps influenced by the anime, most of the rewards in the maze, except for the Mind Crystal, are dropped in the form of selected cards. The boss of the first level already drops 3 cards. The first is the 2nd level pass, which is permanent. You can enter the 2nd level using the pass. Ah, only one. Duan was the first to shout. There are 5 of them. Others began to analyze. Compared to our work in this maze, this one is more like a game, and this restriction is probably also limiting the number of levels that adventurers can upgrade, slowing down the speed of the raid. And Jin's companions were not wrong in their guess, the Shadow Tower was the reflection of the Sky Arena. According to the design, there are 241 floors, each of which has a huge maze and many monsters inside, which consumes a lot of resources. Even with the Holy Grail system, it is not easy to maintain. The current Shadow Tower is not the entire thing, the real part only has 10 floors. What are the remaining 2? Its 2 abilities. One is the Blood Bar ability of the Maze Leader, which has 24 blood points. After using it, you can use the Blood Bar to bear the damage you receive within hours. As for how much damage will be sustained, it varies from person to person. What a powerful ability! Lei Zha commented. This ability is really powerful. It can be said to be an alternative form of immortality. As long as the blood bar is not empty, you will not die. This is a secret realm card. All 3 cards are of high value. Unlike the use of cards in Greedy Island, the maze drops require you to immerse yourself in them so that you can sense the abilities and uses of the cards. The number of people that can enter the secret realm on this card is 4, but judging by the color, it should be unusual. Jin looked at the blue border of the card. There are secret realm cards dropped in the secret realm of the maze, but they are usually white. The secret realm inside is similar to the secret realm outside, basically a secret realm for killing monsters. Its current function is basically to obtain some common materials. The emergence of the secret realm first hit an industry in Kerry City, which was aquaculture. But it's a pity that we haven't found out how the word God is used. Jin's team was a little disappointed. Then let me go to the second floor to take a look first. Jin couldn't wait to go to the second floor to take a look. Directly use thoughts to activate the pass to the second floor. I am already very familiar with the teleportation array. Here it is. Looking up at the sky, he saw a blue sky with the sun high in the sky, and he was now in a large square. Jin immediately ascended into the sky using the moon steps. The first thing he saw was a circular city with various buildings and, of course, various NPCs. In the distance there are plains, rivers, and mountains. The second floor is not presented in the form of a maze. Chapter 216. It's really fast. After the first floor was attacked, Lucci was naturally the first to know about it. But it wasn't so easy afterwards. But now Lucci's mind is not on this, but he came to the Holy Grail Palace in the Bassan Rainforest. The Holy Grail system of Bassan Rainforest has been established long ago. But Lucci never started. Because the Holy Grail system here is different, and Lucci also connected the two Holy Grails, or combined them into one. Of course, the main focus is still the Holy Grail of Kerry City. In the future, the Holy Grails in other areas will also be connected in this way, constantly strengthening the power of the Holy Grail. It can be said that the Holy Grail in Kerry is the greater Holy Grail, while the Holy Grail elsewhere is the lesser Holy Grail. When he has accumulated enough strength, Lucci will have to wage a Holy Grail war, and then the third law of the Hunter world will be fully mastered by him. The Hunter world is so huge that Lucci estimates that he doesn't even need the entire human world. The power of a continent alone is enough to promote a Holy Grail war for him to master the third law. Lucci begins his setting in the Holy Grail Palace in the Bassan Rainforest. From time to time, he also conveyed his orders to the Pachi people. The Bassan Rainforest is different from other places. Here there is the heritage of the Pachi people, as well as the sacred tree left by Lucci. Lucci incorporated all of these into the Holy Grail system. There will also be secret realms in the Bassan Rainforest, but they will be completely different from those in Kerry City. Only 5 secret realms are needed here, and the Pachi people here can also act as NPCs in some aspects. And they also gain further abilities on this land. It is not an exaggeration to call Lucci's behavior at this moment the power of God. When the next Bassan challenge begins, news about the secret place here will also be transmitted back to Kerry City. And in Kerry City, in 3 months, Ilmi had reached the 200th floor. The time taken is shorter than that of Killua in the anime, but the two cannot be compared. The age is different, the venue is different, and the power controlled is also different. Father. At this time, Ilmi was saying goodbye to Silva. Logically, after he reached the 200th floor, he should have gone home with Silva. Once you have completed the training of your abilities, you can leave here. In fact, they, father and son, have been here long enough. At the same time, there is an adventurer's mark on the back of Silva's hand. This time I went back to start a family meeting. At this time, the airship airport was crowded with people, and airships were flying and stopping frequently. It was unknown how many flights had been added to these airship airports. And all this is caused by the secret realm copy. The city of Kerry is becoming more diverse and is able to attract more and more people. In 3 months, Sheba not only learned about the situation of the secret copy, but also observed some people hiding in Kerry City. A force of non-users belonging to the 5 major countries. The whole world is changing. Sheba could foresee that if this continued, thoughts would no longer be a secret to ordinary people. Their family business itself has been affected. Of course, it is impossible for them to give up their ancestral family business. This time when Sheba returns to attend the family meeting, the main topic of discussion is the family's outward development. Intelligence is becoming more and more important. At the same time, prices also need to rise. In addition, the city of Kerry should be designated as a place for further study for family members. Understood. Illumi bids farewell to his father at the Psychic Power Martial Arts Hall. He is a user of operational abilities. He has been training his Nin ability for 3 months, and the martial arts school has already begun preparing for his ability training. Having said that, the direction of ability is determined by the martial arts school. However, the martial arts school does not necessarily require Illumi to practice abilities that are not compatible with the mind system. Through the information from the martial arts school, Ilmi has basically determined the direction of ability development. As an operator, he needs to develop the ability to control others and have the ability to detect, with the greatest emphasis on detection. And the control ability is not necessarily directed at humans. It would be great if all plants, animals, and insects could be controlled. This ability requirement is not considered difficult for Ilmi. In his opinion, this development direction is also good. He is a killer. If he has the ability to detect, it will be easier for him to carry out assassinations. When I returned to the martial arts hall, the first thing I heard was a piece of news. Illumi, do you know that the King of Fighters tournament is about to be held? Do you want to participate? This time the venue is directly set in the Basin Rainforest, and the champion reward is very generous. I heard that it is the learning method of Storm Kick among the 6 styles, and the training method summarized by Master Lucci himself. There are fighting events of all sizes in Cary City. But if we were to say which one stands out, it would only be the King of Boxing tournament. The previous King of Boxing tournament had something to do with Silva. In the beginning, the prize for the King of Fighters tournament was a large sum of money, but after a few sessions, it was found that it was no different from other fighting tournaments. The change happened immediately. The reward changed from money to some martial arts training. The development of Cary City, apart from the development of various martial arts halls, the biggest change is the various bodybuilding techniques that can be used to exercise the body. Among them, the ones flowing out from the Sky Arena are even more expensive. And as every time Lucci set rewards for the King of Fighters tournament, they were all related to his previous training experiences, many martial artists rushed to sign up for the tournament. This also makes the scale of the King of Fighters competition bigger and bigger. And this time he even used the Storm Kick from among the 6 styles. I don't know how many people will be attracted to participate. I'm afraid that even the host might sign up to participate. When Ilmi heard the news, his eyes lit up. Lucci's book summarizing his training experience is definitely a priceless item. I wonder how many martial artists want it. Then Ilmi asked a question that had been in his mind for a long time. Chris, you keep talking about 6 styles, but I only know 5 of them: shaving, storm kick, moon step, paper painting, and finger gun. What is the 6th style? Not only had he never seen this Ilmi, he had never even heard anyone talk about him. The 6 styles come from Lucci, and each style is an extremely powerful ability. It can be said that any martial artist who does not know the 6 styles in the Sky Arena is not considered a master. If you ask others, no one will know, but if you ask me, I do know a little. Chris smiled knowingly when he heard Ilmi's words. Although there are many people in Cary who know the 6 styles, only a few have mastered all of them, and their strengths vary from person to person. As for the last style, even in the Heart Source School, few people practice it. But I do know the name. The 6th form is the Iron Block. Chapter 217. Somewhere in an unknown sea, on a ship formed by blue water. There were 4 people on the boat. At this time, all 4 of them were in a coma. This ship is obviously maintained by telekinesis. It is hard to believe that the ability can still be activated when the crew members are unconscious. At the same time, all 4 of them had serious injuries. One of the tall figures was actually Bai Yangda if Lucci was here. At this time, Beander Netero was in a coma and his mental energy had been exhausted. In his hand he was tightly holding a glass bottle, and inside the bottle was a small grass. After more than 3 months, they finally returned successfully from the Dark Continent. When they set out, there were dozens of NAN users in the team, but now only 4 were able to come back. Because they did not enter the Dark Continent through orthodox means, they had to endure attacks from dangerous creatures in the lake, and they also paid a price before they were able to leave. Coming back also cost him his life. But they succeeded. They don't need the consent of the gatekeeper, so they won't bring back the same disaster. And this ship seemed to be pulled by something and was sailing in one direction. Obviously, although this ship is powered by telekinesis, it is not the power of a certain person, but rather some kind of divine creation. But far away in the known world of mankind, no one knew that there was such a team returning from the Dark Continent. Cary City Psychic Martial Arts Hall. They were discussing who would participate in the King of Fighters tournament. Let me lead the team this time. Chris wanted to be the captain directly. Who among you wants to participate? No one answered. Those who wanted to participate did not have enough strength, while those who had strength did not want to participate. I'm afraid we don't have the strength to win the championship, so I won't participate. I still have a lot of work to do. Athena said that in addition to martial arts, she also has a lot of commercials to shoot every day. Others have similar reasons. Since you know you can't win the championship, then don't participate. What's the big deal? This time the King of Boxing tournament is held in the Basin Rainforest. Something must have happened. Chris guessed. The Basin Rainforest is very mysterious, but they still know a lot of information about it. You don't want to challenge the secret realm of fire again, do you? Now is not the time for Basin to challenge, said an older woman. This one is Charmy. I just want to get a fire element. I feel like I have a connection with that, don't you think so, Sister Charmy? The topic quickly veered off topic. Ilmi also learned some information. First of all, the 7 more famous martial artists in the Superpower Martial Arts Hall had all participated in the Basin Challenge. And they all signed a contract. Is it possible to challenge the secret realm outside of the Basin Challenge period? Ilmi knew the information about Basin's challenge. After all, this was a well-known topic in Kerry City. The 5 secret realms that Basin challenged are called secret realms, but they are different from the current secret realms of Kerry City. Of course, after they go there this time, they will find that everything is the same. What's the big deal? I'm so familiar with them, there's nothing wrong with challenging them. Chris revealed his familiar relationship with the Pachi tribe. Ilmi, you are now a 200th level player, so you can also participate in this King of Fighters tournament. Do you want to go? Maybe you'll have a chance to sign a contract with the sacred tree. Chris tempted. I have to say that Ilmi is still very interested. Regarding the ability of contract, not to mention the information obtained in Kerry City, just the fact that the Zaldik family has made the job of a killer a bit more difficult because of this ability, Ilumi is very clear about the role of this ability. It's annoying when the ability of contract appears on the enemy, but it's a completely different story when it appears on yourself. Besides, now that he had become an adventurer, he didn't mind having another mark on his body. Of course, if any danger is discovered, then we can only find a mind exorcist to eliminate it. With the strength of the Zaldik family, there is no problem in finding a mind exorcist. After some discussion, in the end, the 3 people from the Superpower Martial Arts Hall who went to participate in the King of Fighters tournament were Chris, Ilumi, and Charmy. At the same time, a big news came from the Adventurers Guild. That is the news that a secret realm will also appear in the Basin Rainforest. It is not one of the 5 secret realms related to the Pachi tribe, but a secret realm copy like the one in Kerry City. Some adventurers may scratch their heads and ask why. Those who had some intelligence sources guessed the possibility. Of course, no matter what the specific situation is, it is definitely good news for adventurers. The appearance of the Shadow Tower is nothing to ordinary adventurers because it is completely impossible to enter. On the contrary, as adventurers can register, more and more adventurers are unable to grab the secret realm copies. Even if secret realm cards were leaked, the price of each one was extremely high, and ordinary adventurers simply could not afford them. For many people, being an adventurer is just about making money. Now that there is one more option, things are naturally different. A large group of people are planning to go to the Basin Rainforest. Moreover, the King of Fighters tournament is held in Basin Rainforest, so why not sign up and experience it yourself? In short, the successive news reports caused some population movement in the city of Kerry. Only Yetai Conrad of the Adventurers Guild was wondering what would happen in the Basin Rainforest. Think of what you saw in the prophecy. It doesn't seem to be dangerous, but why do I always have a bad feeling? But he soon put it out of his mind. The Basin Rainforest was Lord Lucci's territory, and the layout there was in no way inferior to that of Kerry City. How could a major incident possibly happen there? There was a major outbreak of people at Rad Point near the Basin Rainforest. Today, Cape Rad is the most prosperous coastal city in the Republic of Bartokia. Most of it is due to the Basin Rainforest, and some of it is due to the fact that it has taken over a lot of industries from the city of Kerry. In addition, due to its development close to the sea, it has also become a large port. In some aspects, it is even more prosperous than Kerry City. The preliminaries for the King of Fighters tournament will be held at Rad Point. Now King of Fighters advertisements can be seen everywhere in the city. It was during the preliminaries of the King of Fighters tournament. A ship formed by sea water finally approached the coast. The 4 people on the boat also woke up. "I'm finally back," Bai said excitedly, holding the glass bottle in his hand. This time he succeeded, although it was somewhat different from his original goal. Chapter 218. When Lucci received Bai's call, he was surprised. A big change began from then on. Bai came back alive and brought back hope. After receiving the call, he showed up at Rad Point without any hesitation. Because there is no mark on Bai's body, Lucci naturally cannot appear in front of Bai. Fortunately, we have phone contact and can meet soon. The only person Lucci saw was Bai. At this point his injuries had been somewhat healed, and he was wrapped in a specially developed body bandage. Similar to Naruto's medical bandage. As soon as he saw Bai, Lucci's eyes were attracted by the glass bottle in his hand. This glass bottle is certainly not a glass bottle, but a special glass bottle made by using the power of mind and the word God. Having experienced the incident of plants withering once before, Bai would certainly not make the same mistake again. He made sufficient preparations before heading to the Dark Continent. This glass bottle is to prevent the withering from happening again. "You came really quickly," Bai praised. At the same time, he thought that if Lucci was willing to explore the Dark Continent, this spatial ability would be invincible. Unlike other spatial abilities that had gaps when used, the speed was too fast. But now Bai is not here, it's a pity that Lucci didn't join the team. Because he succeeded. If you succeed once, you will likely succeed a second and third time. And this time we also discovered more information. Lucci, you must be very curious now. Bai laughed. He had never felt so happy before. Bai believed that if he was given time, he would conquer all known areas. Come to think of it, if it weren't for your advice and help, I wouldn't be where I am now even if I wanted to succeed. I want to thank you. Bai stood up and bowed deeply to Lucci. Among them, Lucci's help was very great, both in terms of suggestions and initial financial support, as well as the joint development of telekinesis and divine creations. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. This shouldn't be longevity rice, right? Lucci just wants to get to the point now. There were some mistakes at the beginning. Bai sat down and began to explain to Lucci. Lucci unfolded the circle to make sure there was no one else around. After all, he didn't want too much information about the Dark Continent to be leaked. The area known to humans is actually just a small island in Lake Mobius, and there are actually many islands around the small island. It is also the new world where the Kajin Empire takes its immigrants to in the comics. But these places either have harsh environments or are inhabited by various dangerous creatures. The expedition of Ocean Hunter can also be said to be an exploration of Lake Mobius. Bai and his companions entered the Dark Continent, and since they could not leave through formal channels, they could only choose to smuggle themselves in. If you want to sneak across, you must face the giant creatures or subhuman races such as monsters in Lake Mobius. Smuggling activities like Bai's actually happened in history. But there are few records of it, one reason being that it was too dangerous, and another being that no one ever came back. It can be seen how dangerous the area outside of humans is. Of course, for the team of non-users, the danger will be reduced. But Bai and his friends had very bad luck. Their original target was longevity rice, but they encountered bad weather and huge sea creatures on the way. This caused them to deviate from their planned route. Because Lake Mobius was too large, there was no clear route, and they had to smuggle themselves across. The area where they finally arrived at in the Dark Continent was not where Chang Xiaomi was. As they explored, they discovered an ancient city and gold and silver ingots, one of the 5 great disasters, and only then did they determine their direction. As for the situation in the Dark Continent, in addition to special life forms, all kinds of creatures and plants in the human world have magnified versions in the Dark Continent. In fact, when they first arrived at the Dark Continent, they did not encounter much danger. They just need to adapt to the environment. Fortunately, their team has sufficient telepathic ability and divine creation items, so it can be said that they have not encountered too much danger. It was not until they wanted to explore the ancient city where the gold and silver ingots were located that a huge danger arose, causing the number of people to drop sharply. At the same time, Bai also came to a conclusion through his experience in Lake Mobius. He discovered that the creatures in the sea were confined to a certain area, and they would not pursue him as long as he could leave that area. But according to the discovery, those sea creatures, including flying creatures, do not have much intelligence. But they have different territories, as if they were kept in captivity. These existences not only hindered humans' exploration of the Dark Continent, but also protected humans. I don't know whether this is shelter or captivity. This information is no longer known, unless one can find the remains of ancient humans who migrated here and obtain some information. Lucci was making a comparison to see if the dangers of the Dark Continent could cause harm to him. But he soon discovered that at least the gold and silver bars could not harm him. I also learned some information about the ancient city from Bai. Gold and silver ingots are just one of the protective creatures of that ancient city. There are also other protective creatures, which are also similar to parasitic plants. In fact, in addition to the vanilla that cures all diseases, they also wanted to bring back some other plants, but unfortunately they were unsuccessful. On the way back, they also encountered great danger. Originally there were 9 people in the team, but now there are only 4 left. Do you mind if I take a look? Lucci asked. Bai certainly didn't mind. From the ancient city you mentioned, it seems that there are intelligent creatures living in the Dark Continent that are about the same size as us humans. And this is also incompatible with the plants in the Dark Continent. This herb that cures all diseases doesn't seem to be that huge. Maybe. We also found some written text in that city. Unfortunately, the linguist in our team died before, so we didn't get any more information. It's a pity for Byangd. Lucci did not use his mind to test the plant in the glass bottle. After all, it would not be beautiful if it was ruined. But he didn't know if it was an intuition, but he always felt that the plant in the glass bottle was a bit similar to the sacred tree. This made Lucci wonder, is this definitely not specially bred? Of course, Lucci was just guessing. If you find any intelligence, give me a copy. Lucci didn't stay long. Anyway, Bai will be able to compile a detailed intelligence report by then. Chapter 219. Radford is a very special city. On one side are modern buildings with tall buildings, while on the other side are low and flat buildings. The low and flat direction is closer to the Basin rainforest. This area can be regarded as a large flea market, where all kinds of strange and weird things are sold. Ilmi was walking in this flea market. He found that the most popular items sold here were various medicinal herbs and animal bones. In addition, there are various animal skins and even honey for sale. Ilmi could tell from his vision that these traffickers were all fighters with a certain level of training foundation. The term fighter is a bit overused here. Is this your first time here? Bal asked. The one who acted with Ilmi was Bal, who was taking them to familiarize themselves with the market. But it seems that the secret place in the Basin rainforest is true. Bal discovered that meat was still being sold in this market. If you don't know, you might think this is a vegetable market. In fact, most of the things sold here are materials that can be used for cultivation. Ilmi didn't quite understand. Baal brought Ilmi to some special stalls, some of which sold books. Ilmi picked them up and found that they were all books teaching how to practice, but only half of them were filled, and there were also some books on making medicine. If Keri City is a holy place for various martial arts halls, then this is a holy place for many independent martial artists or those who aspire to become martial artists. Baal explained for Ilmi. After so many years of development, the martial arts halls in Keri City, with the exception of the emerging martial arts schools, have become much stricter in recruiting disciples. It can be said that it is better to have nothing than to have something of poor quality. Most people who join a martial arts hall are at most ordinary disciples. If you want to become the kind of disciple who can practice the martial arts hall's secret skills, you can't just rely on money. It requires sufficient talent. It can be said that the Budokan has become more formalized. Their requirement for their disciples has become to value quality over quantity. Basin rainforest is a great place for adventure. You can gain a lot from it. Even in the outermost area, you can gain. I also started my cultivation journey here. Bal said with emotion. He was just an ordinary person at the beginning, and his talent was not particularly high. In addition, martial arts schools now basically only recruit children. Unable to find a suitable job, he followed some people to Rad Point. The first job he found was a porter, specializing in carrying things for adventurers in the Basin rainforest. Later, he taught himself cooking and gradually became a chef. Thinking that if he wanted to go deep into the Basin rainforest, he would need a certain level of strength, and then he slowly embarked on the path of cultivation. When you feel that you have made progress in your training, you will go to the Sky Arena to challenge yourself and test your strength, and then you will be lucky enough to be selected as an adventurer. Then he became an user. It can be said that Bal has had both good luck and hard work along the way. To Ilmi, it all sounds like the struggle of an ordinary person. It's a pity that Ilumi comes from the Zaldik family, so there's not much emotion about it. I just think this place is very interesting and also a very good place for training. Because of the King of Boxing tournament, Bal and his team have not yet officially explored the Basin Rainforest. The Basin Rainforest is different from Keri City. It is very dangerous, and the secret realm appears irregularly, making it difficult to find a pattern. The best way is to wait for the official start of the King of Fighters tournament. They have a residence in the Basin Rainforest and are conducting expeditions. Of course, if you have a relationship with the Conrad family, you can also live in the Conrad family's property in the Basin Rainforest. Soon Ilmi and Bal stopped at a stall. The owner of this stall is an user. The reason why Ilmi and Bal stopped was because the things sold in this stall were different. They were all kinds of weapons, and of course there were also some tools such as ropes, backpacks, and the like. These weapons and tools are engraved with divine words. Bal went forward to inquire about the price and even tested it with his mind. The prices of these divine creations are around hundreds of thousands of Geni, which is very cheap compared to the divine creations in Keri City. In Keri City, even the cheapest divine creation would cost at least 10 million Gni. Of course, the difference in price also represents the difference between God's creations. The main feature of the divine creations on this stall is toughness, with no other special features. Judging from Bal's price, it is neither expensive nor cheap, and the price is very moderate. Ilmi had noticed these divine creations a long time ago, and he had also watched a battle on more than 200 floors, where divine weapons were the most frequently used. It can be said that the powerful divine weapon represents a completely different kind of mental ability. Even the Zaldik family does not have these things, or it should be said that they have not specifically collected and studied them. The Zaldik family rarely uses weapons when killing people. Most of the time, they rely on assassination techniques or abilities. It can be said that in the future, Meki Zaldik can be regarded as an outlier in the family. As a killer who has not yet fully matured, Ilmi is still considering whether to prepare a divine weapon for himself. After all, the capabilities need to be developed towards auxiliary exploration. Bal took Ilmi to visit a large flea market, but they didn't finish the whole process. There are more stalls selling divine creations. Bal still remembered that there were not so many when he was practicing here. It can be said that everything is still affected by the city of Keri. Bal thought that maybe it would become more and more common in the future. But in this case, maybe I can find someone to make divine kitchen utensils in the future. Maybe it will help my cooking skills. In fact, he is already known as the god of calligraphy master, but it has not yet spread widely. As for the divine master, when applied to fairy tales and fantasy, he would be a weapon refiner. When applied to science fiction, he would be an alchemist who creates magic items. If there are more and more divine word masters, I am afraid that the society of people with the ability to read minds will also undergo major reforms. After a day of shopping, Bale and Ilmi also left the flea market. And in the unknown darkness of Rad Point, the eyes of some stray animals turned bright red, and a subtle aura appeared on their bodies. In the underground sewers, there are countless tiny thoughts, which are large groups of rats. One of the companions who came back with Bai had already died in a dark alley, and his whole body was stripped naked. Suddenly the corpse moved, its eyes opened, revealing red pupils. Chapter 220. The qualifying rounds at Rad Point lasted for 7 days. Because there are so many teams participating. Finally, 64 teams were selected to enter the main competition, and these 64 teams will enter a secret place of the Pachi tribe in the Basin Rainforest for the finals. Unfortunately, Bal's team was eliminated in the qualifying round. This is understandable, as their strength is not outstanding and their mental abilities have not been developed. The prize this time includes the cultivation experience of the owner of Luchi Tower. It can be said that all the famous martial arts halls have sent well-known disciples to participate. Among the 64 teams, 55 are from various martial arts halls, and there are only a few individual teams, which shows the gap. Fortunately, with the help of Ilmi and Chris, Bal's team is included in the Superpower Martial Arts Hall group and can follow them into the secret realm of the Pachi tribe. At least you don't have to sleep outdoors. There are not only 3 people from each martial arts hall participating in the King of Fighters competition, there are also other people. Either they are a guiding teacher or an assistant. A person with the ability to heal or restore Nen. with the development of Keri City and the development of various martial arts halls. For martial artists, the development of abilities is no longer focused on categories, but rather on one's own needs. Among the martial arts halls in Keri City today, at least a quarter of them have healing and recovery abilities, which can be used not only for self-cultivation but also to help others. Of course, only a very small number of people have the ability to read like the Archangel's breathing, and every time they use it, they have to pay a certain price, which can also be said to be restricted by the X-Oath. Arrived at the edge of the Basin Rainforest. Speaking of which, this is the first time that the King of Boxing tournament is held in the Basin Rainforest. Everyone was discussing and was curious about what the King of Boxing tournament arena in the Basin Rainforest would look like. Many of them have participated in the King of Fighters tournament more than once. The King of Fighters tournament is now basically held in cities outside, most of which are in the Republic of Bartokia or the Republic of Mingbo, and rarely in other continents. But now it is also considered a world-renowned event. They were led by a young man from the Pachi tribe, who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He asked all the men to wait for 1 or 2 at the edge. Soon, Ilmi, Bal and others noticed that thick fog began to appear in the edge area of the original Basin Rainforest. "Everyone, come with me." As he finished speaking, the Pachi boy walked into the fog. "What is this?" Ilmi still didn't quite understand. "This is the ability of the Pachi people." Speaking of which, the Basin Rainforest is also called the Basin Secret Realm, but it is different from the Secret Realm in Keri City. Bal explained to Ilmi. He knew a lot of information about the Basin Rainforest. After all, he had stayed in Radpoint for some time. The most information here is about the Basin Rainforest, the Pachi tribe and the Basin Challenge. I'm afraid the place we're going to this time should be one of the 5 secret places of the Pachi tribe. It's a pity that now is not the time for Basin's challenge, otherwise the entire Basin Rainforest would probably be even more lively. After hearing this, Ilmi said, "Is there such a method? Could this be the magical owner of Luchi building again?" Ilmi directly asked the doubts in his heart. "I think so, but I only know that the Pachi tribe has a great relationship with the Sky Arena and the Conrad family, and all members of the Pachi tribe are non-users. Time is the best means of concealment. As time goes by, it becomes more and more difficult to understand the connection between the Pachi and Luchi. Even though many people imagine Luchi to be very powerful, there are some methods that they cannot imagine. But this is also my first time to visit the secret realm of the Pachi people." Although Bal had explored the Basin Rainforest, he had never been to the secret realm. Even when the secret Basin Rainforest was open to the public, he had never been there. Because that was the period of the Basin Challenge, it was very dangerous to stay in the Basin Rainforest. The danger was not only the natural environment, but also the fellow human beings in it. Actually, there is no difference, but the venue for this King of Fighters tournament should be held in the secret realm of Earth. Chris said. Both Chris and Charmy have the mark of contract on their bodies. It means that they have seen the sacred tree and even participated in Basin's challenge. No one would have gone into detail to find out who succeeded in each Basin challenge, otherwise we would have known that Chris and Charmy were not among them. When we walked into the fog, it was so thick that we couldn't even see the surroundings clearly. The voice of a Pachi boy came from the front, asking them to move in the direction of the voice. After about 30 seconds, the thick fog began to become thinner and then began to slowly dissipate. When they appeared again, they had already arrived at a plain. The secret realm has changed. Various words appeared among the crowd. They have all participated in the Basin Challenge and have been to the 5 secret realms. What caught their eyes at this moment was a tall city with dozens of meters high walls and a huge city gate. Through the city gate you can see a bit of what's going on inside. There are many buildings inside. Of course, in addition to these, what attracted their attention the most were the various subhumans. To be precise, it is a mind beast. Everyone who came here had the ability of Nen. Through concentration they could see that these strange-looking subhumans all had Nen energy. Soon someone came to educate everyone that these strange-looking subhumans were actually Earth elements. In other words, this is the secret realm of Earth. Chris guessed right. It's actually very easy to guess. Of the 5 secret realms of the Pachi tribe, the one that is really suitable for hosting the King of Fighters tournament is the secret realm of Earth. The power of the Earth element is also very convenient in building a ring. Everyone, please come with me. A young Pachi boy led a large group of people into the city. Official personnel of the King of Fighters tournament, that is, the personnel of the Sky Arena, cooperated with the Pachi people to prepare houses for them to live in. The official competition also takes several days. You definitely need a place to live. They also saw a huge arena in the city. Of course, we also saw the means by which the Pachi people built, which was to directly manipulate the earth element to build, and also to engrave divine words to increase the building's bearing capacity. He is an expert in civil engineering. At the same time, they also saw a familiar building in this secret realm. That is the Adventurers Guild, but it seems that it has not been completed yet. Through communication, Ilmi and his friends learned an important piece of information, that is, this place will be open to adventurers in the future.